Michael did not answer her question. Instead, he lowered his hand and turned to look at her, his expression steady again. "Do you have a way to detect something that can't be caught by normal perception?" he asked. Rin blinked. For a moment, she looked genuinely confused. "Are you asking if I can use high-level detection magic?" Michael nodded. "Yes, I can," Rin said after a short pause. She glanced back at the pillars, then at the empty space between them. After a brief moment, she exhaled and nodded. "All right. Give me a few seconds." She stepped away from the pillars and planted her feet firmly on the stone floor. Rin raised her hands. Mana flowed without hesitation, smooth and controlled, as symbols began to take shape in the air around her. They were clean and precise, each line forming as naturally as a breath. Michael watched closely. For a brief moment, Michael found himself admiring the sight. Aside from her strength, the rumors surrounding her talent in magic began to make sense. Calling her a genius was not an exaggeration. One circle formed. Then another. And another. They appeared around them in a loose formation, hovering at different heights and angles. Each one was identical, down to the smallest rune and curve. Perfect copies, suspended in the air like fragments of a larger mechanism. Michael frowned. At first, he assumed she was trying to beat quality with quantity. But that explanation did not sit right. Depending on the situation, what was singular remained singular and did not accumulate in effect. In this case, 10 identical spells would not produce 10 times the result. And yet, Rin continued. 5 circles became 8. 8 became 12. They slowly enclosed the space around Michael and Rin, forming a wide sphere of suspended runes. Suddenly, Michael's eyes widened slightly. The circles began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing synchronization, they rotated inward. Their edges brushed against one another, runes aligning perfectly as if drawn by an invisible framework. Where 2 circles overlapped, they merged. Light intensified. The individual formations lost their boundaries, collapsing into one another in a controlled convergence. What had once been many became fewer, then fewer still, until only a single, massive magic circle remained. It hovered above them, intricate beyond anything Michael had seen before. Every rune from the original circles was still there, layered and interwoven into a structure so dense it bordered on absurd. Lines folded into lines. Symbols nested within symbols. It was no longer just a detection spell. It was a construct. The air between the pillars reacted. Not violently. But unmistakably. Space warped inward, like a reflection folding into itself. The absence Michael had sensed earlier began to ripple, its edges blurring as though something was being forced into definition against its will. The magic circle pulsed once. Then again. Light spilled downward, not illuminating the space, but outlining it. For the first time, the emptiness between the pillars had shape. A boundary. When Rin saw the look of surprise on Michael's face, she smiled. To be honest, she did have a high-level detection magic, but just as she was about to use it, she stopped. She did not know when it had started, but after seeing what Michael had showcased since they reconnected, she had begun to feel a little inferior, and the urge to prove herself intensified. That was when she remembered a recent application she had discovered within her law. Law of perfection and union. This was the law Rin wielded. It was an uncommon law that did not rest on a single truth, but on 2 intertwined ones fused into a single authority. Among supernaturals, it was widely accepted that a being could only command one law. Still, the universe was vast, and rules that held for most were never absolute. Rin's first truth was the law of perfection, tied to the greater law of creation. At its core was a simple conviction: everything that exists has an ideal state it is meant to reach. A lump of clay was never meant to stay formless. Given time and intent, it could become a vessel of beauty or purpose. Crude sand, scattered and worthless on its own, held within it the possibility of clear glass or intricate crystal. Even raw sound, chaotic and fleeting, could be shaped into music when arranged with intent. To Rin, perfection did not mean something without blemish. It meant completion, the point at which something fully realized what it was capable of becoming. Her law allowed her to perceive that completed form and briefly draw it into reality. At her current stage, she could not make such changes permanent. What she manifested was an imitation, a temporary reflection of what an object or being would be at its peak, or at least what her own understanding defined as that peak. There were limits, of course. Until she reached the realm where creation itself bowed to her will, she remained bound by the fundamental laws of existence. Then there was her second truth. The law of union. This law was derived from the greater law of balance and was born from Rin's belief that nothing in the universe stood alone. Every force leaned against another. Every existence sought something to anchor it. Harmony was not accidental. It was necessary. From balance, she arrived at a simple realization. All things that exist can become one, as long as their intent does not conflict. So long as purpose aligned, separation was not absolute. This understanding became the cornerstone of her law of union. It granted her the ability to combine things that others found incompatible or outright impossible to merge. She had already demonstrated this once before. During her battle with Michelle, she had fused her armor with her own body, forming a singular entity. For a brief span, she herself became a half-step epic-grade treasure, wielding power that truly touched the epic realm. What she was doing now was no different. She was invoking that same union once again. What Rin had created was not a higher-tier detection spell. At least, not in the conventional sense. Each of the circles she had formed earlier was, on its own, a complete spell. A standard-grade detection magic, but certainly not enough to sense what her own perception could not pick up. So instead of strengthening a single spell or expanding its range, she had done something far more precise. She perfected them. Through the law of perfection, Rin examined each spell as it existed and as it should exist. She did not focus on their current output, but on their completed form. The version of the spell that existed solely to fulfill its purpose. Detection. Each circle was momentarily elevated to that ideal state. Then the law of union took effect. They merged and unified. What resulted was not 10 spells working together, but a single detection construct that operated on a fundamentally higher principle. It demanded definition. Anything that existed within its range was forced to acknowledge itself. That was why the space between the pillars reacted. The absence did not disappear. Whatever occupied that region was not something meant to be seen through ordinary perception. But under the unified spell, it could no longer remain undefined. Michael let out a quiet breath. "That's impressive," he said honestly. Rin did not respond right away. Outwardly, she looked calm. Inwardly, a small spark of satisfaction settled in her chest. She had made it look easy. That mattered more than she wanted to admit. Only then did she turn her attention back to the pillars. Michael followed her gaze, the momentary admiration fading as both of them refocused on the revealed boundary. The curved outline lingered faintly, like a scar in space that refused to fully close. Michael studied it for a few seconds before speaking again. "So," he said, his voice steady, "do you know what it is?" Rin did not answer immediately. Instead, she glanced sideways at him, a knowing look in her eyes. "From the way you asked that," she said, "you already have an idea." Michael's lips curved slightly. "I want to hear it confirmed." She looked back at the space between the pillars. "Yes," Rin said. "I know what it is. It's a secret realm." The idea struck Michael immediately. A secret realm hidden inside another secret realm. The thought alone was quite fascinating to Michael. His expression did not change, though his attention sharpened even further. He looked at the faintly outlined boundary again, then turned to Rin. "Can you open it?" he asked. Since I've already found it, she said calmly, opening it is the easy part. Michael raised an eyebrow slightly. That's simple. She nodded. This kind of entrance only needs a reaction. Before, there was nothing pushing against it, so it didn't activate. But thanks to my spell. Michael followed her gaze. The faint outline still lingered in the air, held in place by the residual effect of her unified detection construct. So as long as your spell is active. He began. The entrance exists, Rin finished. Michael's gaze stayed fixed on the opening. Then we shouldn't waste time, he said. Rin stepped aside, giving him a clear view of the distorted entrance. Then, without hesitation, she crossed the threshold between the pillars. The boundary rippled once, folding around her like a curtain of water, then settled again. Michael followed a heartbeat later. The sensation was brief and disorienting, like passing through compressed air. Space twisted, then released. His footing shifted, and solid ground met his boots once more. They were no longer in the ruins. They stood inside a cavern. The ceiling arched high above them, uneven stone stretching into shadow. Soft light filled the space, not from torches or crystals, but from patches of grass growing directly out of the rock. The blades glowed faintly with a pale green hue, illuminating the cave in a calm, almost serene glow. Behind them stood another pair of pillars. Smaller than the ones outside, but unmistakably similar. The same smooth stone. The same eroded markings. At this point, they had already figured out that the pillars were merely markers. Rin turned and looked at them, then nodded once. Exit anchor, she said. Good. It hasn't collapsed. Michael swept his senses outward. At first, nothing felt wrong. The air was clean. The mana density was stable, slightly richer than outside but not dangerously so. They moved deeper. The glowing grass spread in uneven patches along the floor and lower walls, thinning as the cavern sloped downward. The light dimmed gradually, shadows stretching longer as they walked. Then Michael stopped. Rin noticed instantly. Her hand shifted slightly, ready. What is it? She asked. Michael did not answer right away. His gaze was fixed ahead. There, he said quietly. Rin followed his line of sight. Several figures lay scattered across the stone floor. Skeletons. Rin slowed beside him, her gaze moving over the remains with growing focus. For bones to still exist like this after 2,000 years, she said quietly, they couldn't have been ordinary. Michael nodded once. No ordinary supernatural bones can last that long. That alone narrows it down, Rin replied. They were strong. Very strong. There was no other explanation. She stepped closer to one of the skeletons and crouched, brushing aside dust and fragments of stone. The bones were intact. Dense. Reinforced by residual traces of power that time had not fully erased. Rin straightened slowly. Do you remember the shattered tables we kept seeing in the research center? She asked. What if the people who caused that never actually left this secret realm back then? What if, instead of evacuating, they came here? Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered it in silence. But then, Rin added, her tone sharpening, there's a problem. Michael already knew what she was going to say. If this was their refuge, she said, why did they die here? Did the exit fail? Were they trapped inside? Michael already knew what she was going to say. If this was their refuge, she said, why did they die here? Did the exit fail? Were they trapped inside? She looked toward the pillar behind them instinctively, then back to the skeletons. But the answer revealed itself before either of them spoke again. Rin crouched lower, examining the nearest remains more carefully this time. Her fingers hovered just above the bones, tracing faint impressions without touching them. No, she said softly. Michael stepped closer. The skeleton's ribcage was cracked inward. Not from decay. From impact. Another body nearby was missing half its skull, the break too clean, too violent to be caused by time or collapse. A third had fractures along the spine, twisted at an unnatural angle. Michael exhaled slowly. They weren't trapped, he said. Rin nodded grimly. And they didn't die waiting. She rose to her feet, eyes scanning the scattered remains with a different understanding now. They were attacked, she said. Here. Inside this realm. The glowing grass swayed gently around the bones, casting soft light over a scene that had been frozen for millennia. Whatever had found them back then had been strong enough to kill these powerful individuals. And it might not be gone. This would have been enough to scare ordinary people, but Rin and Michael were far from ordinary. After searching for so long without results related to their main target, neither of them was willing to turn back now. The same was true for Michael. Even if he failed to obtain the breathing metal, he had gained nothing of real value so far aside from a few unreadable books. Rin straightened and looked ahead into the deeper darkness of the cavern. Let's continue, she said. Michael did not object. He simply nodded and moved alongside her. They advanced deeper into the cave, their steps careful but unhesitating. The further they went, the less serene the place felt. The glowing grass thinned until it appeared only in scattered patches, its light weaker, almost strained. Shadows thickened, clinging to the walls and ceiling. And the bodies increased. One skeleton became 3. 3 became dozens. Some lay slumped against the rock walls. Others were sprawled across the floor as if cut down mid-step. A few were clustered together, their remains overlapping. The deeper they went, the clearer the pattern became. Michael slowed, his gaze moving from one skeleton to the next. The damage varied, but the story did not. Crushed bones. Clean fractures. Marks left by overwhelming force rather than decay or collapse. The cavern widened gradually, the ceiling lifting higher until their footsteps echoed faintly. The air grew heavier. Mana here was no longer merely present. It was concentrated. Then the passage opened completely. They stepped into a vast clearing. The space was enormous, far larger than anything they had seen so far. The walls curved outward, forming a natural dome that vanished into darkness above. The floor was smooth stone, almost polished, as if shaped deliberately rather than worn by time. Skeletons ringed the clearing. Positioned. They lay in a wide arc, all facing inward. Toward the center. Michael's eyes narrowed. At the heart of the clearing floated a sphere of metal. Red metal. It hovered a short distance above the ground, perfectly still, as if suspended by invisible threads. Its surface was smooth, seamless, and faintly luminous, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic glow that reminded Michael uncomfortably of breathing. The light it gave off was subtle, but undeniable. With each pulse, the mana in the clearing stirred, drawn toward it like iron filings to a magnet. Rin stopped. For the first time since entering the realm, she did not immediately speak. That, she said slowly. Michael finished the thought without looking away. Is not natural. No, that's not what I mean. Well, it is. Damn. Just say your mind, Rin. That's the breathing metal. It certainly looks evil for something with such a righteous-sounding name. The words were on the tip of Michael's tongue. But they died there. Breathing metal. A material that devoured other substances, copied their traits, and grew stronger by consuming. From the name to the appearance, it fit their target perfectly. However, there was a problem. Something had killed everyone in this cave. That much was no longer in question. Michael's gaze drifted from the floating sphere to the ring of skeletons surrounding it. If the thing responsible for their deaths was the breathing metal itself. The thought did not have time to finish. The air screamed. From the surface of the floating sphere, the smooth crimson sheen split open like flesh tearing apart. Thick strands erupted outward, no longer resembling metal at all, but something disturbingly organic. Massive tentacles unfurled in every direction, each one segmented and ridged, their surfaces shifting between steel and sinew as they lashed through the air. "Move!" Michael barked. The ground where they had been standing exploded inward as a tentacle slammed down, stone shattering into dust and fragments. Rin was already gone, her body blurring sideways as she twisted through the opening with practiced ease. Another tentacle whipped toward Michael's head. He ducked low, rolling across the smooth stone floor as the strike passed just above him, close enough that the displaced air tore at his skin. The impact behind him echoed like thunder, the cavern walls trembling as cracks spread outward. Tentacles struck again and again, precise and relentless, smashing through pillars of stone, ripping chunks from the floor, carving trenches in their wake. Rin landed near a cluster of fallen skeletons and immediately sprang again, narrowly avoiding another strike that pulverized the remains into powder. Michael skidded to a halt beside her, eyes locked on the writhing mass at the center of the clearing. A tentacle curved midair and split into two, both ends crashing down in a pincer motion where they had been standing a heartbeat earlier. The floor imploded, leaving behind a crater. The tentacles kept coming. They tore through the air in violent arcs, slamming down with enough force to turn solid stone into rubble, yet neither of them was truly pressed. Michael moved like a blur. His body twisted and shifted with unnatural precision, every step landing exactly where it needed to be. His law was active, copying the traits of wisdom, his tamed space beast, and the effect was immediate. His perception stretched. The world seemed to slow just enough for him. Each time a tentacle descended, he was already gone. Rin was no less composed. She was not as naturally fast as Michael, but speed was far from her only advantage, nor was she lacking in that department. Her armor shimmered faintly as she moved, runes along its surface activating in sequence. A tentacle snapped toward her waist. She pivoted mid-step, the armor flaring as it redirected the force grazing past her, sending her sliding backward. She used the motion to spring upward, narrowly avoiding another strike that shattered the stone beneath her feet. They dodged. Again. And again. To an outside observer, it might have looked almost effortless. But neither of their hearts settled. Michael's eyes never left the mass at the center of the clearing. His breathing remained controlled, but his mind was sharp, alert to every inconsistency. He could feel it. The attacks were powerful, but simple. Too simple. Rin felt it too. This thing had slaughtered everyone whose bones now littered the cavern. Beings strong enough that their remains had endured for over 2,000 years. There was no chance that crude, whipping tentacles were the extent of its capabilities. "Stay sharp," Michael said quickly as another strike slammed down between them. "I already am," Rin replied, landing lightly on a raised slab of stone as it cracked under the impact beside her. The tentacles suddenly changed. One tentacle slammed down as before. Another detonated midair. The explosion was muted but violent, a compressed burst of force that twisted space and sent shards of stone flying in every direction. Michael reacted instantly, slipping sideways, but the shockwave clipped him anyway. His body was hurled back several meters, boots carving deep lines into the stone before he managed to regain his balance. The impact rattled through him, but nothing broke. Michael clicked his tongue. "That's new." Rin fared no better. A tentacle curved toward her, then suddenly went weightless, its form blurring before phasing halfway out of reality. It reappeared at a different angle, grazing her shoulder and sending her spinning. Her armor flared brightly, absorbing the brunt of the force, and she landed hard on one knee before springing away again. Neither of them was injured. But both of them had been hit. More tentacles joined in. Some crackled with lightning, arcs snapping between their segments before discharging in sudden, focused bursts. Others dragged streaks of frost through the air, the temperature dropping sharply wherever they passed. One slammed into the ground and released a wave of gravity that distorted the clearing, pulling rubble, bones, and even loose mana inward for a split second before releasing it violently. The battlefield became chaos. Michael pushed himself faster. Still, he was clipped again. Not because he was slow. Because the pattern of attacks was just wrong. The shift was immediate and brutal. Michael felt it before he could name it. The air screamed again, but this time it was layered, distorted, as if multiple forces were tearing through the same space at once. The breathing metal pulsed harder, its glow deepening to a violent crimson. One struck high. Another tentacle struck low. A third did not strike at all. Space folded. Michael dodged the first by instinct, body snapping sideways in a blur, but the ground beneath his feet vanished as gravity inverted without warning. He fell upward, stomach lurching, only for a freezing current to wrap around his torso midair. Frost crept instantly across his body, locking his movement for a split second. That second was enough. A tentacle phased in directly in front of his chest and detonated. The blast smashed him through the air like a thrown weapon. He crashed into the cavern wall hard enough to crater it, stone collapsing around him as his body slid down in a cloud of dust. His vision swam. Pain rippled through his ribs, sharp and real. He forced himself to move. Another tentacle pierced the wall where his head had been a heartbeat earlier, the stone folding inward like wet clay around it. Michael rolled, coughed once. "So that's how," he muttered. Across the clearing, Rin was faring no better. 3 tentacles struck her in sequence. Lightning first. Gravity second. Impact third. She blocked the lightning with her armor, but the energy did not disperse cleanly. It crawled across her runes, disrupting their rhythm just long enough for the gravity wave to slam into her. Her body was dragged sideways through the air, armor screaming as it fought the force. Before she could stabilize, a blunt tentacle crashed into her midsection. The blow folded her around it. Rin hit the ground hard, skidding across stone and bone, smashing through ancient remains that shattered like glass under her momentum. She rolled twice before managing to stop herself, one knee digging into the floor as she tried to rise again. The tentacles did not give her time. One split into dozens of thinner strands that pierced the ground around her, pinning stone, bone, and debris into a rising cage. Another slammed down from above, releasing a localized pressure field that crushed inward. Rin screamed as the force hit. She planted both hands on the ground, armor flaring blindingly as she forced mana through it, resisting the compression by sheer will. The stone beneath her shattered completely, but she stayed upright, muscles trembling, teeth clenched. As for why she was not using her law, it was simply because she had no evidence she could defeat the breathing metal with that move. Just a few weeks ago she had destroyed her strongest armor in the battle with Michael, and though she had many others like this one in her storage space, just a second of weakness before she got into a new armor could literally make things worse for her. Except she used that move. Michael saw the situation with Rin. He moved and appeared beside Rin just as the pressure field collapsed inward. Michael drove his foot into the ground when the pressure imploded into nothing. Both of them were thrown backward anyway, tumbling across the clearing as the tentacles followed relentlessly. The breathing metal pulsed again, and the tentacles began stacking effects. One tentacle struck the ground and released a wave of corrosive force that ate through stone and bone alike, leaving smoking trenches behind. Another followed with searing heat, the air itself igniting where it passed. A third dragged shadows behind it, obscuring movement and depth, making distance impossible to judge. Michael dodged too. The third clipped his shoulder. Pain exploded through him as the corrosive force tore through his defenses. Flesh burned. His vision blurred. He bit down hard and forced mana to compress around the wound, halting the damage before it could deepen. He staggered. A tentacle wrapped around his leg. Another slammed into his chest, driving the air from his lungs. A third followed immediately, striking his side with bone-crushing force. Michael was hurled across the clearing like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard, rolled, struck again, and finally came to a stop near the edge of the cavern. His body screamed in protest, but Michael forced himself up anyway. Rin was already moving again, armor blazing, mana surging wildly as she tore free from another gravity snare. A tentacle struck her back and sent her flying, but she twisted midair, landing awkwardly and skidding to a stop beside Michael. Both of them were breathing hard now. Rin slid to a stop beside him, boots carving grooves into the stone. Her breath was sharp, controlled, but there was tension in her eyes that had not been there before. "Michael," she said quietly, without looking away from the writhing mass of metal and flesh, "why does it feel like it's playing with us?" Michael wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his hand and forced himself upright. His ribs screamed in protest, but he ignored it. His gaze remained fixed on the breathing metal. "Because it is," he replied. Rin frowned. "You're sure? If it wanted us dead immediately, we wouldn't be having this conversation since we would be too busy staying alive. I can't deny it's strong, but I still can't feel the strength that can go against multiple." Michael's eyes narrowed. "And we're not going all out either." Rin glanced at him, then nodded. She understood exactly what he meant. Michael shifted his stance, eyes never leaving the metal. "We need to get rid of it. Or..." He hesitated for a fraction of a second. "Is it possible to tame it?" Rin's eyes widened slightly. "Tame it?" she repeated. Another tentacle lashed out suddenly, forcing both of them to dodge again. They moved in sync, rolling apart as the stone where they had stood collapsed inward. Rin landed in a crouch, armor humming softly as it stabilized. "Based on what I read before coming here," she said as she rose, voice tight but steady, "the breathing metal was never meant to exist like this." Michael listened closely. "It was designed as a tool," Rin continued. "A living material, yes, but still a tool. Something meant to respond to its wielder. To grow alongside them." Her gaze hardened. "But this one already has a hint of consciousness." Michael's expression darkened. "That's bad." "Yes," Rin agreed. "Because true consciousness is rare. You only see it in a handful of epic-grade treasures." She paused, watching the metal pulse again. "And even then, not all epic treasures have it." She took a slow breath. "Those that do possess a spirit are unique and special," she said. "An epic-grade treasure with a spirit can draw out far more of its potential than one without." Michael frowned. "So where does this thing fall?" "That's the problem," Rin said. "From what I can see, its consciousness isn't complete. It's more like an instinct to attack and devour than anything. If I had to guess," she continued, "it's at the peak of extraordinary rank. Just below epic grade. Originally it had the potential to reach it. Easily." Rin glanced at the skeletons littering the clearing. "And it probably already did once." Michael followed her gaze. "You think it was epic grade back then?" "Either that," Rin said quietly, "or it displayed the same combat ability it's showing now, which doesn't make sense for the scale of casualties we've seen." The implication settled heavily between them. This was one of the reasons Michael was also wary to bring out his undead. Currently there were only a few among his undead that could match him in power. And the two of the strongest right now were sleeping. If this wasn't the case, Michael would have summoned them immediately since he had trust in their survivability. Unfortunately, as for his other undead, Michael was at a stage that thanks to his soul injuries, he couldn't take risks that had clear signs of failure. Perhaps a single loss of an undead wouldn't hurt him much, but a good number would surely do the deal, and it wasn't worth it. However, it was when Michael was thinking of his undead that he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned to Rin. "Hey, do you still have the enhancer?" Hearing Michael's urgent call, Rin was a bit taken aback, especially since this was just the item she had been thinking about. A few weeks ago, she had made an expensive deal with Michael to acquire an item he obtained from the academy. The enhancer. A once 1-star epic grade treasure that dropped to a 3-star extraordinary rank. Its effect, when activated, Boosts the effectiveness of a law by 200% for a duration of 10 minutes, and if left to recover naturally, it can only be used again after 4 months. It was a very strong item which she had prepared for this very ruin, as it increased her chance for success should the need for a bigger fist arrive. Seeing that the situation wasn't getting any better, she was about to use it, but why was Michael asking for it? Yes, Rin answered quickly, even as she twisted aside from another sweeping strike. A tentacle skimmed past her back, close enough that the displaced air rang against her armor. I still have it. Michael appeared beside her in a blur of distorted space, his boots hitting the ground hard. Has it been used? He asked immediately. Rin shook her head. No. I've been saving it. Another pulse rippled through the breathing metal. The tentacles recoiled for a fraction of a second, then struck again, faster than before. One slammed down between them, forcing them apart as the stone split open in a jagged line. Michael skidded to a stop and glanced at her again. Then lend it to me. Rin froze for half a heartbeat. What? She said. I'll solve this, Michael said calmly. You don't need to worry. Her mind reeled. The enhancer. A degraded epic-grade treasure. Even in its current state, it was absurdly valuable. A one-time amplifier that could push a law beyond its natural limits for 10 minutes. She had bought it at enormous cost precisely for moments like this, moments when overwhelming force might be the only answer. And Michael wanted to use it. It was obviously meant for his law. Beyond confusion, a strange sense of helplessness welled up in her chest. This peer of hers was not weaker than her in any way. If anything, he was clearly stronger. Michael, she started, but the metal did not give her time to finish. The air shrieked. 3 tentacles struck at once, not toward them, but around them. The ground erupted upward in a ring, stone folding inward as a crushing field snapped shut. Michael reacted instantly. He dragged himself sideways, barely escaping the collapsing zone, but the edge of the pressure still clipped him, slamming him into the cavern floor hard enough to crack it. Rin leapt the other way, armor flaring as she absorbed the shock, but a second tentacle followed immediately, striking her from above. She raised an arm. The impact drove her to one knee. The breathing metal pulsed again, brighter and faster. The tentacles began to coil tighter, their movements sharper and more deliberate. Lightning crawled along their surfaces. Gravity warped around their tips. The air itself felt heavy and oppressive, as if the cavern were closing in. Rin pushed herself upright, teeth clenched. This was exactly the scenario she had prepared for. She looked at Michael. He was already back on his feet, his eyes sharp, focused, frighteningly steady. Despite his battered appearance, despite the chaos around them, he did not look desperate or panicked. Another tentacle whipped toward him, phasing halfway through space before snapping back into reality at an impossible angle. Michael stepped away at the last instant. He did not even glance back at Rin. Trust me, he said. If we drag this out, then taming it won't even be an option. Her heart pounded. She knew he was right. And she also knew something else. Michael was holding back. He had not summoned his undead, nor had he unleashed his law. He was fighting in a contained state. The enhancer would only make him stronger. Another explosion ripped through the clearing, sending bones and rubble flying. A tentacle struck the ground near Rin, releasing a gravity pulse that dragged her forward against her will. She planted her feet, armor screaming as it resisted. Rin exhaled sharply and made her decision. Her hand slipped into her storage space. An object appeared in her palm, and she tossed it toward Michael. Catch, she shouted. The breathing metal reacted instantly. 2 tentacles snapped toward the object midair. Michael moved as he appeared beneath the falling enhancer, one hand snapping shut around it just as a tentacle tore through the air where it had been a moment earlier. The impact shattered stone behind him. He landed hard, rolling once before coming to a stop, the enhancer clenched tightly in his hand. Knowing all he had to do was infuse mana into the object to activate it, Michael did not hesitate. The moment his fingers closed around the enhancer, he poured mana into it without restraint. The object reacted instantly. Cracks of light spread across its surface like fractured glass, lines of pure radiance racing along its form as the artifact began to hum. The artifact broke apart into countless motes of light, each fragment drifting upward like glowing dust before being pulled violently toward Michael's body. Michael stiffened. For a brief instant, his vision went white. Then the world came rushing back. Power flooded his system, dense and overwhelming, far beyond anything he had experienced before. His law flared. Rin felt it immediately. The space around Michael warped. The air bent toward him. Mana streams shifted course, drawn into his presence. Even the breathing metal hesitated for a fraction of a second. Michael exhaled slowly. Until now, his law allowed him to copy the traits of his undead at a limited ratio. 30% on average. 45% at most when conditions aligned. That alone had made him terrifying. With wisdom's spatial perception, his movement surpassed most rank 3 beings. With the strength borrowed from his combat undead, his physical output rivaled monsters bred for destruction. His foundation amplified those traits further, stabilizing them and allowing him to wield even more power. Even then, there were limits. But now, the enhancer was not a simple amplifier. It boosted the effectiveness of a law by 200%. If his law had previously capped at 45% trait replication, then in this state, 100% was no longer impossible. That realization was why Michael had asked for the enhancer the moment he recalled its existence. At his current level, he was already stronger than most of the undead under his control. That alone was an anomaly among orthodox necromancers. But if Michael's law truly reached full replication on top of his own foundation, it was no exaggeration to say that below rank 3, Michael would be an invisible existence, and even within rank 3, he would stand as a powerful one. Before using the enhancer, Michael could already fight and kill late-stage rank 3 beings. Though he had yet to truly test his limits, Michael could not help but feel that his current self could face beginning and Ghost 1-on-1, back before they had entered Hell. It was absurd. In truth, it was only when Michael paused to reflect on his strength that he realized how far he had come. His growth was abnormal by any standard. Perhaps it was because powerful enemies appeared one after another that he rarely had the chance to recognize it himself. However, none of that was Michael's immediate concern. The moment his law surged in strength, he abruptly lost the delicate control he had maintained over wisdom's traits. He did not even dare to move, afraid that a single misstep would place him in a helpless position. Using wisdom in the current situation was also inappropriate. So Michael shifted his law's target to another undead better suited for what was about to happen. Spartan. The Law of Abyssal Pyre. This was Spartan's law. A tri-elemental fusion born from the union of fire, water, and darkness, it corroded and purified simultaneously. The abyssal pyre devoured vitality and mana, reduced matter to ash, and then reformed that ash into spiritual residue usable by its wielder. The higher the purity of the target's element, the stronger its consumption became, and the greater the reform. It was no wonder that the first impression people had upon witnessing it was that of a persistent, destructive parasite, one that devoured endlessly and never released its grip once attached. Black flames appeared the moment Michael switched from wisdom to Spartan. In a single breath, the darkness thickened, condensing into fire that was unmistakably flame yet refused to obey the rules most fire followed. It did not flicker wildly. It did not crackle. It burned in complete silence. The black flames wrapped around Michael's hands and climbed his arms, spiraling upward in controlled coils. They licked along his forearms, layered over muscle and bone, forming a living mantle of abyssal fire that stopped just short of his shoulders. They did not burn him. His skin did not char. His clothes did not singe. Yet the heat was undeniable. Rin felt it immediately. Her armor screamed as runes flared in emergency response. She took an involuntary step back, her throat going dry. The black flames gave off a dreadful sensation that pressed directly against the soul. It was not fear in the normal sense. The breathing metal reacted even more violently. Its crimson glow surged, pulsing erratically as the tentacles recoiled for the first time since the battle began. The writhing mass trembled, segments grinding against one another as if the metal itself were trying to retreat while lacking the means to do so. A shrill vibration rippled through the cavern. The metal felt it. Something within those black flames could erase it. And it was not wrong. Michael planned to use the abyssal fire to put an end to all of this. Michael came to the conclusion that the metal had become corrupted. The clearest proof was the contradiction in its very existence. It was called a metal, yet what lay before him resembled a mass of living flesh more than any refined material. This corruption explained everything. Its fall from epic grade to barely the peak of extraordinary was not due to damage or improper storage, but a fundamental change in nature. The breathing iron had killed countless beings, devouring them to grow. What had once been an inert material had evolved into something that possessed needs and desires. After transforming into a flesh-like entity, it had been sealed away and starved for nearly 2,000 years. Deprived of sustenance, its power withered, its form twisted further, and its essence decayed. It was no wonder that it now looked less like a precious metal and more like a demonic material, something unnatural. Michael flexed his fingers slowly. The abyssal fire followed the movement, tightening around his knuckles and flowing seamlessly with his intent. Rin swallowed hard. "Michael," she said, her voice lower than she intended. Michael did not turn. His attention remained fixed on the writhing mass ahead, on the way the breathing metal recoiled from the abyssal flames as if instinct itself screamed danger. Rin forced herself to focus. "There's something you need to know," she said quickly. "About how to deal with it." "Speak." "The only thing that needs to be destroyed is its consciousness," Rin said. "Not the core." Michael paused. Rin continued, urgency creeping into her voice. "That thing may look like a monster now, but at its heart it's still a treasure. If you destroy the core, then everything we've done here will be meaningless." Another tentacle lashed out, but it stopped short, hovering just outside the reach of the abyssal fire, twitching violently. "The corruption is centered in its will," she said. "That half-formed consciousness driving it to attack and devour. Remove that, and what remains can still be saved." Michael glanced at her for the first time. "And if I can't?" he asked. "Then the core collapses," Rin replied without hesitation. "Its structure will destabilize, and whatever potential it still has will be lost forever." She drew a sharp breath. "If possible," she said, "reduce it to just its core. Strip everything else away. I can take it back with me and begin purifying it slowly." The breathing metal pulsed violently. "I'll be careful," Michael said at last. "I won't destroy the core." To be honest, Michael also had means capable of destroying the consciousness of the breathing metal, but for such a precious treasure, it was too much for an experiment. Like Rin said, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Rin let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "Good," she said softly. The cavern trembled. The breathing metal surged forward again, desperation leaking into its movements as the tentacles stacked effects more aggressively. "It's over." "Just like that?" Rin's voice came out quieter than she expected. She felt strangely out of place. From the moment Michael activated the enhancer, everything had changed too quickly. One instant he had been not too far from her, coated in silent black flames. The next, he was gone. Not vanished. Just, beyond her ability to follow. What followed had not even felt like a battle. It had felt like watching an exorcism. She had seen flashes of movement, distortions in the air, tentacles disintegrating before they could even complete an attack. Black fire spreading in controlled lines. The writhing metal collapsing inward piece by piece. There had been no struggle. No stalemate. Just suppression. And then silence. Rin stared at the aftermath, her thoughts tangled. Was that Michael's real strength? Her fingers curled slightly. If it was, then the gap between them was far larger than she had been willing to admit. Her chest tightened faintly. How was she supposed to catch up to that? For a brief moment, doubt crept in. Then she steadied herself. No. That wasn't fair. He had used the enhancer. A degraded epic-grade amplifier that boosted law output by 200%. Anyone would become monstrous under that kind of amplification. If she had her previous armor, her complete set before it was damaged. If she had activated the enhancer herself, she would have been just as overwhelming. Just as dominant. The thought settled her breathing. Yes. That had to be it. Her path had never been weaker. Her foundation was still intact. Once her armor was restored, once her resources caught up, she would stand on equal footing again. She was still thinking when a voice pulled her out of it. Rin. She blinked and looked up. Michael was walking toward her from across the cavern. The abyssal flames were no longer raging around him. What remained were faint traces, coiling tightly along his arms as if being forcibly restrained. In his hand was a sphere. Rin's eyes focused instantly. A red-silver ball, roughly the size of two clenched fists, hovered just above his palm. Its surface was smooth but layered, metallic veins of crimson and silver intertwining beneath a translucent outer shell. But what drew her attention most was the heat. A deep, smoldering heat that coated the sphere like a thin shell. Rin's gaze sharpened immediately. She could see what he was doing. The red heat was not the treasure's aura. It was Michael's mysterious, eerie fire, compressed and suppressed to the absolute minimum, thin to the brink of extinction so it would not devour the core. He was restraining it with terrifying precision. Forced down into a controlled thermal layer that burned only the outermost corruption still clinging to the treasure. She sensed it then. The breathing metal was not fully purified. The corruption was still there. Dormant. That's. She murmured. The core, Michael said as he stopped in front of her. He held it out slightly so she could see more clearly. Still corrupted, he added calmly. And still regenerating. Rin stepped closer unconsciously. Without the outer flesh metal mass, the treasure's true structure was visible, but so were the dark veins threaded faintly between the red-silver lines. You didn't erase it completely, she said. I could, Michael replied simply. Rin looked up at him. There was no arrogance in his tone. Just fact. But it's a treasure, he continued. He lowered his hand slightly, the suppressed red heat tightening instinctively around the sphere as the corruption twitched. If I burn everything, he said, there's a risk of destabilizing the core. Rin nodded faintly. That was true. Michael did not have enough confidence in his control to use the abyssal pyre to purify the treasure, nor did he want to use any kind of related ability. Though he would not admit it outright, his first experience with Jester had left a mark on him, making him extremely sensitive to demonic creations that possessed a consciousness. Michael continued. And if anything goes wrong midway, it becomes my responsibility. His gaze shifted briefly to the sphere. I have methods to destroy the consciousness entirely, he said. But using them on something this valuable would be experimentation. He paused. Then added quietly. It's better to leave things to professionals. Understanding dawned in Rin's eyes. He was not avoiding the task out of inability. He was deliberately handing it over. Avoiding unnecessary risk and blame if purification damaged the treasure. Michael extended the sphere fully toward her. You handle the rest, he said. The suppressed abyssal heat receded slightly at his command, thinning until it formed only a faint protective film. Rin accepted the core carefully with both hands. Her fingers tightened slightly around the sphere. The suppressed heat coating its surface thinned further under Michael's control, stabilizing as it passed fully into her grasp. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. The cavern was quiet now, the violent presence that had filled it earlier completely gone. Only the ruined space remained as evidence of what had taken place. Michael was the first to break the silence. "So," he said calmly. "What next?" Rin blinked, pulling her thoughts back to the present. She looked down at the red-silver core in her hands before answering. "I'll seal it first," she said. "The corruption is still active, even if it's suppressed. I need to prevent further regeneration." Thin arrays of sealing light began forming around her palms as she spoke, stabilizing the treasure's fluctuating aura. "Full purification will have to wait until we return to the academy," she continued. "I can't do something like that properly out here." Michael nodded. "That makes sense." He fell silent afterward. Outwardly, his expression remained neutral. Inwardly, however, his thoughts were moving. He found himself staring at the core for a fraction longer than necessary. Its potential was obvious. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. Was it possible to duplicate it? If its core structure could be replicated, even imperfectly, the applications were endless. But the thought felt awkward. This was Rin's gain. Asking something like that now felt inappropriate. So Michael kept quiet. He did not voice it. Of course, if it was something he really needed, these thoughts would likely not exist. It seemed, however, that Rin herself had been lost in thought as well. After finishing the preliminary sealing, she secured the core into her storage space carefully before turning back to him. "Michael," she said. He looked at her. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "For your assistance." She paused briefly before continuing. "To be honest, in this ruin, I'm still the one who benefited the most." Michael said nothing, but he did not deny it either. Without him, suppressing the corrupted breathing metal alone would have been far more difficult, perhaps even impossible in her current state. Rin drew a breath before adding. "If there's anything you want, just say it. As long as it's within my power, I'll do it." That was when Michael finally smiled. He had not expected her to offer that herself. He took a few seconds to think, weighing options carefully. Equipment did not interest him. Currency was secondary. What he needed most right now was progression material. His answer came naturally. "Space-related resources," he said. "A large amount, if possible." Rin blinked slightly at the specificity, but she did not refuse. Inside, Michael felt his decision was the most efficient one he could make. Wisdom's advancement to rank 3 required an enormous amount of spatial materials. Not just in quantity, but in quality. And space-related treasures were among the most expensive resources on the market. Even if Michael had the money, which he currently did not, access alone was another issue entirely. Spatial materials were restricted, circulated only within certain factions. But Rin had both background and channels. They had traded before. The enhancer itself had been exchanged using spatial resources as part of the deal. That alone spoke volumes about her access level. Combined with her academy background as the student of the vice principal, who was a demigod, and her personal backing, acquiring large quantities through her would be far easier than sourcing them himself. All in all, Michael felt his current decision was perfect and mutually fair, given what she had gained. Rin studied him for a moment longer before nodding slowly. "I see," she said. There was no hesitation in her tone. "If it's spatial resources, then that's within my capacity. However, don't think it's going to come anytime soon. It's going to take a good while." Michael's faint smile deepened slightly. "Then I'll leave it to you. Take your time, but put me in mind." The exchange was simple. But both of them understood the weight behind it. Rin closed her storage space after sealing the core and exhaled slowly. "We should leave," she said at last. Michael had no objections. He gave a small nod. They turned and began making their way back toward the exit of the cavern, their footsteps echoing faintly through the now quiet ruin. The oppressive presence that had filled the space earlier was gone, replaced by a hollow stillness that felt almost unnatural after the chaos. For a while, they walked in silence. It was only a few seconds into their return that Rin noticed something. Michael had slowed slightly. Not enough to fall behind, but enough that his movements no longer matched hers. She glanced sideways. And then she saw it. Bones. Scattered remains from the countless victims the breathing metal had devoured over the centuries littered the cavern floor. Some were intact skeletons. Others were fragmented, bleached white by time and corrosion. As Michael walked, he casually extended a hand now and then. Each time he did, a cluster of bones vanished into his storage space. Ribs. Skulls. Arm bones. Even shattered fragments no larger than a finger joint. He collected them methodically, efficiently, without hesitation. Rin's steps slowed unconsciously. A faint discomfort stirred in her chest. It was not fear. Nor disgust. Just unease. It was easy to forget. Michael did not resemble most necromancers she had encountered. He was composed, analytical, and in many ways closer to an orthodox combatant than a grave-bound summoner. But moments like this were reminders of what he truly was. If his peers could dare to dream of reaching the heights of their seniors, necromancers who exhumed the graves of dragons, excavated the burial grounds of ancient kings across the universe, and even sought the remains of fallen gods, then collecting the bones of previously strong individuals was likely nothing more than routine within their circles. Rin watched him store another skeleton without ceremony. Her fingers flexed slightly at her side. The discomfort lingered, but she said nothing. It was not her place to comment. Nor was it abnormal within the broader supernatural world. So she kept walking. Michael continued gathering remains as they advanced through the ruined corridors, the faint flicker of storage light appearing and vanishing intermittently beside him. There was no conversation between them. Only the quiet echo of footsteps and the occasional soft clatter of bone before it disappeared from sight. By the time the cavern entrance came back into view, the battlefield behind them had been stripped of nearly every usable remnant. Of course, Michael was not collecting the bones he saw around for collection's sake or as some hobby, but because he had use for them. Though it had been 2,000 years since their deaths, as previously strong beings blessed by the world, their remains were still very much valuable. Rather than leave them here to rot for another 1,000 years, Michael felt they would provide better value to him either as materials for his studies or as resources to gain evolution points. The thought of using his talent again also made Michael recall the 2 elephants in his other storage space. Though one was dead and the other was alive and sealed, when he had time to himself, he needed to figure out what to do with them. After they left the secret realm that housed the breathing metal, the 2 of them continued exploring the remaining sections of the ruin. Though their findings could not compare to the value of the breathing metal, it was still a good harvest for both of them. Ancient containers, degraded artifacts, fragmented weapons, and sealed materials were uncovered as they moved through the deeper chambers. Most of the objects held no notable use for Michael. Either their functions did not align with his path, or their value lay in fields outside his specialization. So he had Rin take care of them on his behalf in exchange for other resources. This time, Michael asked for materials that nourished and strengthened the soul. Rin did not find this strange. At rank 3, the soul became an increasingly important focus for any supernatural. Foundation, law compatibility, and future ascension were all tied closely to soul strength and stability. So upon hearing his request, she simply assumed Michael, like herself, was already preparing for his ascension into the next stage. Michael, of course, knew nothing about her thoughts. But he was satisfied by her lack of questions. It saved him from having to refuse explanations or fabricate half-truths. As for why Michael did not exchange all his loot for soul recovery treasures despite his current condition, there were several reasons. One of them was that his soul was already recovering on its own. Being a true human and a mortal god were not empty titles. Michael's natural recovery rate far exceeded ordinary beings, something even the sanctuary supervisor had personally confirmed. With his soul stabilized, recovery had already begun. However, even with this advantage, Michael could tell he would not return to his previous peak anytime soon. Natural recovery alone would take an extremely long time. By his own estimation, it would take years. Though, given his lifespan, a few years would pass in what others might consider the blink of an eye, Michael himself had not lived long enough to view time so lightly. To him, a few years was still a significant span. Even so, he understood what was currently most beneficial between spatial treasures and soul-related treasures. Compared to spatial resources, soul treasures were far easier to acquire. Even if Michael had sufficient funds, which he currently did not, access alone would remain a barrier when it came to high-grade spatial materials. But with his connection to Rin, Michael could think of several items or services he could exchange with her to use her channels to obtain the soul treasures he needed to fully heal his soul. He could not do the same for spatial treasures. Without relying on Rin, Michael also had the land of origin as a fallback. Acquiring spatial treasures there would still be a stretch, but he did not believe that, with his current standing, the land of origin would be unable to provide materials capable of healing his soul. Short-term, soul treasures were more important. But long-term, advancing wisdom to a higher level held far greater value. Unless he was willing to wait an uncertain amount of time, prioritization was unavoidable. And Michael had already made his decision. In any case, the reason he wanted to heal his soul was so he could gain more from his rank advancement task and not because it actually hindered him from advancing. So, Michael said calmly. How do we leave this ruin? Rin did not slow her steps. The same way we came in, she replied. Michael glanced sideways at her. By answering questions again. Rin blinked once before letting out a small laugh, the sound light against the otherwise silent ruin. No, she said, a faint smile touching her lips. Not this time. She slowed slightly and gestured ahead. They soon arrived back at the spot where they had first entered the ruin. Rin stepped forward and stopped at the center. Michael remained a short distance behind, watching quietly. Rin knelt and placed her palm against the solid stone floor. Lines of light began to form beneath her hand as she started drawing a familiar magic circle directly onto the ground, her movements precise and practiced. Michael did not interrupt. He simply observed in silence. The circle expanded gradually, intricate layers forming upon one another, symbols interlocking in complex arrangements. Time passed quietly. Then, after a brief interval, the magic circle flared. Light surged upward from the completed formation, space folding inward as if reality itself were being pulled taut. A low hum filled the chamber. At the center of the circle, the air distorted. The distortion deepened, twisting upon itself before tearing open into a vertical rift of shimmering light. A portal emerged. Its interior swirled with layered colors, spatial currents flowing like liquid glass contained within an invisible frame. Rin rose to her feet. All set, she said simply. Michael studied the portal for a moment longer before stepping forward to stand beside her. He did not enter immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted away from the swirling spatial currents and back toward the ruin behind them. After a brief pause, he spoke. So what happens to this place now? Rin glanced at him. The ruin? She asked. Michael nodded slightly. It's been inactive for 2,000 years before we arrived. With us leaving now, does it just remain dormant for another 2,000? Rin followed his gaze back toward the silent depths of the ruin. For a moment, she did not answer. It's hard to say, she said at last. The world works in mysterious ways. She folded her arms lightly as she continued. Who knows? Tomorrow someone else might stumble upon an entry point and find their way inside. Michael listened quietly. He doubted another person would find this place though. There was a reason even in Wisdom State he could not sense anything outside and how this place had been hidden for 2,000 years. This floor in hell was also high. Michael did not believe all the rank 4 supernaturals that had possibly passed this place in the past 2,000 years were incompetent. Rin's eyes swept the surroundings once more before she added. If I had been rank 4 already, and my mastery over spatial authority had deepened further, I wouldn't have left it behind at all. Michael's eyes shifted back to her. What do you mean? She smiled faintly. I mean I would have taken the secret realm away with me. Michael blinked. Taken it? Rin nodded casually, as if she had just spoken about something common. Secret realms like this are anchored spaces, she explained. If your spatial control is strong enough, you can sever that anchor and relocate the realm's core framework. Michael stared at her. That was not something he had known was even possible. You're saying someone could just move a secret realm? He asked. Not someone, Rin corrected lightly. A rank 4 with deep spatial mastery at the very least. She gestured loosely toward the ruin. It wouldn't be simple. You'd need to suppress the realm's internal resistance, stabilize its dimensional shell, and bind it to a new anchor. Her smile widened slightly. But once done, the entire secret realm could be attached to anything. Michael's silence deepened. He thought back to his damaged coffin of the Forgotten and its internal space. Looking at it from another angle, did this not mean it was a secret realm contained within a coffin? Michael had seen many treasures, part of which was his own. But an entire secret realm as a movable asset was an entirely different scale of value. Rin noticed the shift in his expression and chuckled softly. Don't look so surprised, she said. High-rank spatial users are walking strategic assets for a reason. Michael exhaled faintly. I see. He cast one last glance toward the ruin's depths. 2,000 years of silence. And now, once again, abandonment. Whether it would sleep for another era or open again tomorrow was something neither of them could predict. Michael turned back to the portal. Without another word, he stepped forward. Rin followed beside him. Together, they crossed the threshold of swirling light, leaving the ancient secret realm behind as the portal folded inward and vanished from existence once more. The transition was instant. One moment there was only the layered distortion of the portal swallowing their figures. The next, the world reformed around them. Michael and Rin stepped out onto cracked stone ground beneath an open sky. Or what passed for a sky. They had returned to the ruins. But not the same ruin they had just left behind. This one was vast and sunken, half swallowed by swamp water that stretched endlessly in all directions. Broken pillars jutted out from the marsh like the bones of a dead civilization, their surfaces coated in thick moss that glowed faintly violet. Everything was purple. The sky above shimmered in murky shades of amethyst and black. The swamp water below reflected the same hue, bubbling faintly as if alive. Even the mist that hovered low across the marshlands carried a dim lavender tint that distorted distance and depth. The 56th floor of hell. Michael recognized it immediately. Michael had just opened his mouth to speak. He was about to bring up what Rin had mentioned earlier. That she possessed a method to carry them quickly back to the first floor of hell without traversing the intervening layers. But before he could say anything, Rin spoke first. Michael, she said quietly. Her voice had changed. It was no longer casual. He glanced at her. She was not looking at him. Her gaze was fixed somewhere behind him. You should be ready to run. Michael did not ask why. He turned. And then he saw them. Flying insects. Hundreds of them. They hovered in the purple mist, their bodies elongated and segmented, wings thin like blades of glass that vibrated fast enough to produce a constant shrill hum across the swamp. Their compound eyes glowed dim violet, reflecting the same hue as the environment around them. But what made Michael's gaze sharpen was not their number. Every single one of them had locked onto their position the moment they appeared. A ripple moved through the swarm. Then the sound began to rise. A synchronized vibration of wings that stirred the swamp mist violently. They had been detected. Without hesitation, Michael moved. His aura shifted instantly. The Spartan state receded. In its place, spatial currents surged. Wisdom state. His perception expanded sharply. He did not waste time speaking. Nor did he wait for the swarm to attack. He stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Rin's waist, and vanished. His figure blurred from existence. The ground beneath where they had stood shattered from the recoil force of his acceleration. Behind them, the swarm reacted instantly. A violent screech filled the swamp as hundreds of insects lunged forward in pursuit, their wing beats slicing through the mist like blades. But Michael was already gone. He moved across the ruined marshlands at terrifying speed, Rin secured firmly in his grasp as he navigated the hostile terrain without slowing even once. Only the rippling mist marked the path they had taken across the 56th floor of hell. Wind tore past Rin's ears. The world around her had dissolved into streaks of violet and black, the swamp below reduced to blurred smears of color that warped and twisted the longer she tried to focus on them. She could feel the pressure of movement even without looking. Air resistance parted unnaturally around them, spatial currents folding and smoothing their path as Michael cut through the 56th floor like a living distortion. Her body was secured firmly against him, one arm locked around her waist to stabilize her position as he moved. Yet despite that, her heart felt strangely unsteady. Not from fear of the swarm behind them. But from something else entirely. Helplessness. Her fingers curled faintly. This was not the first time she had witnessed Michael's overwhelming displays of power. She had seen the suppression of the breathing metal. She had seen the abyssal flames. She had seen the way an enhancer had turned him into something monstrous for a brief window. But this felt different. Her gaze shifted slightly, studying his profile. This speed. It did not look like something a normal rank 3 should possess. Even peak rank 3 specialists who focused purely on mobility would struggle to reach this level of sustained acceleration. And Michael was not even rank 3 yet. Eventually, Rin spoke. "Michael, stop." Michael came to a controlled halt atop a cracked stretch of ruined stone rising slightly above the swamp waters. The mist rolled slowly around them again. Michael released her waist and stepped back half a pace. "What is it?" he asked calmly. Rin did not answer immediately. Her eyes scanned the distant swamp before she exhaled quietly. "You were going too fast in an unfamiliar environment. If we cross into a rank 4 creature's active territory, we will die. You wouldn't even know what killed you." Silence settled between them for a moment. There was no two ways about it. Even Michael, with his many advantages, did not think he could hold a candle to a rank 4 creature. However, Rin was somewhat mistaken about him. With his perception boosted by being in wisdom state, Michael had been actively scanning his environment the entire time. Even if she had not spoken, he would have stopped eventually. The only reason he had gone that far was because he had been looking for a quiet place, which for some reason seemed to be in very little number here. The realization made Michael even more unwilling to remain in this lair. "You mentioned earlier," Michael stated, "that you had a method to carry us quickly back to the first floor of hell." Her expression relaxed slightly now that they had stopped. "Yes." Michael tilted his head faintly. "What method?" Rin smiled. Instead of answering immediately, she reached into her storage space and retrieved a small object. It was a key. Not an ordinary one. The metal shimmered with a faint glow, its surface layered with intricate runic engravings that pulsed slowly like a heartbeat. The bow of the key was circular, divided into 4 segmented arcs, each one marked with a different sigil. Rin held it up between her fingers. This, she said, is a 3-star extraordinary rank treasure. Michael's eyes lingered on the key for a moment longer. It allows its holder to switch between 4 specific floors in hell. Which floors? He asked. Rin answered without hesitation. The 1st floor. The 15th floor. The 30th floor. And the 45th floor. Michael's gaze sharpened slightly when he heard that. If this treasure only linked those 4 floors, and Rin had reached the 56th floor, then it meant she had crawled the remaining distance manually from the 45th floor downward. Through 11 floors of hell. His eyes flickered briefly toward her before returning to the key. Rin, unaware of his thoughts, continued explaining. It was something my teacher gave me, she said casually. A precautionary mobility treasure for deep-layer expeditions. Michael nodded faintly. How does it work? Rin rotated the key lightly between her fingers. It's not as convenient as it sounds, she admitted. You can only teleport randomly within a chosen linked floor. Michael's brows furrowed slightly. Random? Yes, she said. You select the floor, but not the exact location. She continued before he could ask more. And there's a limit. For uses in total. Michael's gaze flickered again to the segmented arcs on the key's bow. 1 for each segment, he asked. Rin nodded. Once a segment is consumed, it enters recharge. How long? Rin answered plainly. 10 years. 10 years per teleportation charge. Silence lingered briefly after that. A 3-star extraordinary rank treasure. Its recharge time alone made it clear why. Perhaps if the cooldown time was lower or did not exist at all, it would have been an epic grade treasure. Regardless of its rank, it was still an exceptional tool to have. Rin lowered the key slightly. So even though it lets us skip layers, it's not something you waste unless necessary. She glanced at him. I've already used 1 charge to descend earlier during my expedition. Michael absorbed that information quickly. So she had 3 charges remaining. Michael gave a small nod. Understood. Rin lifted the key slightly as its runes continued to glow. If you're ready now, she said, I can take us straight to the 1st floor immediately. She paused briefly before adding. Or, if you still have any business left in hell, I can take you to the closest linked floor instead. We can move upward from there manually. She did not even finish speaking. The 1st floor, Michael said instantly. His answer came so fast it overlapped the end of her sentence. There was not even a second of hesitation. Rin blinked. She had expected him to at least consider his options. After all, expeditions into hell could provide rare opportunities. Many supernaturals tried to maximize their time within its layers before withdrawing. Yet Michael's response had been immediate. Decisive. Almost eager. Rin was slightly taken aback by that eagerness, but only for a moment. She did not question him further. Michael, however, had drifted into his own thoughts. What he had experienced in hell since his arrival started to play like a movie in his head. The Demon Lord incident. The demonic supernaturals. The rank 4 supernaturals who had been after his life, and many more. Even recalling it now, he could feel the faint echo of danger lingering at the edge of his instincts. He wondered if Rin had any knowledge of what had been happening in the early floors of hell. But he did not ask. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to leave hell first. After that, other worries, thoughts, or concerns could come. Also, from what he had seen so far, based on her possession of this key alone, Michael figured Rin had likely used the treasure the moment she entered hell. Jumped directly from the 1st floor to the 45th. Then descended the remaining 11 floors manually. Michael was right. The moment Rin had entered the 1st floor of hell, she had not lingered. After finding a secluded spot, she had activated the key without hesitation. She went down. Straight to the lower floors. In doing so, she missed the entire incident with the Demon Lord. She also avoided other disturbances that Michael was not even aware of. But that did not mean her journey had been easy. If anything, the floors she chose were more dangerous than the higher ones in a different way. The deeper layers were alive with powerful natives. Some floors held demon civilizations. And in some of those floors, there were demon lords of their own. Rin had not walked through those floors freely. To descend past the 45th floor, she had to find scattered entry points leading downward. None of them were easy to locate, and even when she found them, using them was never safe. Sometimes an entry was guarded by monsters that treated the area like a nest. Sometimes it was occupied by demons. Sometimes it was a trap left behind by other explorers, meant to lure outsiders into a kill zone. Rin had risked her life several times just to move one floor deeper. She did have treasures to protect her when things became critical. But those treasures did not reduce the danger she faced. They only gave her a chance to survive it. She was not the first person to enter hell with protection. Plenty of people came equipped far better than her, stronger than her, richer than her. And yet, every year, countless supernaturals died in hell anyway. Some vanished without leaving a trace. Hell did not care how prepared someone was. Rin did not elaborate further on her journey. The segmented arcs along Rin's key circular bow began to glow one after another, runic engravings lighting up like veins carrying energy through the metal. A low hum resonated from the treasure, subtle at first but growing clearer as spatial currents gathered around it. Michael felt the shift immediately. The air around them distorted. Rin extended the key forward. The moment she did, the space several meters ahead split open silently. A portal formed. Unlike the swirling rift they had used earlier, this one was more stable, more refined. Its edges were lined with faint crystalline light, the interior far clearer. Through it, another world could be seen. A frozen landscape. Endless white plains stretched beyond the portal's threshold, broken by jagged ice formations and distant snow-covered ridges. Pale winds swept across the land, carrying frost particles that shimmered like dust beneath a dim, colorless sky. Cold bled through the opening immediately, biting against Michael's skin even from this distance. Rin lowered the key slightly but kept the portal open. "That leads to the first floor," she said. Michael studied the frozen world beyond for a moment longer. Then Rin spoke again. "You should go first." He glanced at her. "If I enter first," she explained, "the portal will close immediately behind me." She lifted the key slightly for emphasis. "The treasure recognizes me as its holder. Once I pass through, it will consider the transit complete and shut the gateway." Michael nodded faintly. That made sense. Rin added another detail. "And there's something else. The portal treats each traveler as an individual entity," she said. "So even if we enter one after the other, we won't appear in the same location. Within the first floor, yes. We'll both land somewhere different. But don't worry, it's absolutely safe." Silence lingered briefly between them. By now, Michael trusted Rin to an extent. She had no reason to deceive him at this point, and everything she had shown so far aligned with her explanations. Michael stepped closer to the portal. Cold air rolled over him more intensely now. He paused at the threshold and gave the frozen world one last measuring look. Then he turned slightly toward her. "Thanks," he said simply. Rin gave a small nod. "We'll meet again at the academy." Michael did not reply verbally. He only dipped his head once in acknowledgement. Then he jumped. His figure crossed the portal's boundary in a single motion, swallowed instantly by the frozen light beyond. The surface of the portal rippled once. But it did not close. Instead, the scene within it shifted. The endless white plains dissolved like mist being wiped from glass. The frozen ridges melted away into streaks of light as spatial layers rearranged themselves. A new landscape began to form within the portal's frame. It was another random location on the first floor. Rin watched the change calmly. Without hesitation, she stepped forward. Her figure passed through the portal. The gateway finally began to contract, crystalline edges folding inward as the rift sealed itself and vanished from the violet swamp entirely. Silence returned to the 56th floor of hell. Michael's vision went white the moment he crossed the threshold. Cold. That was the first thing he felt. Not biting enough to harm him, but sharp enough to make his senses snap fully awake as spatial transit completed its transfer. The distortion around him peeled away layer by layer. Then the world stabilized. Michael landed lightly on solid ground. Ice cracked faintly beneath his boots as his weight settled. For a brief second, he remained still. Then he exhaled. A slow breath left his lungs, turning into pale mist in the freezing air. Finally. Relief. He lifted his gaze and scanned his surroundings. He had appeared in a frozen valley, surrounded by jagged ice formations that rose like broken blades from the ground. Snow winds drifted lazily across the terrain, and in the far distance, glacier ridges layered the horizon like sleeping beasts. The first floor of hell. Michael rolled his shoulders once, letting tension bleed out of his frame. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong after that accidental use of spatial power back on the 15th floor. His eyes narrowed slightly as memory resurfaced. That jump had not been intentional. He had only been trying to escape. At the time, he had been running from two rank 4 superpowers whose interest in him had been abnormal. They had not attacked to harm him, but their interest in him and the pressure they exerted alone had been enough to make his instincts scream. The uncontrolled spatial transit had dragged him far deeper than intended. Straight to the 56th floor. Even now, thinking back on it, he knew how lucky he had been to survive the aftermath of that displacement. If he had appeared in the wrong territory, he would not even have known how he died. Michael still did not know why those two were interested in him. And that uncertainty bothered him more than open hostility would have. To be honest, if he had been forced to pick a side between the two forces he had encountered, Director Arvin would have been the better choice compared to the Federation General. That did not mean he trusted Arvin. Far from it. There was something fundamentally wrong about that man. But the Federation's way of doing things unsettled Michael even more. They had not harmed him in any way he could call severe, but he did not trust them. The General's decision to render him unconscious back then only made it worse. Trust, once shaken, did not rebuild easily. So in truth, Michael trusted neither side. And for now, he intended to keep it that way. The first thing Michael did after settling his thoughts was to reach into his storage space. What he brought out was the map he had obtained from the Federation station on the first floor. His purpose for doing this was simple. He needed to find his way back to the station. Though the station had been destroyed in the battle against the demonic supernatural faction rank 4 powerhouse, it did not mean its portal was unusable. Michael's gaze lingered on the empty space around his wrist for a brief moment. Back then, a navigation bracelet had been issued to him and the other students, functioning as a guiding tool for Federation students who needed to retreat to the Federation stations. The bracelet that had once been there was long gone. Destroyed in battle. He could still remember the moment it shattered during his clash with the rank 4 supernatural from the demonic faction. If it had still existed, he could have simply used it to make his way directly back to the Federation station instead of relying on a map. But that option was no longer available. Michael studied the terrain layout on the first floor map, comparing the surrounding landmarks to determine which matched his current location. It did not take long before his eyes settled on a marked route. That path connected directly to the Federation station. Michael memorized the direction, then returned the map to his storage space. He did not immediately begin moving toward the station. Instead, he remained where he stood, eyes narrowing slightly as caution resurfaced in his thoughts. Preparations. He needed to make some. There was no guarantee the situation ahead would be simple. Michael did not know if the two rank 4 superpowers who had shown abnormal interest in him were waiting at the Federation station. It was possible. If it was Director Arvin waiting, the situation might still be manageable. Michael did not trust the man, but Arvin at least came from the same academy as him, giving them a certain level of connection. Their interactions, while tense or strange, had never crossed into outright hostility. The Federation General, however, was different. Thinking about that man alone caused Michael's expression to darken slightly. Even if he had not inflicted harm that Michael could classify as severe, the act of rendering him unconscious had broken something fundamental. Trust. Michael would rather avoid dealing with that man again. At least not now. So before heading toward the station, he began preparing concealment measures. The first thing he did was cancel his wisdom state. The subtle clarity in his perception dimmed as the state withdrew. In its place, Michael copied the trait of another undead. Fade. Fade was one of his undead. An assassin-type entity. Through his law, Michael could replicate the traits of his contracted undead. The shift occurred immediately. His aura thinned. His presence faded into the surrounding environment like mist dissolving into air. Even his footsteps seemed lighter, quieter, less intrusive. But Michael did not stop there. Concealment of this level against rank 4 existences would likely be ineffective. He raised his hand slightly. 2 faint summoning ripples appeared beside him. Blue. Purple. The 2 butterfly-like undead materialized softly in the air. Without needing instruction, they moved. Each settled gently against one of Michael's ears, taking the appearance of ornamental butterfly earrings. These 2 specialized in illusion. The moment they settled, layered concealment effects activated. Visual presence distortion. Energy signature masking. Environmental blending. Working together with fade suppression trait, the 3 concealment effects overlapped seamlessly. Michael's figure did not disappear. But to external perception, he became forgettable. Difficult to track. Hard to lock onto. Even active scanning would struggle unless performed by someone significantly stronger than him. Michael exhaled slowly. Satisfied. This was enough preparation for now. If those rank 4 superpowers were truly waiting ahead, this would at least give him maneuvering space. And if they were not, then there was no harm in caution. With preparations complete, Michael finally began moving toward the Federation station. It did not take long. Soon, the ruined outline of the settlement appeared within Michael's field of vision. He slowed slightly as he approached, concealment layers still fully active around him. The huge circular walls he had once seen from afar were now broken. Sections of the massive defensive ring had collapsed inward, leaving jagged gaps that exposed the interior of the station completely. Scorch marks stained the stone. Other sections looked as if they had been torn apart by overwhelming force rather than siege weaponry. The buildings within the station had fared no better. Collapsed structures lay scattered across the interior. Some had been reduced to rubble. Others stood partially intact but hollowed out, their interiors blackened by the aftermath of battle. This much still looked familiar to Michael. After all, he had been involved in the battle that took place here. The confrontation between the Federation forces and the demonic supernatural faction had reached its peak within this very settlement. He could still remember the pressure that had filled the air that day. The suffocating presence of the rank 4 powerhouse that had descended near the end of the battle. Back then, the ruins had been fresh. The battlefield had been filled almost exclusively with Federation combatants and demonic supernaturals. But now, the scene before him was different. There were people everywhere. Dozens. Perhaps even hundreds scattered across the ruined settlement. Michael's gaze swept across them calmly. Many looked around his age. Some still wore academy uniform robes, though many had removed or damaged theirs during their expeditions. Even without the robes as identifiers, Michael could tell immediately what they were. Students. Awakener Academy students. The same batch that had entered hell alongside him. First years like him. Michael scanned faces carefully as he walked silently along the edge of the ruined wall. But he saw no one familiar. No academy figures he personally recognized. That was not surprising. Since concealment was active and no one paid attention to him, Michael shifted focus. He began listening to conversations around him. Small groups had formed across the ruined settlement. Students rested, discussed, argued, and exchanged information gathered from their expeditions. If he wanted to understand the current situation in Hell, this was the fastest way. Michael moved quietly along a fractured stone pathway, stopping near a collapsed tower where a group of 5 students were speaking in low tones. One of the students near the collapsed tower rubbed his arms. "Does anyone even know why they called us back?" he asked, voice tight. "I've been here for more than a day now and no one has reached out to tell me what's happening. It doesn't make sense." Another student, taller, with a torn academy robe tied around his waist like a sash, scoffed. "You think they'd recall us for no reason," he said. "The Federation sent soldiers to search for us throughout Hell just to pull us back. That alone tells you something happened." A third student pointed toward the ruined settlement around them, his expression uneasy as his gaze swept the destroyed walls and collapsed buildings. "Look at this place," he said quietly. "Just what kind of battle happened here for the station to end up like this?" The first student frowned. "I heard there was fighting, but this is beyond fighting," he muttered. "This looks like a war zone." "I have an idea," a fourth student said. His voice was low, and the others turned toward him immediately. He looked around once, checking that no Federation soldier was close enough to listen, then continued. "It said the demonic supernaturals sent their people here," he said. "They wanted to take control of the station. If they controlled the station, they could use it however they wished. I heard somewhere that they could use the station gate to unleash monsters into the real world." The group's expressions sharpened. "That's already bad enough," the taller one said. The fourth student swallowed. As supernaturals who had already entered the academies, even those who came from ordinary backgrounds and had little knowledge about the deeper conflicts of the world had begun to understand certain things. A short time in the academy was enough to open their eyes. Lessons were not limited to combat techniques or mana control. History, faction studies, forbidden organizations, and supernatural ethics were all part of their foundational education. It was necessary knowledge for anyone stepping into a battlefield where power, ideology, and survival intertwined. One of the most emphasized topics had always been the demonic supernaturals. It was said that these individuals pursued power without restraint. Not ambition within limits. Not structured growth under law. But absolute power, regardless of consequence. They were known to use methods most supernaturals considered taboo, methods that crossed ethical, spiritual, and even existential boundaries. There were records. Dark ones. Buried deep within restricted archives but still taught in fragments to academy students so they would understand the scale of the threat. During the Dark Age, when mana first descended upon Aurora, their home realm, chaos had ruled the world. Humanity and emerging supernaturals were still trying to understand mana, its laws, and how to coexist with the creatures that appeared alongside it. That period became the breeding ground for demonic factions. Back then, power systems were unstable, cultivation paths incomplete, and regulation almost non-existent. In that chaos, some supernaturals chose shortcuts. Forbidden shortcuts. It was recorded that demonic supernaturals had used sacrificial methods to amplify their power using human lives. At the peak of those dark experiments, sacrificing 100,000 lives in a single ritual was not considered excessive. There were even records of million-life sacrifices used to fuel catastrophic ascension attempts or summon entities from beyond their realm. Those events had scarred Aurora deeply. It was part of the reason demonic supernaturals were hunted relentlessly in modern times. Not simply because they were enemies. But because history had proven what happened when they were left unchecked. That wasn't the worst part, the fourth student added. The most important thing was that a demon lord descended. For a moment, nobody spoke. It was as if the air itself had frozen. Then the first student's eyes widened. "A demon lord," he repeated, almost whispering. The tall student let out a breath that sounded more like disbelief than relief. "That's impossible," he said, but even as he said it, his voice lacked certainty. Another student in the group, one who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up. "I thought demon lords could only appear from the 30th floor downward," he said slowly. "We're on the first floor. How were we even affected?" The question hung in the air. It was logical. The fourth student, the one who had been sharing most of the information, shook his head. "I don't know all the details," he admitted. "Most of what I heard is fragmented. Rumors passed around after we got recalled." He hesitated briefly before continuing. "But there's one part that keeps coming up. Too many people are saying the same thing for it to be completely false." The others leaned closer instinctively. "They said the demon lord didn't appear on the first floor," he said quietly. "It appeared on the 15th floor." The group froze. "The 15th," the first student repeated. The fourth nodded. "Yeah. And from what I heard, if not for intervention from other races stationed in hell, it might have pushed its way upward." A visible chill passed through the group that had nothing to do with the frozen environment of the first floor. "You mean?" The tall student began, then stopped. "Yeah," the fourth said. "It might have reached the first floor itself." Silence followed. The idea alone was enough to make their expressions pale. One of the students rubbed the back of his neck, forcing out a strained laugh. "Well, as long as we're safe now, that's what matters, right?" The words sounded hollow, but no one challenged them. Because relief was still relief, even if it came wrapped in fear. From the shadows nearby, Michael remained silent. But his eyes had sharpened. Because unlike the students, he knew something they did not. He had been there. And the truth of what happened on the 15th floor was far more dangerous than rumors made it sound. Just as Michael was about to continue listening, his attention shifted. A row of soldiers passed through the ruined pathway ahead, moving in an organized line formation. Their armor bore the unmistakable insignia of the Federation. They looked alert. They also did not seem to be patrolling, but searching. Looking for something or someone. Michael was not particularly worried they would notice him. The concealment layered over him was not ordinary magic. Between fade suppression trait and the illusion distortion from blue and purple, even active scans would struggle to lock onto him unless performed by someone far above his level. Still, he remained cautious. After all, these soldiers belonged to the same giant power the Federation General operated under. Just the thought of that man made Michael's gaze harden slightly. It was only after he left Hell that Michael felt he would be comfortable speaking freely with Federation personnel again, and even then, only under specific conditions. Michael watched silently as the soldiers moved past his concealed position. Even the strongest among them, who was approaching the late stages of rank 3, did not notice anything. Seeing them pass without incident, Michael was just about to relax his vigilance slightly when the conversation of the group he had been listening to shifted again. "Haven't they found what they're looking for yet?" one of the students asked quietly, glancing toward the direction the soldiers had gone. Another student shook his head. "If they had, they wouldn't still be searching like this," he said. "They've been sweeping the ruins all day." "What exactly are they even looking for?" a third asked, unease creeping into his voice. One of the students lowered his voice before answering. "I heard they're looking for a student," he said. That immediately drew reactions. "A student?" another repeated in disbelief. "What student could be worth all this? They've even locked down the exit portals. We were supposed to move out hours ago." That made the first student frown. "Wait. We were?" "Yeah," the tall student replied. He clicked his tongue in irritation. But then suddenly no one was allowed to leave anymore. The evacuation got paused without explanation. A certain suspicion surfaced in Michael's mind as he listened. But he did not jump to conclusions. He remained silent, his expression unreadable as he continued to listen. What kind of student would cause this level of lockdown? The first one asked again. Unless there's someone important, this is excessive. The fourth student hesitated. He looked around once more, confirming no soldiers were close enough to overhear. Then he spoke in a lower tone than before. I heard the name once. I'm sure you all know this person. In fact, there's a chance you had seen them once, though it might not have been a pleasant encounter and may have ended in an exchange of hands, he said. The others leaned in immediately. Well? Who is it? The tall one urged. The fourth student swallowed slightly before answering. They're looking for someone called Michael Norman. From the shadows, Michael's pupils contracted slightly. Wait. They were looking for him. A few hours ago. From the position Michael vanished from, silence fell for a fraction of a second. Then both men stopped moving. Selim halted mid-pursuit, eyes locked on the space where Michael had just been. Arvin slowed as well, his outstretched hand still hanging in the air where Michael's shoulder had been an instant earlier. The distance between them closed naturally as both came to a stop within the fractured sky of the 15th floor. Neither spoke immediately. Selim's expression was the first to change with shock. He disappeared. He muttered. His senses exploded outward instinctively, pressure waves spreading across kilometers in every direction. But he found nothing. Nothing. Michael was simply gone. That was spatial movement, Selim said, voice tightening. Disbelief crept in despite himself. He comprehended his law only a few days ago, and he can already use spatial magic. His gaze darkened as anger followed shock. Meanwhile, in front of him, Arvin looked very different. Unlike Selim, he was not shocked. He looked enlightened. His eyes remained fixed on the location where Michael had vanished, but instead of frustration, there was clarity behind his gaze. So that's it, Arvin murmured softly. I was wondering how he maintained that level of velocity earlier, Arvin said. I did not know he had already awakened a law. One should know that only creatures who had a law seed could use the void to teleport. However, Arvin could not help but wonder if Michael's law was related to speed or had a strong amplification effect on his velocity. From the position Michael vanished from, silence hung for a breath. Then Arvin and Selim turned to look at each other. One wore a faint smile. The other was frowning, jaw tight, irritation leaking out of him in waves. Arvin's hand slid back into his pocket. He tilted his head slightly, eyes bright with that calm, maddening curiosity of his. Then, as if the situation was not serious at all, Arvin gave a light, almost silly-sounding sound. Oops. Selim's gaze sharpened. He did not respond. He did not even acknowledge it. He simply looked away as if Arvin had not spoken at all, then adjusted his posture, gathering himself back into control. I have urgent matters to attend to, Selim said, voice cold. He did not bother asking permission. He did not offer explanation. He excused himself in the only way someone of his status ever did, by deciding he was done with the conversation. The pressure around him surged, compressing the air beneath his feet. Then he shot forward like a storm released, cutting across the sky of the 15th floor, senses stretched wide as he began searching. Arvin watched him go for a second. The smile remained. But it thinned slightly. Because for all his amusement, Arvin understood something clearly. If Selim found Michael first, the outcome would not be in his favor. Arvin was not willing to let that happen. After all, the other party was from the Federation, an organization that had always antagonized the academies. Also, if before he did not particularly care about Michael, now he did. Michael had become interesting. Arvin sighed softly, as if mildly inconvenienced, and then moved as well. Neither of them, not Selim and not Arvin, believed Michael had left the 15th floor. Michael had just awakened his law seed. He should not have the refinement to shift space to such an absurd degree. So the conclusion both men reached was simple. Michael had just moved beyond their immediate sensing range. Either way, he was still on the 15th floor. Somewhere. Selim's anger kept building as he searched. He expanded his perception again and again. Where's this brat? And as both rank 4 superpowers searched the 15th floor with different methods and different intentions, neither realized the truth. Michael was truly no longer within their hunting ground at all. Back at the Federation station, Michael's pupils contracted slightly. They were looking for him. For a breath, he remained still, hidden in plain sight. Even if someone glanced his way, their attention slid off him. But inside Michael's mind, thoughts began moving quickly. Why would Federation soldiers in hell be searching for him? A first-year student. It made no sense. Then an image rose uninvited. An old-looking man with a cold gaze. Selim. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. It had to be him. Director Arvin was dangerous in his own way, but Arvin did not feel like the kind of person who could casually mobilize Federation soldiers. Even if Arvin had influence, the Federation was not the Academy. It was a giant that moved by hierarchy and command. Selim fit that structure. Looking at how he also did not seem to mind knocking a junior unconscious, Selim was the kind of man who would probably not mind using soldiers to corner a student. Michael's jaw tightened faintly. Of course, it was also possible this was not only Selim's decision. It could be the wish of 2 rank 4 superpowers. Michael slowly exhaled. The conversation in front of him continued, but he paid no more mind to it now. Michael's gaze flicked toward the direction the soldiers had gone. Their formation was tight. Michael did not like repeating experiences. Right now, all this only strengthened the one conclusion Michael had already reached the moment he arrived back on the first floor. He needed to leave hell as soon as possible. If Selim was truly involved, then time was not on Michael's side. He needed to leave hell. Before Selim's hand reached him again. Just what do they want from me? Michael could not help but have the thought again when a more terrifying one came. Is it because of my secrets? Did I expose myself? At this point Michael started to look a bit uneasy. If he knew all this was because one party saw him as a holy child and wanted control over him, and another was simply trying to be annoying to that same party, his expression would surely have been colorful. Somewhere deeper within the ruined Federation station, beyond the scattered student groups and broken defensive rings, a temporary command post had been established inside what used to be the station's administrative hall. The structure itself had partially collapsed, one side of the roof caved in, allowing the blue sky of hell to loom overhead. Yet the interior had been cleared enough for operation. A group of Federation soldiers approached from the outer corridors, their boots crunching over fractured stone and debris as they entered. They stopped before a man standing beside a tactical projection array. He wore heavier armor than the rest, the insignia on his shoulder marked with command authority. His presence was steady, disciplined, and far more oppressive than the soldiers under him. One of the reporting soldiers stepped forward and saluted. "Sir." The superior did not turn immediately. His eyes remained on the floating terrain projection of the first-floor ruins, multiple scanning markers blinking across it. "Report," he said calmly. The soldier straightened slightly. "We've completed another sweep across the outer sector," he said. "No sign of the target." The superior finally looked at him. "And the inner settlement?" "Already searched twice, sir." "Nothing." A brief silence followed. The superior gave a small nod. "Understood." He did not look surprised. "Any other problems?" he asked. The reporting soldier hesitated slightly before answering. "Yes, sir." The superior's gaze sharpened a fraction. "Speak." "It's the academies on the other side," the soldier said. "They've begun pressing again. They're demanding the portals be reopened immediately so their students can return." The superior's expression did not change, but the air around him cooled slightly. "They're calling this an unnecessary detainment," the soldier continued. "Some of the academy representatives are saying we're overstepping jurisdiction by locking down evacuation." Another soldier beside him added. "They're also asking why the search is focused on a single student when there were casualties and injuries that should take priority." The superior turned fully now, folding his arms behind his back. "Sir." "Nothing," he said, dismissing the concern with a small motion of his hand. He looked back at the projection array, gaze resting on the portal zone at the center of the ruined station. "The academies are free to apply pressure," he said calmly. "But until we receive direct clearance from General Selim, the portals remain closed." "Yes, sir." "And if they escalate complaints?" "We defer them to Federation High Command," the superior replied without hesitation. "This operation is under military jurisdiction until concluded." The soldiers saluted again. "Understood, sir." They turned and left to continue the search. The superior remained where he was, eyes lingering on the blinking search markers across the ruined station. "A student worth locking down hell for," he muttered under his breath. Then his gaze drifted faintly upward, as though imagining something beyond the battlefield. "Just what exactly are you, Michael Norman?" However, only a few minutes passed before the same group of soldiers returned again. "Sir," one of them called out sharply. The superior turned this time, already sensing the shift in their tone. "What happened?" he asked. The reporting soldier saluted quickly before speaking. "We've been ordered to open access to the portal, sir." The superior's eyes narrowed slightly. "Ordered," he repeated. "By who?" The reporting soldier straightened instinctively under the weight of the question. "I'm not entirely sure, sir," he admitted. "But word is that some figures on the outside have intervened. Our higher command can no longer proceed as they wish." A brief silence settled in the command hall. The superior did not respond immediately. His gaze shifted back to the floating projection array. After a second, he exhaled quietly. "I see." His tone carried neither frustration nor relief. Only acceptance. "Then we will do as instructed," he said calmly. "Prepare the portal teams and begin reopening access." "Yes, sir." He paused, then added. "In any case, we have not even gotten a hint of the youth's existence." The soldiers remained silent as he continued. "We've swept the whole floor multiple times. If he was here, we would have seen something by now. So this is probably for the best." Another pause followed before his voice lowered just a fraction. "Still, keep your eyes open." The soldiers straightened. "Sir. If the portals reopen and the academies retrieve their students, we do not want blame shifting onto us for negligence or failure of containment." Understanding dawned immediately on their faces. "You mean?" "Yes," the superior said. "Maintain passive observation. Discreet surveillance only." He looked at them one by one. "If the youth appears, report immediately." "Yes, sir." The soldiers saluted sharply. As they turned to leave once more, the superior's gaze drifted back to the projection array. Back within the ruined Federation station, Michael remained where he was, concealed among the fractured structures and scattered student groups. But inside, his thoughts were becoming increasingly restless. Should he still remain here? The question surfaced more than once. Michael had confidence in his concealment. Fade suppression trait, layered with blue and purple's illusion distortion, created a concealment state far beyond ordinary stealth. But confidence did not equal certainty. What if the Federation General decided to come down personally? What if Selim shifted focus to the first floor? Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at the thought. He did not believe he could deceive the senses of a rank 4 superpower so easily. If Selim stood within range and searched seriously, Michael did not think concealment alone would save him. His gaze drifted subtly across the ruined station. Students were scattered everywhere. Federation soldiers too. The longer he remained, the higher the risk. Perhaps it was better to leave now before variables increased. Michael was just about to withdraw quietly from the settlement's edge when movement rippled across the station. Soon, several groups started new conversations. Michael's gaze sharpened. The portal. It's reopening. We can leave. Federation soldiers began repositioning. A loud announcement soon followed, amplified across the ruined station through mana projection arrays. All Academy students prepare for phased evacuation. Portal access has been restored. Maintain order and proceed according to assigned sequence. Relief erupted across the settlement. Some students visibly sagged where they stood. Others immediately began gathering their belongings. A few even laughed out loud. Michael watched silently. The tension in his chest eased slightly. If evacuation had resumed, then the lockdown around him would loosen naturally. Which meant one thing. This was his best chance to leave hell without interference. Michael exhaled slowly. Good. Remaining here any longer had only increased risk. Michael shifted subtly within concealment, already aligning his movement path toward the evacuation flow. As he drifted toward the portal zone, people reacted to his presence in small, subconscious ways. A student stepped aside without realizing why. A pair of boys shifted their conversation and created space. Someone looked toward him, paused, and then looked away like their mind refused to hold on to what their eyes had just registered. Michael felt it clearly. They acknowledged him, but their acknowledgement never completed itself. It was as if their instincts accepted that something was there, so their bodies responded, yet their thoughts slid past it as if it did not matter. Even a few Federation soldiers turned their heads in his direction. Their gazes passed over him. One of them narrowed his eyes for half a second, then blinked and looked elsewhere, frowning like he had forgotten something he should not have. Michael's expression remained calm, but inside, he was filled with excitement. One should not forget that it had barely been a day since Michael woke up from his unconsciousness. There were so many new things he was still learning about his law, and seeing himself being able to do things like this raised his expectations. The evacuation flow thickened as more students gathered. Groups formed, then broke apart again as officers directed them into rough lines. And the portal zone itself came into view. Michael slowed slightly. The building that once housed the portal was gone. Now it was open to the sky. The administrative hall that used to surround the portal had been destroyed in the battle. Only broken pillars remained, jagged edges of collapsed roofing, and half-melted foundation stone. The portal platform sat exposed in the center like a heart ripped out of a body and placed on bare ground. Above the platform, a circular gate shimmered. Light folded at its edges as air bent toward it. The surrounding ruins looked slightly distorted. Michael watched the procedure unfold. The evacuation itself was not chaotic. A group of students stepped forward first, each one passing through the portal one after the other. When they touched the boundary, their bodies blurred for an instant, then vanished. Then another group was waved forward. More vanished. Michael watched closely. He did not see anyone inspected deeply. There were no obvious identity checks at the gate itself, not the kind that would slow evacuation. The Federation soldiers were focused on maintaining order and keeping the portal stable, not interrogating every student. Michael moved closer with the crowd. Students near him continued to react in that strange half-awareness. A girl stepped slightly away from him, then frowned like she did not know why she had done it. A boy glanced at him, lips parting as if to speak, then froze and looked away as if his mind had blanked. Michael kept his breathing even. He let the flow carry him. Slowly, the portal grew closer. A Federation soldier near the gate raised his hand. Next group. Students moved. Michael moved with them. And as he reached the edge of the portal's light, he did not stop. His foot crossed the boundary. Space folded. For a fraction of a second, Michael felt weightless. Then the world turned inside out, and he disappeared with the rest. Back in hell, a group of soldiers looked confused. "Did someone just step into the portal now?" one soldier asked. Another replied in uncertainty, "I think so." A third shook his head. "I don't think so." The situation felt a bit eerie to the soldiers. Michael reappeared in a familiar chamber. His boots hit solid ground with a muted thud, and the faint hum of the gate lingered behind him like a ringing in the bones. He was back. He was back in Aurora. Federation soldiers were everywhere around Michael and the students. They wore sci-fi looking armor, plated and angular, with faint light lines running across the seams. Currently, they were guiding the flow of students with cold efficiency. "Move forward. Keep the lane clear." Michael stood among them for a breath as he sighed in relief. A slow, quiet exhale that he did not even try to suppress. He had left hell. For the first time in what felt like far too long, his shoulders loosened. Then his instincts caught up. Michael immediately deactivated his concealment. Michael felt it was better if he was not concealed here. Not in this place. He remembered the last time he had stood in this chamber, when he had come to enter hell. Back then, he had sensed the presence of strong people in this military post. If any of them noticed him walking around under concealment now, he would need to explain himself. And Michael had no interest in giving explanations to the Federation. He let out another quiet breath, then moved with the flow. His goal was simple. Leave this place. So Michael lowered his head slightly, adopted the same tired posture every other student wore, and walked forward. A soldier glanced at him. Just a quick scan. Then the soldier looked away and motioned him on. Next. Michael kept moving. The chamber soon opened to the outside world. Around him were several students from different academies with their instructors. Michael, knowing what he needed to do, looked forward to where people from his academy were gathered. He wondered if Instructor Sarah was still here. Seeing a familiar face would not be so bad. However, just when Michael was feeling relieved, a heavy suffocating presence descended on the whole military post. And a voice echoed. It was a familiar one. "Michael Norman, step forward." Selim's impression of Michael was quite peculiar. Aside from his strength, which left the greatest mark on him, Selim saw the seemingly innocent-looking youth as a very witty individual. Witty, not in the sense of being sly, cunning, or scheming, but in the sense that he was remarkably slippery. Slippery did not make Michael a bad person. Far from it. But it did show that Michael was not simple. He was not someone who could be read at a glance or cornered easily. One could see this clearly from how Michael had survived not just one near-death experience in hell, but multiple. Each time he was pushed to the brink, left with barely a sliver of life, yet he always managed to escape. Not only escape, but somehow twist the situation to his own advantage. Selim had personally experienced this himself. He, together with Arvin, another rank 4 superpower who was even stronger than him under normal circumstances, had pursued a mere rank 2 youth. And yet, not only had Michael escaped their encirclement, he had vanished from their perception entirely afterward. That point alone left a deep impression. After losing him and failing to find any trace of Michael on the 15th floor, Selim already knew there was a high chance the youth had moved to another floor through one of the gateways scattered across hell. However, he also had a fairly solid guess about what Michael might do next. He was certain there was no way Michael would allow him to get close again, especially after the incident where he had knocked the boy unconscious. And since Michael did not strike him as stupid, Selim believed there were only 2 logical paths the youth would take. One was to hide somewhere within hell for a period of time, waiting until the situation cooled before attempting to leave. The other was to leave immediately. Either way, both options revolved around the same conclusion. Leaving. However, based on Michael's past actions, the old man did not believe it would be easy to capture him even if one anticipated his departure. Michael did not seem like the type to walk into a net simply because others expected him to flee. And he was right. Before the command to reopen portal access had even been issued, the soldiers stationed in Hell had already reported that they could not find a single trace of Michael anywhere on the floor. Yet somehow, despite that, that same youth had passed through the portal during evacuation. Selim was not surprised in the slightest. Selim felt a faint headache coming on as he processed the entire situation. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to, ignoring a youth like Michael was not something he could do. Because Michael was not just a talented youth. He was a future god seed. In great realms, or realms on the level Aurora stood upon, the definition of a holy child was very strict. It was not a title given lightly. The only existences acknowledged as holy children were those who possessed the potential to become gods. At the very least, they had to possess the unmistakable destiny of stepping into the demigod realm. The same realm Selim himself was pursuing. But if he was being honest with himself, he did not truly see himself entering it. That realization did not come with bitterness. Only clarity born from experience. He knew his ceiling. Which was precisely why individuals like Michael could not be ignored. In Aurora, there was currently only one acknowledged holy child. If Michael was added to that count, it would make two. Two holy children existing within the same realm was already rare on a universal scale. But if one considered their individual potentials, Selim could not help but admit something uncomfortable. It might still be counted as one holy child. And Michael looked like he held the greater edge. Of course, the other party had their own advantage. Their power was concentrated entirely within themselves. Michael, on the other hand, was a necromancer. Though calling him a conventional necromancer did not feel accurate either. He was odd. In any case, regardless of comparative evaluation, one conclusion remained unchanged. He could not leave Michael alone. Not only from his personal standpoint, but from the Federation's standpoint as well. Aurora was a massive realm. But the number of gods it possessed was pitifully small relative to its size. Every potential god seed was a strategic pillar. And when such individuals appeared, power blocks inevitably formed around them. If someone like Michael was allowed to grow freely under the academies, an organization that fundamentally opposed Federation governance, the future balance of Aurora would tilt. The Federation would never feel at ease allowing that. If Michael were an ordinary talented student, it would not matter. The Federation had many such individuals. It did not lack awakeners either. But just like the Awakener Academy's ideology when it came to their entrance examinations, having one uniquely special individual was better than having 100 merely special individuals. In the supernatural universe, numbers only mattered to a certain point. If they couldn't have Michael or control him to benefit from him, then the best possible action is to limit his growth. As for why the academies were against the Federation, the answer again was layered. For one, it was not all academies. Only the Awakener Academies stood in quiet opposition. The Cultivation Academies were a different matter entirely. Those institutions were, in many ways, extensions of Federation authority. They were funded, regulated, and overseen directly by Federation governance. Their teaching systems, resource allocation, and advancement pipelines all ultimately fed into the Federation's military structure. That was how the Federation produced its warriors. The Awakener Academies operated under a fundamentally different philosophy. Their power system was difficult to standardize. Because of this, the academies that trained them valued autonomy far more than centralized control. They did not like the Federation dictating how Awakeners should be used. And more importantly, after forming unified institutions, they did not like the idea of their strongest talents being absorbed into Federation command chains after graduation. Especially since it was never the Federation that created them. They only answered to the Federation and registered under it for convenience and respect toward the governing body of the realm. This ideological divide created tension that had existed for centuries. But the academies were not alone. Other entities also stood within that loose opposition. Supernatural houses, for example. This could not be helped. Because whenever power gathered, hierarchy inevitably followed. And no powerful entity liked being beneath another if they had the strength to stand equal instead. The Federation, as a whole, possessed the largest concentrated number of high-rank superpowers in Aurora. That fact was undisputed. But power did not exist in isolation. Scattered across Aurora were numerous independent power blocks. Each smaller than the Federation individually, but collectively they were far from negligible. If all those parties were ever forced into alignment, even the Federation would need to tread carefully. Michael's steps halted the instant his name rang across the military post. His pupils contracted slightly as he turned his head upward. High above the military compound, where the sky stretched clear and vast beyond the layered defensive arrays, a figure stood suspended in the air. Selim. He was simply there, looking down. Looking directly at him. That gaze locked onto Michael with absolute certainty, as if distance meant nothing at all. Michael's instincts screamed. Without hesitation, his state shifted. Wisdom transformation surged through him instantly. Michael was just about to move. Then he realized he could not. His body did not respond. He was completely immobile. Every muscle fiber remained locked in place as if being forcibly held down by some invisible hands. Michael's eyes sharpened as he thought of his next move. Teleportation. His mind reached for the void through Wisdom's long-distance teleportation skill. However, he reached and felt nothing. Michael pushed harder, trying to force the skill to activate through sheer will. Still nothing. Only then did he notice the truth. The environment around him had been locked down completely. This was the might of a rank 4 being at fully realized strength. Michael's gaze flickered sideways. Only then did he realize he was not the only one frozen. Students stood mid-step. A soldier remained half-turned. A piece of cloth caught in the air from someone's movement remained suspended unnaturally. No one moved. No one spoke. The entire military post had fallen into absolute stillness. Soon, another presence appeared. Then an old man stepped into view in midair. He wore a Federation military uniform, neat and heavy with rank markings. His hair was white, cut short. His posture was straight. His eyes were sharp. And the moment he arrived, his voice carried across the immobilized compound. "What do you want, old man?" The words were blunt. They carried irritation, but also familiarity. Then, like a chain snapping all at once, everyone below regained control of their bodies, and the military post released the same collective reaction in silence. No one could hide the relief that flashed through their eyes. Everyone except Michael. Michael did not relax. He already understood who Selim was here for. Him. And he did not even know why yet. And since the newcomer was also Federation, Michael did not believe the two would end up on a bad note because of him. His suspicion proved right almost immediately. Selim's gaze shifted slightly, then focused on the old man in uniform. He did not raise his voice, but space itself seemed to carry something between them. After a brief exchange, the old man's expression changed. Without wasting time, he turned his gaze downward. His eyes locked onto Michael with eerie precision. "Michael Norman, step forward." The sentence landed like a weight. Michael's heartbeat spiked. He was just about to speak, but the moment he tried, he realized something was wrong. He could not speak. Michael's instinct screamed again. Move. Run. Teleport. Anything. But before his body could follow the command, the ground beneath his boots stopped feeling like ground. Michael's feet began to lift. The crowd below parted without meaning to. People leaned back instinctively. A few students stared, eyes wide, their confusion written plainly on their faces as they wondered what this particular student had done. Others immediately recognized Michael, the spirit of gossip already flickering in their eyes. Michael's body continued rising when he heard another familiar voice. He immediately recognized who it was, and though she was far weaker than the two in the sky, she provided far more reassurance to Michael. It was Instructor Sarah. Michael had somewhat of a history with her, as she was the one who supervised his ranking battle with Rin and also the one the Academy had sent to escort the students to one of Hell's Gates, their current location. "Can I ask why a student of my academy is being taken away, sirs?" she asked. Sarah's voice was steady when it left her lips. But only she knew how tightly her nerves were wound beneath that calm exterior. Standing before her were two rank 4 superpowers. And she was only rank 3. The gap between them was not just numerical. Sarah knew this better than anyone. Her instincts were screaming at her to remain silent and step back. To let the Federation handle whatever business they had with the youth. But she did not move. Her confident facade held. This was an academy matter, and Michael was not just any student. He was the first-ranked newcomer of his year. A position that had not been achieved lightly. Even more telling was who stood second. Rin. The personal disciple of the assistant dean herself. A rank 5 awakener whose existence bordered on the threshold of godhood. For Michael to surpass her, even by evaluation metrics alone, spoke volumes about his potential. If she allowed the Federation to take him without even asking for an explanation, then she would be failing her duty as an instructor. Failing the academy that had entrusted these students to her supervision. Failing Michael himself. Her heartbeat thudded heavily against her ribs, but her expression did not change. She met the gaze of the old man in uniform directly. Respectfully. But without lowering her head. "Can I ask why a student of my academy is being taken away, sirs?" Selim's eyes shifted slowly. They settled on Sarah. For a brief moment, he did not speak. He simply looked at her. Then his voice descended. "Who are you?" At the same time, something unseen tightened. It did not spread across the field like before but compressed into a thin, invisible line that pressed directly onto Sarah alone. No one else felt it. Not the soldiers. Not the students. Not even the rank 3 instructors scattered around the perimeter. Only Sarah. To her, it felt as if the air around her shoulders had thickened into something viscous. Her breathing became subtly heavier. Her heart rate spiked as her instincts screamed louder than before. Is this a warning, she thought. Yet even as anxiety crept along her spine, it only confirmed what she already believed. Something was wrong. Very wrong. She straightened slightly despite the pressure. "I am Instructor Sarah," she said, her voice steady even as her pulse hammered. "Michael Norman is a student under my academy's supervision. As his instructor, I have the right to know his status and the reason for his detainment." Her words were respectful but firm. It only made Selim's temple twitch faintly. A headache crept in again. He had almost forgotten. The reason the academies were even here in the first place. The expedition. Students had entered Hell as part of supervised exploration and training. That naturally meant academy instructors had accompanied them. And that also explained something else. Why Arvin had appeared when he did. Why he had been close enough to intervene earlier. At the time, Selim had not dwelled on it deeply. But now, in hindsight, the alignment of events was becoming inconvenient. His gaze shifted slightly past Sarah. He could already feel it. Other gazes. Not interfering yet, but very much paying attention. Normally, Selim would not bother entertaining such thoughts if they involved individuals weaker than him in power or status. But the current situation was different. Because the youth in question was not ordinary. Every move taken around Michael now had future implications. Implications that could spiral far beyond Selim himself. Even this current act, taking Michael away, was not something he did lightly. In truth, there was reluctance beneath his cold exterior. He understood the optics. To the academies, this could be interpreted as the Federation abducting one of their brightest talents. To the scattered power blocks observing quietly from afar, it could be seen as suppression. And to certain higher-ups within the Federation, he already knew how it would play out. He would be the one acting as the heavy hand. The one creating friction. While another figure above him would step in later as the mediator. The good cop. Reaping cooperation and gratitude, all while he carried the burden of being remembered as the aggressor. Selim exhaled slowly through his nose. His gaze returned to Sarah. The pressure on her shoulders increased by a fraction, enough to remind her of the gulf between rank 3 and rank 4. And yet, she still did not bow or retreat. That alone earned the faintest flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes. Troublesome, he thought. Unfortunately, she was also not insignificant enough to silence without consequence. His gaze then shifted back toward Michael, who still hung suspended in the air. The situation had grown more complicated than he preferred. But the outcome had not changed. Michael would still come with him. One way or another. And it had to happen before that crazy man came out too. Selim's gaze lingered on Sarah for another moment before it softened slightly. When he spoke again, his tone had lost a portion of its earlier edge. Because of several reasons, I cannot disclose the specifics of the situation, he said calmly. However, the Academy need not worry. His eyes flicked briefly toward Michael's suspended figure before returning to Sarah. The student is safe. Nothing will happen to him. I only require him for clarification on certain matters. He will be returned shortly. Sarah listened carefully. But as she stood there, something began to nag at her instincts. A detail that did not sit right. Her gaze shifted upward again. To Michael. Only then did she realize it. Michael had not said a single word. Not when his name was called. Not when she intervened. Not even now. That alone made her pulse tighten. She had seen Michael in combat and had spoken with him before. She had seen the composure he maintained even under lethal pressure. Silence like this did not match his personality. Unfortunately, from her angle, she could not see his expression clearly. But her instincts screamed that something was wrong. Thinking quickly, she spoke again. Then I would like to speak with my student first. Her tone remained respectful, but more direct now. If he is to be taken, I believe it is reasonable for me to confirm his condition personally. For a brief second, it looked like Selim might respond. But another voice cut in first. The old man in Federation military uniform stepped forward slightly in midair, his presence sharp and authoritative. No. The single word landed heavily. His gaze rested on Sarah, colder than Selim's had been. You will not interrupt official Federation business. There was no softness in his tone. This matter has been classified under military jurisdiction, he continued. Your Academy's supervisory authority does not extend into Federation investigative operations. Sarah's jaw tightened faintly. She did not lower her head. But the refusal had been absolute. Behind her, a few other Academy instructors had begun stepping closer, drawn by the escalating tension. The atmosphere across the military post had shifted subtly again. Students sensed it. Soldiers sensed it. Even those too weak to understand the deeper political layers could feel that something serious was unfolding above them. Meanwhile, Michael's body continued to rise slowly through the air, helplessly drawn upward by an invisible force he could neither resist nor sever. It was then a voice echoed around the entire surroundings. Who dares to hurt my disciple? Among the gathered students on the ground, standing not far behind Sarah, one figure drew attention without even trying. It was a female student in weird-looking armor. Above her, hovering several feet in the air, was the projection of a woman. White hair. Long and flowing as if caught in a wind no one else could feel. Her features were sharp, elegant, and impossibly composed. Her eyes were closed, but even in stillness, the projection radiated an authority that pressed subtly against the senses of those nearby. It did not seem like a simple hologram. The female student standing beneath it was none other than Rin. She had been silent since the confrontation began. Her gaze had remained fixed on Michael's rising figure the entire time. Rin did not dare claim she knew Michael inside out, but she knew enough to understand that he did not deserve to be treated like a hostage. After she and Michael were separated on the first layer of hell, she had withdrawn shortly afterward. Just like him, she headed straight for the Federation Center. There was nothing else she wished to do in hell after accomplishing her objective. However, what she encountered upon arrival far exceeded her expectations. She had expected a standing station. Order. Personnel. Structure. Instead, she found ruins. Collapsed fortifications. Fractured defensive arrays. Residual demonic aura still clinging to the surroundings like a lingering scar. It was there she first learned about the Demon Lord incident. After hearing the full account, the first person that came to her mind was Michael. She wondered if he had known about it. If he had been involved. If he had even survived it. Rin searched through the station's remains afterward, combing through every accessible section. But she found no trace of him. No presence. No energy signature. Nothing. At the time, she concluded that Michael had not reached the station yet and was likely still somewhere within hell. She had not expected that they would return to Aurora at the same time. Nor had she expected to see him in this kind of situation. Even though she did not understand the full circumstances unfolding above, she knew something was terribly wrong. And when the Federation officer refused Sarah so bluntly, something in the air around Rin shifted, almost imperceptibly. A decision formed. As the favored granddaughter of a rank 4 superpower from a long-standing cultivation family, and the direct disciple of a rank 5 awakener who had already begun brushing against divinity, the means at Rin's disposal were far from ordinary. Even without the enhancer Michael had given her, which she had originally wanted as additional assurance for her hell expedition, she still possessed safeguards of equal, if not greater, value. One was the spirit projections in her body. One belonged to her grandmother. The other belonged to her teacher. Spirit projections. Even among high-rank superpowers they were considered extremely precious trump cards. Because creating one was not simple. It was not a matter of recording a message or leaving behind a spell imprint. A true spirit projection required the creator to sever a fragment of their own consciousness. Literally. A sliver of their will, perception, and power had to be carved away from their main soul and sealed into a prepared vessel or anchor. Only then could it be summoned remotely. If the projection was destroyed, the original owner would suffer direct backlash, though if done well it only resulted in temporary weakness throughout the whole process, right from the creation. Yet despite the risks, many powerful figures still chose to create them. The reasons varied. Some did so to protect their disciples. Others to watch over descendants. Some left projections behind in forbidden zones, ancient ruins, or secret territories to guard inheritances. And in certain cases, projections existed purely as deterrents. In Rin's case, she possessed two. One belonging to her grandmother. The other belonging to her teacher. Both were extraordinary existences in their own right. But when the situation escalated above the military compound, Rin made her choice without hesitation. She called upon her teacher's projection. The reason was simple. Her teacher was stronger. More importantly, she was directly tied to the current matter. As the assistant dean of the Awakener Academy, any attempt by the Federation to forcibly detain one of the Academy's top-ranked students fell squarely within her jurisdiction. Her authority was relevant here. Her grandmother, though powerful, even if her projection appeared, it would carry less institutional weight in this specific confrontation. And beyond that, there was a harsher truth. A projection, no matter how refined, could never fully match the combat capability of the original body. If conflict truly erupted, her grandmother's projection would not be able to decisively suppress a rank 4 Federation powerhouse like Selim. Her teacher's projection, however, was different. If there was any projection present capable of altering the balance of the situation, it would be hers. And so Rin chose accordingly. The instant the projection manifested fully, the surrounding air rippled faintly as if reality itself needed a moment to adjust to her presence. The white-haired woman's closed eyes slowly opened. They were calm, clear, but also laced with the faintest trace of confusion. Her gaze swept the surroundings once, then her eyes lowered first. They landed on Rin. Rin. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable weight. Even as a projection, the authority embedded within it pressed subtly against the senses of those nearby. What danger have you encountered? Her brows knit slightly. And why have I been summoned? It was then her gaze shifted sideways. She noticed Sarah standing a short distance away. Recognition flickered immediately. Sarah. Her tone changed faintly. What are you doing here? Only then did her perception expand further outward. She began noticing the rest. Students. Not just from one academy, but several. Instructors scattered around the perimeter. Federation soldiers present in organized formation. Her eyes lifted slightly higher. She took in the military compound. The defensive arrays. Then realization dawned. I see. Her gaze lowered again to Rin. Is it already time for the expedition withdrawal, seeing how some of you looked battered? Rin gave a small nod. Yes, teacher. Her voice was steady, though the tension beneath it was clear. We've already completed our objectives. The students were preparing to leave Hell. The projection absorbed this calmly. The projection absorbed this calmly. Her gaze drifted once more across the gathered students, pausing briefly on their battered states. Then her eyes lowered back to Rin. What is the issue? Her tone was no longer gentle. It had shifted into something firmer, more direct. The voice of an authority figure now fully present. Rin did not hesitate this time. She raised her hand and pointed upward. Directly at Michael's suspended figure in the air. The Federation wants to take a student of the Academy without explanation. Her arm shifted slightly, finger moving, now pointing at the two rank 4 superpowers hovering above. Her expression, usually composed, now carried a rare trace of open displeasure. And they refused to let the Academy intervene. The projection followed the line of her disciple's gesture. Her eyes landed first on Michael. Then her gaze shifted slowly toward Selim and the military old man beside him. Her expression did not immediately harden. But the temperature in her eyes dropped noticeably. At the same time, her perception probed deeper. This projection had been created long before Michael's existence had entered the awareness of high-rank figures. She did not know him. She did not know his name, his achievements, his ranking, or his potential. To her, he was simply an academy student. An unfamiliar youth. But she knew her disciple. Rin was not impulsive or reckless. She would never summon such a projection lightly over minor disputes or personal grievances. Calling upon a projection meant one thing. She believed the situation had escalated beyond her ability to handle. Even if she did not know the suspended youth, she understood the weight behind her disciple's decision. If Rin deemed this worthy of summoning her, then it was not a simple matter. Her gaze lifted once more toward the sky. Now her authority unfolded fully, calm yet immovable. When she spoke again, her voice carried far more weight than before. You too. A pause. Explain why an academy student is being detained under suppression without institutional notification. The air between the two sides grew heavy. Selim's expression turned ugly the instant the projection's authority unfolded fully. Though it was only a projection, he recognized her immediately. How could he not? There were very few existences in Aurora whose presence alone could alter political balance. And this woman stood among them. Geiji. Or as she was far more widely known across the higher realms, Divine Lady Geiji. Emperor of Still Waters. One of the confirmed demigods of Aurora. The moment recognition settled, the tension in Selim's shoulders sharpened subtly. He did not bow, but his posture straightened instinctively nonetheless. Respect had to be shown, even to a projection. Because the power contained within that fragment of consciousness was not something a normal rank 4 could ignore. He spoke. Then you must be the famous. Spare me the courtesies. Geiji cut him off mid-sentence without even looking at him fully. Her tone was flat, disinterested, almost impatient. Her gaze remained on Michael for only a fraction longer before shifting fully onto Selim and the military officer beside him. Go straight to the point. The interruption landed like a quiet slap. Selim's jaw tightened faintly, but he did not show anger. Because even as a projection, the pressure radiating from her was immense. He recalibrated instantly. His tone when he spoke again was more respectful than it had been with Sarah. Divine Lady Geiji. A brief pause. Due to several reasons, I am unable to disclose the specifics of the situation. He gestured slightly toward Michael's suspended figure. However, the academy need not be concerned. The student is safe. No harm will come to him. His words were careful and measured. I merely require him for clarification on certain matters. Once that is complete, he will be returned. It was the same explanation he had given Sarah, but the delivery was entirely different. More formal. More cautious. Because the one he was speaking to now was not an instructor, but a demigod. Even if only a fragment stood before him, that fragment alone might very well be enough to match him. Selim knew this. A spirit projection from an existence like Geiji could operate far beyond normal projection limitations. If conflict truly erupted, he would not be able to suppress her easily. So he balanced himself carefully. Respectful, but not submissive. Firm, but not provocative. He would not appear weak before Federation authority. Yet he could not afford disrespect before a demigod tied directly to the academies. The atmosphere above the military compound thickened subtly as the two sides regarded one another. Geiji did not respond immediately after Selim finished speaking. In fact, she did not respond to him at all. Her gaze drifted past him as if he were nothing more than a decorative obstruction in her line of sight. When she finally spoke, her tone was calm, detached, and utterly dismissive. If the Federation requires the presence of an academy student. A brief pause. Then the Federation will come to the academy. Her eyes shifted slightly, though not fully settling on Selim. You will submit a formal request. Another pause. And await permission. The words were not loud, yet they carried a weight that pressed far deeper than shouting ever could. The dismissive nature of her tone made the old military man beside Selim's expression darken instantly. His aura flared subtly in irritation. You should not push this matter, Divine Lady, he said coldly. The title was spoken, but the respect within it was thin. Warning laced his voice. Geiji's eyes shifted to him slowly. What can you do? The question was simple, almost curious. Yet the lack of concern within it made it far more insulting than open mockery. The old man's composure snapped. Rage flared across his features. He turned sharply toward Selim. She is only a projection. His voice boomed across the airspace. Geiji made a small sound. Oh. It was not anger. Not even irritation. It sounded like amusement. Her lips curved faintly. Then she raised a single finger. That was all. Yet the instant her finger lifted, something appeared above the military compound. A sun. A dark sun formed from compressed black water. It hovered silently in midair, vast yet contained, its surface rippling like an endless abyssal ocean forced into spherical shape. No heat radiated from it. No light illuminated the field. Yet the moment it manifested, despair appeared on both Selim's face and the old military man's face simultaneously. Defend! The old man tried to shout. Both he and Selim moved to react. Power surged. But they could not move. Their bodies locked in place as if the space around them had turned into sealed glass. Their defenses had not even fully formed when the black water sun pulsed once. Just a single ripple. The next instant, both rank 4 superpowers were thrown away like discarded rags. Their figures blasted across the sky, tearing through layers of airspace before crashing into a distant area. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and even from a great distance away, the military grounds shook violently as the defenses set in place threatened to crumble. The entire military post fell into absolute silence. Students froze. Soldiers stiffened. Even the observing instructors felt their scalps go numb. What had just happened was a projection casually swatting away 2 rank 4 superpowers. It was like an adult disciplining noisy children. 2 rank 4 children. The projection's gaze drifted back to Rin. Rin inhaled softly, then bowed her head. Thank you, teacher. Her voice carried both relief and gratitude. Geiji looked at her quietly. Then she spoke. Do you know your offense? Rin blinked. This time, visible anxiety surfaced on her face. No, teacher. Geiji shook her head slowly. The gesture carried disapproval, but it was not disappointment. What is the most important thing in this universe? Geiji asked. Rin hesitated briefly before answering. Power. Geiji nodded once. Correct. Her voice remained calm as her gaze sharpened slightly. If you were strong enough, you would not have needed to summon my projection. Rin's fingers tightened faintly at her sides. Geiji continued. Do you understand what you have spent today? She raised a hand slightly, the projection around her rippling faintly. A projection like this contains a fragment of my consciousness and power. Once used, that is the end. Her eyes lowered back to Rin. You have used it. A pause. With so much power already wasted. Her voice softened, though the weight behind it deepened. What happens when you face true danger in the future? Rin's lips parted slightly. No words came out. Geiji watched her for a moment longer, then exhaled lightly. In the end. Her tone eased. It may be for the better. Rin blinked in confusion, but Geiji did not elaborate. Instead, her gaze shifted away from her disciple. Upward. Toward the sky. Toward Michael. By now, Michael had been released from the suppressive hold. He hovered midair, no longer restrained, though he had not moved yet. He was staring directly at Geiji. Shock was written plainly across his face. Geiji observed him silently for a few seconds. Her perception brushed across him lightly, as if skimming the surface of something deeper. Then she smiled. A small, faint smile. Interesting, she said. Before Michael could react, her projection began to dissolve. White light scattered like mist in the wind. Her figure fragmented into drifting particles of luminous water before dispersing completely into the air. For several long seconds after Geiji's projection dispersed, no one moved. The silence hung thick across the military compound. Students remained frozen in place, still trying to process what they had just witnessed. 2 rank 4 superpowers had been struck down casually. Swatted aside by a projection. Even the instructors needed a moment to regain composure. It was Instructor Sarah who finally broke the paralysis. She exhaled once, steadying herself, then turned sharply toward the academy students. Everyone, regroup immediately, she said, voice firm. The command cut cleanly through the lingering shock. Prepare for immediate withdrawal. Her tone left no room for delay. Students from Michael's academy began moving at once, instinctively obeying the authority in her voice. But what Sarah did not say was that she wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Her eyes flicked once toward the distant horizon where Selim and the old military officer had been blasted away. She did not think they would return. Not after that strike. If they had survived, they would be injured. If they had not, then the situation was even more complicated politically. Either way, she had no intention of remaining here long enough to find out. Retaliation was unlikely, but not impossible. And she was responsible for dozens of students. She would not gamble their safety on assumptions. Move with urgency, she added. That subtle word choice alone revealed her real thoughts. The instructors around her quickly understood and began organizing their respective student groups. Meanwhile, Michael slowly descended from the air. The invisible restraint was gone. He landed lightly on the ground beside Rin. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Michael turned first toward Sarah. He gave a respectful nod. "Thank you, instructor." His voice was calm, but sincere. Sarah looked at him for a brief moment, confirming he was unharmed. She nodded once. "Stay within formation," she said. "We are leaving immediately." There was no reprimand. No questioning. That alone told Michael she did not want to discuss what had just happened here. Not now. He understood. Michael then turned toward Rin. His expression softened slightly. "Thank you," he said. Unlike his words to Sarah, this one carried deeper weight. He knew exactly what she had done. Summoning a projection like that was not a small matter. Rin shook her head lightly. For a brief second, the two stood in mutual understanding. Then Sarah's voice rang out again across the field. "All Academy personnel, prepare portal alignment. We depart in 5 minutes." The military compound, once locked in confrontation, now shifted into organized withdrawal. Students gathered. Instructors activated exit arrays. Energy formations began lighting up across the staging grounds. But even as they prepared to leave, many gazes still drifted toward Michael. Toward Rin. Toward the empty sky where a demigod's projection had appeared. Because everyone present knew. Today's incident would not remain confined to this battlefield. It would echo across academies. Across the Federation. Across Aurora itself. And at the center of that ripple stood one name. Michael Norman. Rin did not move after the formations began lighting up. Students were gathering. Instructors were issuing instructions. Energy pathways hummed as teleportation arrays stabilized across the staging grounds. But she remained where she stood. Michael noticed it almost instantly. At first, he thought she was simply tired. But then he saw her shoulders shift faintly. A subtle movement. Small enough that no one else noticed except him. He was close enough to see her profile clearly. And that was when he saw it. Moisture gathering at the edge of her eyes. Not falling yet, but there. Barely restrained. Michael blinked in surprise. Rin did not look like someone who cried. She had always maintained composure. Yet now. Tears nearly formed in her eyes. Only someone standing this close could have seen it. It took Michael aback. He stepped half a pace closer, lowering his voice. "What's wrong?" Rin reacted almost immediately. She turned her face slightly away from him. "Nothing," she said. Her voice was steady. Michael frowned faintly. He did not push immediately, but he did not look away either. Rin kept her gaze forward, watching the teleportation arrays shift to their active form. But inside her mind, pain surged. Regret. Only now, after the projection had dispersed, after her teacher's words had fully settled, did the weight of what she had done truly sink in. A projection of that level was not a simple defensive artifact. It was equivalent to carrying an invisible rank 4 guardian. A fragment of her teacher's will and power that could intervene in life-threatening situations. A last resort protection. And she had used it. Here. Over this. Her chest tightened faintly. At the time, she had not hesitated. She would not have changed her decision even now. But realization did not lessen the cost. She had burned a priceless safeguard. Her fingers curled slightly at her sides. The pain of that understanding cut deeper than her teacher's reprimand. Michael watched her quietly. He did not know the full mechanics behind projections of that level. But he was not ignorant either. He could piece it together. The fact that she looked like this after the projection disappeared told him enough. "You used something important," he said softly. Rin did not answer. But her silence confirmed it. Michael exhaled lightly. For a moment, he simply stood beside her. Then he spoke again, voice low. "You didn't waste it." Rin's eyes flickered faintly at that. But she still did not look at him. Inside, she wanted to refute him immediately. Because she knew better. That projection could have intervened in a rank 5 battlefield. Could have bought her time against entities far beyond rank 4. Yet she had spent it on him. On a detainment dispute. On something that, from a purely utilitarian perspective, did not justify the cost. Rin's fingers curled slightly. Michael, completely unaware of the spreadsheet of regret currently open in Rin's head, shifted awkwardly beside her. He cleared his throat lightly. The next moment, Rin moved. Michael was not even able to react. 1 second she was staring forward. The next. Her hand had grabbed the back of his neck. Firmly. Michael stiffened instantly. Slowly. Very slowly. He turned his head sideways. And what he saw nearly made him swallow his tongue. Rin's eyes were red. The calm academy genius he knew had vanished. "You," she said quietly. Michael nodded immediately. "Yes." Her grip tightened slightly. "You owe me." Michael nodded again. Faster this time. "Yes." "A lot." More nodding. "Yes." "The kind of debt that lasts a lifetime." Michael's nodding reached peak speed. "Yes." She narrowed her eyes slightly. "Say it." Michael swallowed. "I owe you a lot." Rin held his neck a second longer, making sure the message had been carved directly into his nervous system. Only then did she release him. Michael stepped back half a pace, rubbing the back of his neck instinctively. Out of guilt, he spoke again. "If it makes you feel better," he said cautiously, "you don't have to pay me back what you owed me before." Rin paused. Her expression froze mid-intimidation. She turned slowly toward him. "What?" Michael raised both hands slightly in surrender. "I mean, since you used something so important, we can just cancel your debt to me." Rin stared at him. What she owed Michael was indeed valuable. But compared to what she had just spent, there was no comparison. It was like trading a mountain for a pebble. For a brief moment, she actually considered it. Then she shook her head slowly. "No." Michael blinked. "No. No," she repeated. Her gaze sharpened slightly as her composure fully returned. "What I owed you is separate." Michael opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "Separate?" Rin nodded calmly. "But what you owe me now is far greater." Michael felt his survival instincts rise again. She folded her arms lightly. "Much greater." He swallowed. "I see." Rin studied him quietly for a moment. Truthfully, she knew the current Michael did not compare to the projection she had used. Not even close. But she had seen the reaction of rank 4 superpowers. The interest. The tension. The unwillingness to let him go easily. People at that level did not move without reason. Which meant one thing. Knowing the Federation's ways, Michael was not simple in any way. Who knew, in the future, this favor might exceed what she had spent today. So instead of regret, she would treat it as an investment. Of course, she did not say any of that aloud. Instead, she stepped slightly closer again. Michael froze instinctively. She raised a finger and pointed at his chest. Remember this. He nodded instantly. You owe me. More nodding. Yes. A favor. Yes. Whenever and whatever I ask. Michael hesitated half a second. Her eyes narrowed slightly again. He resumed nodding. Yes. Satisfied, Rin withdrew her hand. Good. She turned toward the teleportation array as if nothing had happened. Composed once more. Academy Genius mode restored. Michael stood there for a moment. Processing. Then he rubbed the back of his neck again. Internally, one thought echoed loudly. That projection must have been terrifyingly expensive. He glanced sideways at her. Then nodded to himself as he suddenly remembered the debt he currently owed. Yeah. I'm in debt for life. Far from the military compound. Several kilometers away. A massive crater had been carved into the earth like a wound. The surrounding terrain was devastated. The ground itself had collapsed inward, forming a deep pit at the center of the impact zone. And at the bottom of that pit, two figures lay buried in rubble. For several seconds, neither moved. Then the debris shifted. Stone cracked apart as an arm forced its way free first. Selim. His uniform was torn in multiple places. Blood stained the side of his face, trickling down from his temple. One of his shoulders had been partially dislocated from the impact. He exhaled sharply, dragging in a breath that tasted like iron and dust. A few meters away, the old military officer pushed himself up as well. He looked worse. His chest had caved inward slightly from the strike. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he coughed violently, forcing air back into his lungs. The devastation around them spoke louder than their injuries. Fractures ran across the crater walls like spiderwebs. Trees at the perimeter had been flattened completely. Chunks of molten earth still smoldered, releasing thin streams of smoke. Even the air felt unstable, vibrating faintly from the residual force of the collision. Neither spoke immediately. There was no point. Both understood exactly what had just happened. They had been swatted away by a projection. The humiliation burned hotter than the injuries. The old man was the first to move properly. Without wasting time, he reached into his storage space. Light flickered briefly around his wrist. The next moment, several crystalline vials appeared in his palm. High-grade healing serums. He crushed one immediately and drank another. The liquid glowed faintly as it slid down his throat. Almost instantly, steam-like vapor began rising from his wounds as torn flesh started knitting back together at visible speed. Selim did the same. He pulled out a jade box from his storage ring. Inside were medicinal pellets, each radiating dense vitality aura. He swallowed two without hesitation. A third he crushed and pressed directly against the bleeding wound near his ribs. The pellet dissolved into liquid energy on contact, seeping into his flesh. Cracks in his bones began realigning. Dislocated joints reset with dull popping sounds. Neither man spoke while treating themselves. Their pride did not allow conversation yet. Only after several minutes did the old officer finally exhale slowly. His breathing stabilized. He looked up toward the distant military compound. His expression dark. A projection. The words came out hoarse. Selim wiped the blood from his jaw before answering. Yes. Silence returned briefly. The old man's hand clenched slightly. A demigod-level projection, deployed on a military post. There was anger in his voice. But beneath it, wariness. Selim did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Then he spoke. She held back. The old man frowned. Selim continued calmly. If she intended to kill us, that strike would not have thrown us away. It would have erased them where they stood. Both knew it. The realization did not comfort the old man. It irritated him further. His aura flared faintly before settling again as the healing serum completed its work. These academies are becoming troublesome. Selim said nothing. But inwardly, he agreed. His thoughts drifted back to the youth suspended in the air earlier. Michael Norman. His eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps we should have gone about the issue in another way. The current situation does not favor us. The old man scoffed. He spat blood to the side. Next time we will act through formal summons. Selim finally turned to look at him. There will not be a next time. The old man paused. Selim's gaze returned to the horizon. A brief silence followed. Then he added quietly. At least, not openly. The meaning was clear. The old man exhaled sharply through his nose but did not argue. Because after what they had just experienced, even he knew direct confrontation with academy-backed demigods was strategically unwise. He rose fully to his feet. Selim stood as well shortly after. Both still looked battered, but no longer incapacitated. The old officer cast one last glance toward the distant compound. That boy. Selim's eyes darkened faintly. Yes. There was a pause. Then the old man spoke again. He is now officially on the Federation watch list. Selim did not object. He only said one thing in return. He already was. Silence followed. Then both figures vanished from the crater in twin flashes of light, leaving behind only the ruined pit. The return to the academy was supposed to feel like relief. It did not. Sarah did not waste time. The moment she confirmed the last student was through, she turned and locked eyes with Michael. Michael Norman, she said. Her tone was calm. Her face was not. Come with me. Now. A few nearby students flinched. Michael nodded once and stepped forward. But he did not step alone. Rin stepped with him. Sarah's eyes shifted, but after considering Rin's background, she allowed it. They did not speak again until they reached the inner administrative tower. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. By the time they reached Sarah's office, the atmosphere already felt heavier. Sarah pushed the door open without slowing. Inside. The door shut behind them. Runic arrays lit briefly across the walls. Sarah walked behind her desk and finally sat down. But she did not relax. Her posture remained straight, shoulders tight, fingers interlocked on the tabletop. She gestured once. Sit. Michael sat across from her. Rin dragged a chair beside him without asking and sat as well. Sarah's eye twitched faintly, but she let it pass. 3 seconds of silence followed. Then Sarah spoke. What is going on, Michael? Michael blinked once. Sarah leaned forward slightly. Her gaze was sharp now. Not instructor sharp. Investigator sharp. Start from the beginning, she said. Thinking about the events that happened in Hell and how much it had cost him, though he had also gained from it, Michael almost swore to himself that he would only enter that place again after advancing to rank 3. Student Michael. Sarah called, pulling him out of his thoughts. I asked a question. Sorry, I zoned out a bit, Michael apologized, losing focus for a moment before collecting himself. After thinking briefly, he began speaking. He started from when he first appeared in Hell and how he had hunted demons for the task the Academy had assigned them. He omitted the parts where he deliberately acquired more undead, as those actions were personal and not relevant to the situation. Rin and instructor Sarah listened attentively. When he reached the part about encountering the Starborn who spoke of the Demon Lord, their expressions turned solemn, but they did not interrupt. However, they could not remain still when Michael began recounting his clash with the demonic supernaturals. "How many undead did you say you summoned?" Instructor Sarah asked. Michael paused. "Around a few dozen." He kept the wording intentionally vague. Silence followed. Both women inhaled sharply at the same time. Neither spoke, but the shock was obvious. Michael could only chuckle helplessly at their reaction. In hindsight, even he knew it sounded excessive. But circumstances had not allowed moderation. The first floor, the only route back to the original world, had been completely blocked by demonic supernaturals. That alone was troublesome. But what truly forced his hand was the Demon Lord, an existence touching the boundary of rank 4, ascending the floors and approaching his location at the time. There had been no room for caution. Besides, he had already revealed parts of his strength before. During the academy exams, he displayed possession of 2 rank 3 undead. That alone shocked evaluators and students alike. Then during his ranking battle with Rin, he revealed another rank 3 undead alongside his physical strength. Each revelation peeled back another layer. Strangely, instead of fear, it built confidence. Compared to the Michael of before, who was cautious about almost everything, this gradual unveiling of power changed him. He was growing stronger, and within the academy, strength was nurtured, respected and protected. His experiences there made one thing clear. Being powerful was not a crime. That realization allowed him to be more open, more willing to act when necessary. So when the crisis in Hell escalated, he did what he had to do. Now, sitting across from Sarah and Rin, watching their silent shock, he understood how terrifying that necessity sounded to others. He continued recounting. When he reached the part about killing a rank 4 demonic supernatural, he could not bring himself to look up. Even without looking, he felt their gazes pressing into him. Still, he continued. He spoke of facing the rank 4 Amazari and the rank 4 Drakeblood, killing them as well. He even admitted to personally killing a late-stage rank 4 demonic supernatural without assistance. Even after offering context and explanations to make his actions look less impressive, the tension in the room did not ease. It only became slightly more bearable when he moved on. When he mentioned awakening in the Elven realm, both women were visibly surprised. That information was new to them. Then he spoke about battling an Elven princess to a draw. At that point, Instructor Sarah finally raised a hand. "You can stop now, please." She covered her face with both hands, completely ignoring her image. A single word flashed across both her mind and Rin's. Monster. Michael was definitely not normal. Unlike Michael, who had only been in the supernatural world for 6 months and still lacked full understanding despite his experiences, Rin, who was born into it, and Instructor Sarah, who had lived in it for decades, fully understood what his feats meant. Selim's actions now made perfect sense to them. Just as the tension in the office reached its peak, a voice sounded from the side. "So that's why that old fart was chasing you." All 3 turned at once. Space near the wall rippled before a figure stepped out. A familiar figure. Instructor Sarah and Rin immediately stood. Director Arvin. Michael blinked. At this moment, Director Arvin looked nothing like the serious, multi-bodied existence Michael had seen in Hell. If anything, that version was far more reassuring. The person standing before him now wore a long mini-skirt, a crop top and noticeable makeup. It was challenging to look at. Michael's face went flat. Not shocked. Not confused. Just flat, like his brain had chosen self-preservation and temporarily shut down emotional processing. Still, his mind was elsewhere too. He was shocked Arvin appeared out of nowhere and even more unsettled that he had not sensed him at all. After leaving Hell, reality had snapped harshly back into place, reminding him how vast the might of an unsuppressed rank 4 truly was. He knew it already, but being back in Aurora made him feel his helplessness more clearly. Ascending was now the only path forward. His hunger for the next rank deepened. Arvin did not seem to care about their reactions. He walked straight toward Michael with open arms and hugged him before Michael could react. Firmly. Warmly. Possessively. "There you are," Arvin said happily. "Did you not miss me?" Michael stood stiffly, arms at his sides, face still flat. No one else dared move. Sarah looked like she wanted to speak but chose silence. Rin stood motionless. After a few seconds, Arvin pulled back slightly, hands still on Michael's shoulders. He tilted his head. Why the flat face? Before Michael could answer, he felt a subtle pressure wrap around him. Not heavy, but isolating, like a veil separating him from the room. Arvin leaned closer, whispering near his ear. "Why did you run away that time?" Michael stiffened. "Did you think you couldn't come to me?" The pressure deepened slightly. "Did you think I couldn't protect you?" His voice grew faster, more unstable. "I'm your teacher. Do you understand what that means? I can block Federation orders. I can shut down investigations. I can erase political pressure. I can stand in front of demigods if I have to." His voice lowered further. "You don't run from me. You come to me. I can protect you. Nothing will happen again. I promise." For a brief moment, his intensity felt almost unhinged. Michael spoke quietly. "I'm sorry." The words left his mouth before he even processed them. Arvin froze. The pressure halted, then receded. He pulled back, emotions sealing behind a composed expression. After a breath, he spoke normally. "For the meantime, if you can help it, do not leave Academy grounds for casual reasons." Michael nodded. "At least not until after you advance. Rank 3. The implication was clear. Perhaps Arvin felt that was the minimum level he needed to reach to defend himself. "And do not worry," Arvin added calmly, placing a hand on Michael's shoulder. "As long as you are not acting against the Academy, nobody can force you to do anything." A pause. "Not the Federation. Not even demigods." Michael's pupils shrank faintly. "You do not have to reveal your secrets unless you choose to." Michael's heart shot up at those words. Secrets. For a split second, he wondered what exactly Arvin was referring to. But after thinking about it, it made sense. There was no way someone could possess everything he currently had through ordinary means. Even if others did not know the full picture, they could still tell something about him was abnormal. What Michael did not know, but faintly suspected, was that the two women in the room had reached similar conclusions. They simply did not voice it the way Arvin did. But their suspicions existed. Several, in fact. Why was Michael physically so strong for a necromancer? Why was his soul capacity so absurdly high? Why were his undead so highly ranked? Rank 3 monsters were not vegetables growing by the roadside. They were not cabbages one could casually harvest. Yet Michael possessed multiple. Naturally, explanations formed in their minds. One possibility was talent. Awakeners born with innate talents had long been proven to stand far above those without them. Unique talents could amplify soul strength, undead capacity, physical reinforcement, and growth speed. Another thought was opportunity. Perhaps Michael had encountered something within the land of origin. A relic, inheritance, forbidden legacy, or environmental evolution chance that reshaped his foundation. As for Arvin, he did not dwell on specifics. To him, it was simply a secret. What kind did not matter. What mattered was that Michael had one, and that secret had already attracted dangerous attention. What none of them would have expected was that the truth stood far above their assumptions. It was not some ordinary jack-of-all-trades talent. It was not an opportunity. It was the power of infinite evolution. The ability to endlessly evolve, empower, and strengthen anything under his control without theoretical limit. A power that, if exposed, would not just attract interest. It would attract war. Michael knew this instinctively. Seeing what the Federation had already done based solely on the strength he had shown, he did not want to imagine what they would do if they learned he possessed the ability to infinitely empower undead, materials, weapons, and perhaps even living beings. They would not monitor him. They would not recruit him. They would seize him. Control him. Or dissect the source of that power if control proved impossible. So even as Arvin reassured him, Michael made one thing clear in his heart. That secret would never leave him. Not now. Perhaps not ever. He lowered his gaze slightly in acknowledgement. I understand, Director. Arvin studied him for a moment before speaking again. There is one more thing. Michael lifted his head slightly. During your recollection earlier, you mentioned that back in the Elven realm you were referred to as a holy child. The room went quiet again. Michael blinked once in surprise. He had not expected Arvin to focus on that part. That title is not decorative, Arvin continued. If the Federation thinks the same, it would explain why they wanted you at all cost. Sarah and Rin exchanged brief glances but did not interrupt. But you should not let that scare you into restraining yourself, Arvin added. Your capability has already been exposed. Trying to hide now will only make you look more suspicious. He gestured lightly. So work within the circle that has already been revealed. Grow. Advance. Stabilize your foundation. Michael nodded slowly. The logic made sense. But he still had one concern. Director. Arvin paused. What about my family? This time, Sarah answered first. The Federation is many things, but one thing they will not do is harm your family. Not openly. Not secretly. Especially not with the Academy standing behind you. Michael's shoulders eased slightly. That said, she continued, assume they are being monitored now. His expression tightened faintly, but Arvin spoke before he could respond. It works both ways. Michael looked up. Surveillance from the Federation also functions as protection. Anyone with malicious intent would find it extremely difficult to approach your family under normal conditions. Michael exhaled quietly. That eased part of his worry. If you wish to see them, Arvin continued, wait. Stay within Academy grounds for now. Let the situation cool down first. He paused before adding. After that, we will arrange something. Arrange? Michael asked. Sarah nodded. We can relocate them closer to Academy jurisdiction. Michael fell silent. He had not expected that level of institutional backing. Arvin placed a hand lightly on his shoulder again. So do not worry unnecessarily. Focus on advancing. That is the best protection you can give them right now. Michael nodded, more firmly this time. Strength was no longer a desire. It was responsibility. And the faster he advanced, the less leverage the outside world would have over him. Michael remembered the words the Vice Dean had spoken to Rin, and after thinking about it now, perhaps she had been talking to him too. Inside, his resolve hardened further. Rank 3. He needed to reach it as soon as possible. Arvin watched him for a few seconds after that firm nod. Then suddenly, his expression shifted. The seriousness dissolved as if it had never existed. He leaned back slightly, one hand on his hip, head tilted at an angle far too practiced to be natural. His voice dropped into a playful tone. By the way. Michael blinked once. Arvin leaned closer, fluttering his lashes exaggeratedly. Do I look pretty? Silence. Sarah froze. Rin froze. Michael's brain stalled. For a moment, he wondered if this was another psychological pressure test. Or some form of illusion. Arvin's eyes sparkled with very real anticipation. A cold chill crawled up Michael's spine. His survival instincts screamed louder than they ever had in hell. Arvin leaned closer still. So. Well. Michael's face stiffened. Internally, alarms blared at maximum volume. He did not know why answering this question felt more dangerous than facing a rank 4 demonic supernatural, but it did. Arvin's expression began to wilt. His eyes dimmed slightly, lips parting like someone on the verge of devastation. Michael's heart nearly shot out of his chest. He nodded immediately. Yes. Yes, you do. Arvin froze. Then his entire face lit up like a blooming flower. Really? Michael nodded with a shaky heart. I hate school. Soon after, Michael and Rin were dismissed from Instructor Sarah's office. But not before both of them gave their word. What happened in hell remained in hell. At least for now. Sarah had made that point very clear before allowing them to leave. The Academy will start handling the political implications behind the scenes. The less unnecessary attention drawn, the better. As for their original assignment, hunting demonic supernaturals across the first 5 floors of hell, they were told not to concern themselves with it any longer. The Academy had already assessed their capability. And based on everything that had been revealed, they had passed. Not barely either. They had exceeded expectations to a degree that made the original assessment look almost trivial in hindsight. So the task was closed. No additional reporting required. If anything, the Academy seemed more interested in containing the information than evaluating it further. Once outside the administrative building, the tension that had quietly lingered in the office finally loosened. The open air felt different. Lighter. But the silence between the two of them remained. Michael glanced sideways, half expecting Rin to say something. She did not. Instead, she adjusted her sleeve slightly and spoke without looking at him. I have something important to handle. Her tone was composed. Before Michael could respond, she had already begun walking away quickly. Michael watched her retreating back for a few seconds. The impression she left behind was clear. She was avoiding a conversation. Whether it was because of everything she had just heard, or because she needed time to mentally process it, he did not know. But he did not chase after her. There was nothing he particularly wanted to say either. After everything revealed in that office, any casual conversation would feel forced. So eventually, Michael turned in the opposite direction and made his way back toward his villa alone. The Academy grounds were calm as usual. Students moved between buildings. Some trained in open courtyards. Others studied under shaded structures or walked in small groups discussing classes, missions, or rankings. Normal Academy life. There seemed to be more students than usual though. Was it because there were only a few days until New Year? After passing through the barrier that protected his villa, Michael immediately saw tiny orbs of light drifting out from the trees and the garden edges. Wisp elves. The little spirits that resided in the villa long before he did. They approached cautiously at first. Not because they did not recognize him. Because they did. But Michael could sense it clearly. Their fear. Yet at the same time, there was yearning in their movement. A pull. Like they wanted to come closer and press against his aura, but were afraid. They circled him in small arcs, hovering at chest height, then dipping toward his hands, only to recoil an instant later as if startled by their own boldness. One dared to float close enough that its soft glow brushed the edge of his sleeve. Then it flinched and darted away. Another followed. Then another. In seconds, what had looked like a gathering became a retreat. They fled toward the wilderness that began just beyond his villa grounds, disappearing into the trees and tall grass like a trail of fading sparks. Michael watched them go. A strange expression flickered across his face, not quite amusement, not quite sadness. A love and hate relationship, he muttered quietly, more to himself than to anyone. He shook his head, but the sight still made him feel a little better. He stepped toward the entrance, the barrier recognizing him immediately. The runes embedded in the stone frame pulsed once, then settled, allowing him through without resistance. Inside, the villa was silent. And spotless. Not a speck of dust clung to the corners. Michael blinked. He had been gone for days. Yet the place looked as though no one had been absent at all. He could already guess the reason. Those little wisp elves. Michael exhaled slowly and walked through the living area, eyes scanning out of habit. When he reached his room, he shut the door behind him and walked to the bed to sit down. Remembering what happened in Instructor Sarah's office, Michael recalled something another instructor of the academy had said, that there was always a cost to power. At least the situation is not exactly bad. After clearing his mind for a while, Michael finally sat up, then reached inward. His soul stirred. A familiar presence answered. The damaged coffin of the forgotten emerged from within him. Michael stared at it for a moment, then placed a hand against the coffin's side. His mana flowed in. The coffin responded. Space folded. And in the next instant, Michael stepped through. The world shifted. Michael's boots scraped softly against a dark ground. He did not move far before he saw them. The first was sealed in ice. An old man. His body was suspended inside a thick, transparent block, the frost layered so tightly that it looked like glass. His face was thin and stern, hair white and long, frozen mid-flow as if he had been captured during a breath. Even half dead, the man carried a strong presence. This was Michael's first time being face to face with him outside hell, and he couldn't help but admire just how lucky he had been. Killing rank 4 superpowers at his current stage was truly something that could only happen in the early stages of hell. This old man had been Michael's first rank 4 enemy in hell and belonged to the demonic supernatural faction of Aurora. At first Michael had contemplated killing him, but later decided the old man could prove useful in other places. If nothing wrong had happened, he would have been on his way home now, so he and Jester could start working on him. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head. The second foreign presence in the coffin space dwarfed the first. A gigantic drake body lay further in, occupying an immense amount of space. The scales were dark and thick, layered like armor plates. Its head alone looked large enough to crush a carriage, and the curved horns that rose from its skull carried faint, dried traces of battle. Even in death, the drake's aura lingered. Michael stared at the drake for several seconds. Unlike the old man who was barely alive, the drake blood was thoroughly dead. The only thing they had in common was that they were both poisoned. As for what to do with the body of the drake blood, Michael did not know. He had only taken the body because he knew it would be valuable. In any case, whether it was to be turned into an undead or used as material for his talent to devour and gain more evolution points, the corpse was indeed worth a great deal. Though Director Arvin said I should not leave the academy grounds, with everything that has happened with the Federation and demonic supernaturals, I cannot feel at ease about my family's current situation. Only by meeting them can I feel even slightly reassured. But with the current situation, can I even evolve Lily and Aunt Mia like I initially planned? Under the watchful eyes of the Federation, Michael felt that was not a wise move. It seemed he would need to personally push the procedure to relocate his family closer to the academy before he could regain some level of freedom. In any case, what is most important now aside from ensuring my family's safety is advancing to rank 3. When I return, I will order more corpses through the Academy channel while waiting to see if I can obtain soul recovery treasures elsewhere. If I cannot get them quickly and it takes too much time, I think 1,000 rank 3 undead is enough to secure a good grade. Michael knew advancing was the only method aside from evolving again to repair his soul. But he was reluctant to risk losing a perfect grade for his rank advancement mission. Still, if it was going to take too long, it was worth questioning whether waiting was the right choice. At least the current Michael had not reached the point of ignoring time. He could only continue to do his best. Like that, a week passed in silence. Michael stayed inside his villa as if the walls themselves were part of his cultivation. The first day was for recovery. Not of flesh, but of mind. Hell had a way of clinging to people. Even after returning to Aurora, he still felt uneasy. So he forced himself to slow down. He ate. He slept. He sat in stillness until his nerves no longer rang like alarms. That same day, he left the villa once. In the early morning, when the academy paths were quiet, he stepped out and made an order through the academy's internal channel for corpses. Enough to fill his contract slots under the guise of requiring them as materials for his studies. This did not cause suspicion since Michael was a necromancer. If he did not handle corpses, then something would truly be wrong. Later that night, he communicated with his family. It was not long. Nor detailed. Just enough to confirm their condition. He wanted to ask more. To check everything. To make sure nothing felt off. But the memory of Selim's gaze, the Federation's pressure, and Arvin's warning made his hand hesitate. Messages could be tracked. Even if the Academy shielded him, he did not want to test how deep that protection truly went. Not yet. Not while the situation was still heated. So he kept the conversation shallow. To his relief and expectation, his family were fine. More than fine, apparently. Jester and Lily had become something close to internet gaming stars. For a moment, Michael did not know whether to laugh or sigh. Of all the things he had expected to happen while he was in hell, that was not one of them. It eased him slightly. His worry did not vanish. It simply grew quieter. After the first day, the remaining 6 days were pure seclusion. Michael did not step outside again. He sat in the center of his room with his back straight, eyes half closed, awareness turned inward. His law pulsed faintly inside him, incomplete yet present, like a half-written sentence demanding to be finished. Comprehension was never comfortable. It was not like learning a spell or refining a skill. It was wrestling meaning out of the universe and forcing it to take shape within him. That said, Michael's seclusion was far from stagnant. If anything, it was the period where his growth accelerated the most. Thanks to his abnormally high comprehension and the layered advantages surrounding him, what should have taken months began condensing into days. His gift, the Eye of Truth, remained the most crucial factor. Whenever he sank deep enough into meditation, faint fractures of reality became visible to him. Threads. Patterns. Underlying structures that ordinary awakeners could never perceive without standing at far higher ranks. He did not always understand what he was seeing. But understanding was not required at first. Then there were the law seeds. The fragments he had harvested from monsters in the past. Each carried an imprint, a distorted but usable reflection of the laws those creatures had once brushed against. Michael's foundation absorbed them. Refined them. Reinterpreted them through the lens of his own path. Day by day, his law moved closer to completion. Days passed. By the end of the week, Michael's mind had settled far more than when he first returned from hell. However, compared to Aurora, where Michael did nothing but seclude himself in pursuit of the next rank, the situation around him in the land of origin was lively. After so many delays back and forth, to the extent that Michael had begun to feel like a permanent resident of the Evermoon mansion, the day to finally explore the ruins arrived. It was today. The expedition to the ruins of that legendary figure had been delayed for quite some time. At first, it had been scheduled to begin barely weeks after the discovery was confirmed. But reality, as always, proved far more complicated than intention. There were many reasons for the delay. But two stood above the rest. Internal, and external. Internally, the capital itself had not been unified. Powers within the kingdom had clashed behind closed doors the moment news of the ruins surfaced. No one wanted to be excluded from a ruin tied to a legendary existence. So progress stalled. Externally, the situation was no simpler. The ruins did not belong solely to one kingdom's discovery rights. Negotiations had taken weeks to finalize. So the expedition was delayed. Again. And again. Until eventually. Everything aligned. The internal disputes within the capital reached a temporary equilibrium. External negotiations between kingdoms concluded under mutual benefit agreements. Only then did the expedition move forward. And for those directly involved, like Michael, the long-awaited day had finally arrived. "Are you ready?" Duke Evermoon asked as he gazed at his daughter and Michael's appearance. The two of them stood before the Duke. Ariane sat atop her flame lion. Michael's gaze lingered on the beast for a moment longer than usual. It had been more than a month since he last saw it, yet the difference was immediately obvious. The lion's mane burned brighter, each strand of flame flowing with deeper intensity. Its muscles were more defined beneath its blazing hide, its posture more grounded, more stable. Stronger. Michael estimated its strength silently. Peak rank 1. It had grown considerably under Ariane's care. The flame lion exhaled slowly, embers spilling from its nostrils as its golden eyes scanned the courtyard with territorial awareness. It no longer carried the wary demeanor it once had. Now, it radiated disciplined ferocity, like a trained war beast rather than a wild predator. But the lion was not alone. Hovering slightly above Ariane's shoulder was a crimson-feathered bird, its wings giving off faint heat distortions with every slow flap. Its eyes were sharp and intelligent, occasionally flicking toward Michael with cautious curiosity. Coiled lazily around the lion's saddle frame was a scaled serpent, its body patterned in dark emerald rings. Its tongue flicked in and out, tasting the air, pupils narrowing whenever Michael's aura brushed past it. These were all Ariane's tamed beasts. Unlike Michael, who possessed spatial treasures capable of storing undead and materials within soulbound spaces, Ariane did not have such convenience for living creatures. Thanks to the advancement level of the Lionheart Kingdom, spatial treasures that could hold living beings were extraordinarily rare and prohibitively valuable. Even most high nobles did not possess one. So she had no choice but to transport her contracted beasts openly like this. Fortunately, none of them were troublesome to move. Michael shifted his gaze away from the beasts and toward Ariane herself. She wore light expedition armor, fitted but elegant, designed more for mobility and magical channeling than brute defense. Her posture was straight, her expression calm, though her eyes carried unmistakable anticipation. Michael was not surprised at her visible excitement. The ruins they were heading toward did not belong to just any powerful figure. They belonged to an existence that had stood above even the strongest powerhouses of the Lionheart Kingdom. And that being had been a beast tamer. The same path Ariane walked now. Naturally, if the ruins held attraction to anyone, it would be beast tamers the most. For Ariane, this expedition was not just an opportunity. It was destiny knocking. Michael understood that much. But he also understood something else. Just because the legendary figure had been a beast tamer did not mean the ruins would only benefit tamers. Power never limited itself so narrowly. A legendary existence would not rise to that level through a single discipline alone. So while Ariane's gain might be the most direct, Michael had no doubt there would be benefits for himself as well. To be honest, his interest in entering the ruins had grown far more than before. He did not dare expect a reversal of time, but he wondered if he might find something capable of restoring his soul to its previous state. After observing his daughter's appearance and secretly nodding with pride, Duke Evermoon's gaze moved to Michael. Compared to Ariane's vivid presence, Michael looked starkly different. He wore black armor. No insignias. No decorative trims. Just matte dark plating that absorbed light rather than reflected it. There was no visible weapon at his waist, back, or arms. If one ignored his presence entirely, he could almost pass as a silent escort knight rather than one of the expedition's core participants. Duke Evermoon studied him briefly before speaking. "Are you ready?" he asked, his gaze moving between his daughter and Michael. Ariane nodded first without hesitation. "I am, father." Michael gave a simple nod as well. I'm ready. The Duke's eyes softened slightly, though the underlying seriousness did not fade. His gaze lingered on Michael a moment longer before he spoke again. Sir Mike. The Duke exhaled slowly. I am aware, he continued, that in terms of raw combat capability, you may very well already stand above me. He did not look embarrassed saying it. If anything, his tone carried calm acceptance. But strength within known territory, he went on, and strength within an unknown ruin, are two very different matters. His gaze hardened slightly as he gestured toward the distant mobilizing expedition forces. In there, lineage may not matter. Rank may not matter. Experience may not matter. So even if you stand above me in power, you will still only have yourself to rely on once you enter. Michael inclined his head slightly. I understand. The Duke held his gaze for another second, then nodded once, satisfied. But he did not step back yet. Instead, his expression shifted subtly. Less formal. More personal. There is also a selfish request I would like to make. Michael waited. Duke Evermoon's eyes flickered briefly toward his daughter seated atop the flame lion. You know as well as I do, he said quietly, that Ariane's path aligns closely with this ruin. If opportunities appear, she will chase them without hesitation. Ariane opened her mouth slightly. Father, I. He raised a hand gently, stopping her. This is not doubt in your capability, he said, not looking away from Michael. It is a father's nature. Then he looked back at Michael directly. If it is within your means. His voice lowered slightly. Pay attention to her as well. Not guard her. Not protect her. Just. Pay attention. It was a carefully chosen request. One that acknowledged Michael's autonomy while still conveying concern. Michael did not hesitate. I have no issue with that. Even without you saying it, as long as she's within my line of sight, I'll keep an eye on her. Duke Evermoon's shoulders relaxed slightly, the tension he had been carrying easing by a fraction. Thank you. Then his expression sharpened again as he turned his gaze toward Ariane. And you? She straightened instinctively. Yes, father. You will listen to Sir Mike inside the ruins. Ariane blinked, clearly caught between pride and obedience. I. Her eyes flickered briefly toward Michael, then back to her father. Understood. The Duke studied her for a second longer before nodding. Good. Duke Evermoon could not help but mentally shake his head at the strained, oddly stiff air surrounding his daughter and Michael. It had not always been like this. Before the revelation of Michael's possible background, before it was revealed that he had a great being-level bodyguard, before it became apparent that he himself was already touching that same realm. The two of them had actually shared a good relationship. They spoke naturally. Even laughed a few times. There had been mutual respect then. A comfortable distance, but not an awkward one. But suddenly, everything had changed a week ago. And Duke Evermoon knew exactly why. His daughter did not feel herself worthy anymore. Not even worthy, in her own mind, to call herself his friend. It was not something she voiced aloud. But a father did not need words to see what weighed on his child's heart. And if he was being honest, even he, her father, felt something similar. At this point, Duke Evermoon had already given up on pushing anything further between them. Relationships could not be forced. If it was meant to be, it would be. If not, then forcing proximity would only create resentment or discomfort. So he let it be. He allowed the silence to hang for a heartbeat longer before deciding he had said everything that mattered. You two should start heading out. Do not be late. Ariane's flame lion rumbled low, its paws scraping against the stone as it shifted. Michael gave the Duke a short nod. Ariane did the same, her posture stiff with restrained excitement. Then they left. There was no escort. None was needed. Only the participants mattered. Ariane rode forward first, her flame lion stepping into motion with a controlled, heavy rhythm. Its mane trailed fire behind it like a banner, and the moment she entered the open streets, heads turned. Michael followed behind her. He rose into the air in smooth silence, black armor cutting through the morning light like a shadow. They moved through the city toward the palace. And of course, they caused commotion. People pulled aside. Guards stiffened. Some citizens stared openly at Ariane's beasts, at the flame lion's disciplined ferocity. Others stared at Michael. At the black armor. At the fact that a young man was flying. Whispers spread in their wake. Speculation. Awe. Fear. But it was not anything major. The guards on the main streets did not stop them. They only watched. Soon enough, the palace walls rose into view. Ariane slowed her flame lion as they approached the main gate. Michael descended slightly behind her, hovering just above the ground now, his boots never touching the stone. The palace guards recognized them immediately. The gates opened without delay. A steward soon met them and led them toward a gathering area where other young participants had already assembled. And there, Michael saw two figures he had both expected and not expected to see again so soon after the banquet weeks ago. "Mike, my friend. Pretty boy." Two distinct voices called out at the same time. A faint smile appeared on Michael's face as he recognized them instantly. Ren. And Yuga. One a freakishly talented swordsman. The other a beast in human flesh, or at least what Michael suspected was close to it. Compared to the feeling they had given him months ago, both had grown considerably stronger. Michael's gaze first settled on Ren. The young swordsman stood straighter than before. His presence felt sharper. More condensed. Michael did not sense threat from him. The gap between them was far too vast for that. But the fact that he could sense anything at all said a lot. Months ago, Ren had already been capable of using sword chi. A rare feat for someone at his stage. Michael wondered what level he had reached now. Whether his sword chi had deepened. Or if he had begun touching something even closer to sword intent. His gaze lingered on him a moment longer before shifting. Then it landed on Yuga. The bronze-skinned youth looked exactly as Michael remembered. And yet completely different. His build had grown even more monstrous. Muscle layered over muscle, thick and dense like carved stone. His shoulders were broader, his arms heavier, veins faintly visible beneath sun-toned skin that looked closer to tempered bronze than flesh. Yet his face still carried that same baby-like innocence. The contrast remained jarring. A bear's body. A child's face. His presence felt heavier than Ren's. More primal. More oppressive in raw physicality. But not necessarily stronger. Ren's presence cut. Yuga's presence crushed. Two different paths of strength. Their appearances had changed as much as their auras. Yuga especially. Months ago, he had looked almost feral, walking around in little more than an animal hide skirt, completely unbothered by exposure or decorum. He had looked like a wild man dragged into civilization by accident rather than choice. Now, he looked far more civilized. He still wore minimal armor, but it was tailored. Reinforced leather wrapped around his waist and thighs, layered with processed beast hide. Metal bracers encased his forearms, and a heavy mantle of fur draped across one shoulder like a warrior's cloak. It did little to hide his overwhelming physique. If anything, it framed it better. But the difference lay in presentation. He looked less like a forest brute. And more like a tribal champion. There was awareness in his posture now. Growth not just of body, but of self. Michael noticed it immediately. Then his gaze returned to Ren. If Yuga's change was refinement, Ren's was elevation. He looked like a true noble now. Not just by birth. By presence. He wore a fitted dark blue combat coat lined with silver threading. A high-collared mantle rested over his shoulders, bearing his house insignia. His sword hung at his waist. Everything about him spoke of restraint and discipline. From the way his hair was tied neatly behind his head, to the calm steadiness in his eyes. He no longer looked like a talented young swordsman trying to prove himself. He looked like one who had already begun walking the path of mastery. Standing there beside Yuga's overwhelming physique, Ren did not look overshadowed. Michael evaluated them both in a single glance. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Just enough to break the usual flat calm of his face. Though Ren looked more refined than he did when Michael first saw him months ago, he was still as cheerful as ever. The moment he closed the distance, that same easy warmth resurfaced without restraint. "Sir Mike, you've arrived," Ren said, stopping a step away, his eyes carrying genuine excitement rather than the reserved politeness most nobles defaulted to. Michael inclined his head slightly. "It's great to see you." Up close, the difference in Ren became clearer. It was not just posture or attire. It was refinement in presence. Michael had heard of his connection to Grand Knight Varen, the same man who first taught him the classification of weapon skills. The one who explained that once a weapon user reached advanced mastery, they could begin touching reflective weapon chi, the threshold where technique transformed into force. And Ren had become that man's direct disciple. Michael felt quiet satisfaction at the thought. For someone like Ren, that path could only bring benefits. And he was not wrong. What Michael did not know was how much Ren's status had changed because of it. The Noah family, once a minor baron house, had undergone a quiet but monumental transformation. They now held 3 viscount titles. One for Ren's father. One for his elder brother. And the third for Ren himself. It was not just rank. It was influence. Standing. Political voice. All of it had shifted the moment Ren became the disciple of one of the kingdom's peak powerhouses. From a minor baron house to a rising viscount family. All because one son caught the eye of a legend. Yuga's grin widened as he stepped closer, eyes scanning Michael like a beast judging prey. "Pretty boy," he said loudly, "I can sense it. You stronger now." Michael's expression did not change, though the corner of his mouth lifted faintly. Yuga jabbed a thumb at his chest. "Fight me." Ren's smile faltered. "Yuga." But Yuga ignored him, leaning forward with bright, uncomplicated intent. "I might lose once," he declared. "But Yuga no lose second time." Michael could only smile helplessly and turn his head away, ignoring the invitation. Yuga blinked. Eh. Michael could tell he had grown stronger. Like Ren, far stronger than months ago. But Michael had not been stagnant either. He had gone even farther. If Yuga could not beat him back then, there was no chance now. Ariane had been beside Michael the entire time atop her flame lion, silently watching the 3 men. Had Michael not existed, one of the 2 before her might have been her fiancé by now, assuming her father approved. Fortunately, that was no longer the case. Yuga was self-explanatory. Ren was different. Refined. Well-raised. Handsome in the way nobles admired. The kind of presence that would draw glances across the capital. But compared to Michael, her gaze shifted briefly to the man in black armor. It was not close. She did not realize she had watched too long until Ren's eyes flicked toward her. He paused, then smiled politely. "My lady, pardon my manners," he said warmly. "Sir Mike, won't you introduce your friend?" Friend. The word felt strange to Ariane. Not unwelcome, just distant. Michael glanced at her. "This is Ariane Evermoon. Duke Evermoon's daughter. She's part of the expedition." Ren bowed deeper. "An honor." I've heard of your talent with beasts. You're Ren Noah, she replied evenly. Grand Knight Varen's disciple. A flicker of pride crossed his eyes. It's true. I'm still learning. Yuga had already lost interest. He stared at Michael for 2 breaths, then clicked his tongue. Boring. He stomped off, dropped near a wall, and leaned back. I sleep. A palace attendant flinched. Ren stared. Yuga, what are you doing? Yuga did not open his eyes. Only came because you said pretty boy coming. Don't even know what gathering is. Sister said stay, so I stay. He turned slightly toward Michael. Also, pretty boy fight me later. Michael looked at him, then away with a helpless smile. Ariane's lips twitched faintly. Michael was happy to see them. Yet beneath that satisfaction, something quieter surfaced. Sadness. Not because they had changed. But because he was beginning to understand something deeper. When you became too much for others, everything shifted. Even if the relationship began pure. Even if both sides tried their best, the gap could not be unseen. His eyes drifted briefly to Ariane. She was still beside him. But the stiffness was there. The hesitation. The measured distance. It was not her fault. Nor his. It was simply what power did. The realization settled in him. He had been circling an idea for a while. Now it felt inevitable. The land of origin was vast, far too vast for him to confine himself to one corner forever. He wanted what it offered. Its resources. Its systems. Its people. But he could not abandon what he had built here either. The solution had always existed. Genesis body. A skill he gained from his last evolution. It allowed him to create true clones, bodies that could carry his will and exist in different places at once. One Michael could remain here, guarding his foundation. Another could walk the land of origin freely. However, even if he wanted to do this, Michael's current goal was to advance first. Suddenly, a palace steward entered the gathering grounds. His arrival was quiet, but it immediately shifted the atmosphere. The nobles who had been sneaking glances at Michael and his group since their arrival turned their attention toward the newcomer. The steward walked with practiced composure, stopping where all participants could see him clearly. He bowed respectfully. Young lords and ladies, he began, voice clear but courteous, your transport to the ruins is ready. We will be using an airship, so please be assured the journey will not take long. Excitement surfaced among the nobles gathered. The steward straightened and gestured politely toward the outer courtyard. If you would all please follow me, we will depart shortly. Like the steward had said, it did not take long for Michael and the others to arrive at their destination. The airship descended smoothly through the clouds before slowing to a steady hover just above the forest canopy. Runes along its underside glowed faintly as stabilizing arrays activated, dispersing wind pressure and pushing loose debris away from the landing zone below. One by one, the young nobles disembarked. When Michael stepped off, his feet met solid ground in complete silence. He did not look back immediately, but when he finally did, he watched the airship rise again. The massive vessel ascended with controlled grace as it turned away from the temporary expedition site. Within moments, it was already retreating into the sky. Only then did Michael turn his attention forward and observe their location. They stood within a forest. At first glance, it looked ordinary. Tall, ancient trees stretched skyward, their branches forming a layered canopy that filtered sunlight into soft green rays. The air carried the scent of damp bark and wild vegetation. Wind moved gently through the leaves, producing a calm, almost soothing rustle that made the clearing feel deceptively peaceful. But that illusion of normalcy ended the moment one looked closer. Clustered across the clearing were newly constructed buildings. Watchtowers stood at strategic points, manned by armored personnel belonging to different factions. Foreign faces were everywhere. And at the center of it all stood the most important structure present. A portal. It towered above the clearing like a natural monument, yet its existence was anything but natural. A swirling gate of green and blue hues rotated slowly in midair. The colors folded into each other like liquid light, forming a layered vortex that distorted the surrounding space. Energy pulsed from it in rhythmic waves. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed it. Even from a distance, he could feel the density of power radiating from the gate. Around the portal, multiple formation arrays had been deployed, reinforcing stability and suppressing overflow energy. Ariane's flame lion released a low rumble beside him, instinctively reacting to the pressure emanating from the gate. The other two beasts reacted in their own ways as well, but Michael also noticed the odd sense of excitement emerging from them rather than fear. Ren's gaze sharpened the moment it landed on the portal. Yuga, who had been half asleep moments ago, slowly opened one eye. "Big door," he muttered. Michael did not respond. His attention remained fixed forward. This was it. The entrance to the ruins of a legendary existence. A legendary being in this world was comparable to a rank 4 awakener. Or, by Aurora's classification, an emperor rank cultivator. Beings who had condensed their law domain. Michael was no longer a novice and understood how ruined spaces like this came to be. It was said that when certain rank 4 superpowers approached death, they could condense everything they had mastered at the final moment. Their law domain. Their authority. Their comprehension of space. All of it compressed and folded inward. Then, through spatial mastery, they carved out an alternate realm. A separate space detached from the main world. A self-contained domain born from the culmination of their path. Sometimes it happened naturally as their power collapsed inward at death. Other times, it was deliberate. A final act of will. Many did this to leave behind inheritances. Some did it out of pride, unwilling to let their path fade from history. Others did it to pass on their legacy to a worthy successor. Which category this legendary beast tamer belonged to remained unknown. But one thing was certain. Even if the legendary beast tamer had left nothing intentionally behind, after so many years of dormancy, this ruined space that carried the characteristics of that being's law would have naturally produced treasures of its own. This was not speculation. Starting from full comprehension of a law, one could say such beings had become one with the world itself. For resources to manifest from their lingering domain after death was neither impossible nor unheard of. Ariane's gaze lingered on the portal for a moment longer before shifting toward the surrounding structures. Other groups were already moving. Banners from different kingdoms and factions fluttered above fenced sections of the clearing. Some bore crests. Others displayed foreign insignias Michael did not recognize. Each faction had claimed a temporary space, forming camps reinforced with guards, supply crates, and defensive formations. Ariane tightened her grip on the reins and spoke quietly. "We should head to our faction space. Everyone else is doing the same." Michael nodded once. He felt the same. Before stepping into an unknown domain, any piece of current information mattered. He had only taken a few steps when the atmosphere shifted again. A pressure swept across the clearing. Then a loud voice resounded from the sky, amplified by some sort of technique. "Make way. The Empire Prince has arrived." Heads snapped upward. Above the canopy, a ship emerged through the clouds. Majestic was the only word that fit. Yuga sat up fully now, blinking at the sky. "Big ship," he muttered, suddenly awake. Ren's expression tightened. Though he was momentarily taken aback by the ship's appearance, his concern lay elsewhere. His thoughts drifted to the announcement itself. Which prince? Unlike months ago, Ren was no longer ignorant. One of the lessons drilled into him after the tournament by his teacher was the weight of power and status. Perhaps to motivate him or something else, Vuren had revealed who Ren's last opponent was. The man he had knocked unconscious in his match had not just been a noble. He had been a royal prince of the Black Serpent Empire, the very empire the Lionheart Kingdom stood beneath. Ren was not afraid of someone he had already defeated. But he did hope. He would not have to cross paths with such a figure again. As for Michael, he did not care about the prince. Nor the empire. Out of mind. Out of thought. What drew his attention instead was something far more immediate. Pressure. A heavy wave descended from the sky, pressing down across the clearing in layered currents. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up at the approaching ship. Rank 3, he murmured under his breath. After being around Rank 3 superpowers for so long, he was already intimately familiar with that level of strength. This pressure did not belong to one individual. It came from several people aboard the vessel. And more importantly, it was controlled. Restrained just enough to not count as an attack, yet released wide enough to be felt by everyone below. Michael's gaze sharpened faintly. Was it a display of strength? Or a reminder of hierarchy? He did not move. He simply watched as the ship descended through the clouds. But around him, the reaction was far less composed. Several young nobles stiffened instantly. A few subconsciously bent their knees as the invisible weight pressed down on their shoulders. Others began circulating mana instinctively, thin defensive layers forming around their bodies. The difference became obvious at a glance. Those who had experienced high-rank pressure before, or could handle it, and those who had not. Michael said nothing. He simply released his mana quietly. A thin, invisible layer spread outward from him, expanding like a calm tide. It wrapped naturally around those closest to his presence. Arian. Ren. Yuga. The moment the descending pressure touched Michael's mana field, it dispersed. Neutralized instantly, like wind crashing against an immovable mountain wall. The three immediately felt the relief. The crushing weight vanished as if it had never existed. But the impression it left behind was different for each of them. Ariane's grip on her reins tightened unconsciously. She lowered her gaze slightly. "Thank you," she said softly, though her voice carried something heavier beneath the gratitude. Instead of comfort. What filled her chest was unworthiness. Even now. I needed him. Her fingers curled tighter. The gap between them felt even wider than before. It had always been wide. She knew that. But why? Why did it feel like the distance kept growing no matter how much she advanced? Ariane, you were naive. You really believed that reaching the next rank would close the distance between you and him. Her lips pressed faintly. It was not just wide. It felt unreachable. Ren's reaction was quieter. He inhaled slowly as the pressure vanished from his shoulders. His muscles relaxed slightly. He glanced at Michael, this time holding the look for a second longer before speaking. "Thank you, Sir Mike," Ren said sincerely. There was no embarrassment in his tone. Only acknowledgement. "I could withstand it," he added honestly, "but it would not have been comfortable." He gave a faint smile. "You saved me the effort." But inwardly, the realization settled deeper. He dispersed multiple rank 3 pressures, casually. Ren lowered his gaze slightly. "I still have a long way to go." As for Yuga. Yuga's eyes lit up. He rolled his shoulders under the protective mana layer, testing the invisible barrier around him like a curious beast. He pushed against it slightly. "Strong," he muttered. He turned toward Michael, eyes gleaming with pure, uncomplicated intent. Yuga pointed at him. "Pretty boy," he said seriously. "Fight me after." Ren's expression tightened immediately. "Yuga," he warned quietly, stepping half a pace forward, "this is not the place." Yuga did not even look at him. His eyes remained locked on Michael like a predator that had found something interesting. "Fight me after," he repeated, as if Ren had not spoken at all. Ren sighed through his nose. You cannot challenge people every time you feel excited, he said, voice firmer now. Yuga scratched his cheek lazily. After, he insisted. Ren gave up. He looked at Michael apologetically. Forgive him. He is straightforward. Michael shook his head faintly. It is not an issue, he replied calmly. If anything, Michael wondered when the two had grown close. It seemed that during their separation, he had been the only one without access to the others. Yuga grinned wider at Michael's response, taking it as encouragement rather than dismissal. Ren exhaled, then his expression shifted as his gaze lifted back toward the descending Imperial ship. His brows drew together. Still, he said aloud, tone thoughtful now, what is the Empire's purpose with this? Michael did not answer. Ren continued, more to himself than anyone else. That level of pressure release, it is deliberate. But this is a joint ruin expedition. Won't the other factions react? His eyes scanned the surrounding clearing where banners from multiple kingdoms fluttered. When will they respond? Almost as if his words had summoned it. The air shifted. A ripple of power spread outward across the clearing, not descending this time, but rising. Several figures lifted into the air from the faction zones below. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed them. One figure stepped forward among the airborne group. A woman. Her presence was calm but vast. Michael recognized her instantly. Princess Priscilla. A great being of the Lionheart Kingdom. One of the kingdom's peak pillars. Her cultivation had long reached the threshold of rank 3 supernatural prowess. Even among great beings. She stood high. Her voice rang across the clearing, amplified yet controlled. Imperial guests, she called, neither hostile nor welcoming, your arrival is noted. The Imperial ship slowed slightly. Priscilla's aura spread outward. Not oppressive, but firm. A declaration. You are not the only rank 3 present. Balance was soon restored. Michael watched quietly. Was that it? He felt a bit odd and simply summed the action up to political nonsense. If they wanted a fight, they should just fight. Why waste time showing off? Meanwhile, below. As the two waves of pressure, Imperial descent and Kingdom response, stabilized against each other, the suffocating weight that had blanketed the clearing finally eased. The relief was palpable. Eyes lifted toward the sky again. They watched as the rank 3 figures from the surrounding factions, those who had risen in response, slowly withdrew. Above, the Imperial vessel completed its descent. But rather than leaving after, the massive ship glided across the clearing before settling at a distance. Dust and leaves scattered outward in controlled spirals before settling again. Michael watched silently. Around him, murmurs rose. They're staying. Why haven't they departed like the others? Are they remaining stationed here? Ren folded his arms slightly, his gaze thoughtful. It's probably because of distance, he said after a moment. Michael glanced at him briefly. Ren continued, voice low but audible to those near him. The Black Serpent Empire is extremely far from here. It would take far longer for their ship to return compared to neighboring kingdoms. He tilted his head faintly. It makes logistical sense for them to remain stationed until the expedition concludes. Ren was not the only one who thought so. It was reasonable. Practical. Strategic even. And yet, despite that logic, many people still felt uncomfortable. The presence of an Imperial war vessel looming over the expedition site was not something that could be ignored easily. It was like sitting beside a sleeping beast. Not hostile. But never fully relaxing either. Michael understood the sentiment. But he did not share it. His gaze drifted briefly toward the ship again before returning to the portal. Political nonsense, he thought calmly. Michael's attention suddenly shifted as he felt a sharp, burning stare that cut through the crowd like a blade. His eyes narrowed slightly as he traced it back. And found the source. Prince Rui. The same face. The same cold arrogance. The same presence that had once been knocked unconscious and dragged out of the tournament arena in humiliation. Michael's memory was clear. He had seen the prince before. And now the prince was staring at him like he wanted to carve his name into Michael's bones. Hatred. Raw, unmasked hatred. Michael did not react outwardly, but a faint ripple passed through his mind. Why? At first, he assumed it was not directed at him. It made more sense for that gaze to be meant for Ren. After all, Ren was the one who had done it. So Michael shifted half a step to the side. A casual movement. Just enough to open Rui's line of sight toward Ren more clearly. If the prince wanted his enemy, then let him see his enemy. But Rui's gaze did not leave. It stayed on Michael. Michael's brows drew together slightly. Then, to make sure he was not imagining it, he shifted again, letting Ren fall even more into view. For a moment, Rui's eyes flicked toward Ren. Just briefly. A shared hatred. A glance that carried the same poison. Then Rui's eyes returned to Michael almost immediately, the hostility sharpening instead of fading. So it's both of us. Michael's expression remained calm, but inside, the confusion deepened. What did I do to you? He had not fought Rui. He had barely acknowledged his existence beyond recognizing him as trouble. Yet Rui looked at him like Michael had robbed him of something precious. Michael's senses stretched outward instinctively. And that was when he noticed the second detail. Someone beside Rui. A young attendant. Around his own age. Dressed with the restraint of an imperial retainer, but carrying the kind of posture that hinted at status rather than servitude. The attendant's gaze kept drifting toward Michael. Not openly or directly. But Michael still caught it thanks to his sharp perception. Michael's eyes lowered slightly, as if he was simply observing the ground. But his awareness stayed locked on those two. Prince Rui hates Ren. That's expected. Prince Rui hates me too. And his attendant is watching me. Michael's fingers twitched once, then stilled. His expression remained unchanged. But a quiet warning settled into his mind. The ruins were unknown territory. And yet, before they had even stepped through the portal, he already had two problems staring at him from the Empire's side. He exhaled softly. Fine. If you want to look, then look. Just don't reach. Unlike what Michael thought. The young Imperial retainer was not looking at him simply because his lord was doing the same. If anything, he wished he was not looking at Michael at all. Because the moment his eyes truly recognized that face, his heart skipped violently. He lowered his gaze slightly, pretending to be focused on the clearing ahead. But his peripheral vision kept drifting back uncontrollably. It's him. There was no mistake. Even if Michael's aura had changed, that face could not be mistaken. The man he could only watch from afar back then. The man whose existence had caused a huge sensation in Aurora. Why is he here? The retainer's thoughts raced. What kind of dumb luck is this? Out of all the places. His lips almost twitched despite himself. It felt surreal. To think I'd actually meet someone from Aurora here. Should I approach him? The retainer could not help but think it. The thought surfaced before he could stop it. His fingers twitched faintly at his side, hidden beneath the long sleeve of his imperial attire. If I greet him, would he even remember me? After all, I could only take a beating in the exam space, which was the only time we were so close in proximity. The thought carried hesitation. Still, we're from the same place. But that thought did not last long. Reality returned just as quickly. His gaze shifted subtly toward Prince Rui standing ahead of him. This will affect the prince's plan. The realization landed heavily. He had not climbed to his current position easily. Befriending Prince Rui had taken time. His jaw tightened slightly. Then another thought surfaced. But he's from where I grew up. The conflict twisted deeper. Loyalty to origin. Or loyalty to opportunity. The two stood on opposite ends now. And for a brief moment, he truly hesitated. Before it faded. He would not jeopardize this opportunity for nostalgia over someone who probably did not care about him, or would not be bothered to care about him now. Not even for someone from Aurora. In the end, his gaze hardened slightly. This is just an expedition. And if conflict happens, if death occurs, it will not be final anyway. Because for people like them, death was not always the end. Respawn exists. The thought settled coldly in his mind. If he dies, he'll just come back. That single justification smoothed over the last trace of guilt. Never would Michael have expected that after more than half a year since his awakening, he would finally encounter another awakener. Well, he still did not know this. Subconsciously, to a certain extent, Michael's mind had grown comfortable. He was used to seeing himself as the only awakener he knew of in the past months, so no immediate suspicion of someone's identity would shift in that direction for him. That was usually how it was for other awakeners as well. It was not common for one to reveal their identity in the early stages of their exploration, especially with the warnings they had received before awakening, even if those warnings were limited. Usually, after settling down for a period of time in their new identity, it became incredibly harder for them to expose themselves as otherworlders, even to their fellow kind. Michael just happened to suffer a case of being known in the outside world by someone who coincidentally belonged to his generation too. Fortunately, this person had no intention of exposing Michael's existence. Not everyone was like Princess Priscilla, who already had some understanding of otherworlders. But that did not mean awakeners could afford to be any less cautious. Even if their path became harder to progress similar to other power systems, awakeners still possessed an undeniable edge. Because of that, no one could say what would happen if someone with ill intent learned of their identity. Would they be studied? Controlled? Eliminated before they could grow? Or worse, used? The possibilities were endless, and none of them were comforting. That was why most awakeners preferred not to expose themselves even if they were enemies. After ignoring the prince and his attendant, Michael withdrew his gaze first. He did not care enough to continue the silent exchange. They should be heading to their faction zone by now, he said calmly. We should do the same. No one disagreed. Ariane guided her flame lion forward at once. Ren and Yuga followed without comment, and Michael walked beside them in quiet ease. Several other young nobles from the Lionheart Kingdom naturally gathered along the same path, forming a loose procession toward their designated encampment. It did not take long for them to arrive. Banners bearing the Lionheart crest fluttered above a reinforced perimeter. Guards stood stationed at each boundary point, their armor reflecting the green light spilling from the distant portal. Michael's gaze swept the area once. And then he saw a face he particularly did not find pleasing. Not hated. But far from welcome. The 10th Prince. The prince noticed him almost at the same time. Unlike Michael, whose expression remained flat and unreadable, the 10th Prince's face visibly soured the moment their eyes met. It was not hatred. Not quite. It was something more instinctive. Michael was one of the few people the prince had encountered who made him feel an irrational urge to punch them on sight. He did not even fully understand why. Maybe it was because Michael was the first person who had insulted him in front of so many influential people. Even his brothers did not do that, nor had they tried it with him. Or perhaps it was Michael's calmness toward him, as if his title as a prince of the kingdom held no importance whatsoever. Whatever the reason, irritation stirred whenever he saw him. Unfortunately, the prince was not foolish. He knew very well there was a strong possibility that Michael's guardians, beings whose ranks were not weaker than his imperial aunt, were present somewhere nearby. And so he ignored him. He turned his head away as if Michael was no more significant than passing scenery. He knew he could do nothing, so why bother frustrating himself? Michael also looked away, unbothered. For a few seconds, silence settled between the four of them as they moved deeper into the Lionheart encampment. Then Ren spoke. "It seems you've left quite an impression," he said lightly from beside Michael. Michael glanced at him once. "On who?" Ren's lips curved faintly. "The prince. My teacher is one of the kingdom's pillars," he said. "Yet in the prince's eyes, that only earns me a brief acknowledgement." His tone remained even. "But you make him reveal emotion." Michael's expression did not change. Ariane's mouth twitched. Neither commented. Yuga tilted his head. "Emotion bad?" They collectively ignored the big guy as Michael shook his head faintly. "I didn't do anything." "That might be the problem," Ren replied. Ariane looked away to hide the faint curve threatening her lips. Michael ignored them both. "We should look for where to stay," he said instead, shifting topics with deliberate indifference. His gaze swept across the encampment. Several tents had already been claimed, but many remained empty and unused. Likely reserved for participants who were just arriving, since Michael could see the nobles they came with going to claim one for themselves. "There," Michael said, nodding toward a cluster slightly to the right of the main command pavilion. "Less traffic." Ren followed his line of sight and nodded. Ariane guided her flame lion in that direction without hesitation. Yuga walked casually beside them, glancing around like a child exploring new territory. Upon reaching their location, the four individually chose their tents after agreeing to gather 3 hours later if there was no call for assembly. However, the group was only able to rest for about 2 hours before they were called to gather alongside the other nobles. Including their group of 4, a quick count showed that 15 nobles were to enter the portal from the Lionheart Kingdom. The number was bigger than Michael had expected, making him wonder what cost had been paid. In any case, it was not his concern. Though he had gotten here by condition, it did not change the fact that he did not belong to the wishes of others, and he had obtained this opportunity for free. Hopefully, the notion that free things were the worst did not apply to this ruin. The gathering took place within the central assembly tent of the Lionheart encampment. Michael stood among the group with Ariane, Ren, and Yuga nearby. Around them were other young elites of the kingdom. The prince. The academy geniuses. Several noble heirs. Favored disciples. Every single one carried status, power, or both. At the front stood the one addressing them. An elderly mage. Robes of deep blue layered with silver inscriptions marked his seniority within the kingdom's magical order. Yet despite his rank, he did not dare speak arrogantly. His posture was straight, but his tone remained cautious. Everyone present stood above him in either status, talent, or backing. Was it the favored daughter of Duke Evermoon? Was it the famed trio spoken of throughout the capital, Sir Mike, Sir Ren, and the beast man Yuga? Or was it the prince himself? Or the academy's most celebrated geniuses? Any one of them could not be treated lightly. So the old mage chose his words carefully. "The last of the factions granted access to the ruin have arrived," he said, voice steady but respectful. "Which means the time for exploration has finally come." Murmurs stirred lightly across the gathering. Anticipation. Excitement. Wariness. "The ruin itself carries a restriction," the mage continued. "One you are all already aware of." His gaze swept across the young nobles. "Only those below the age of 30 may enter." No one reacted strongly. They already knew. "But this restriction also confirms something else," he added. "A high probability that this ruin is an inheritance-type ruin." That drew sharper focus. Though they had already been briefed back home about the possibility, it did not make the news any less exciting. Inheritance ruins were vastly different from natural ruin spaces. They were built with intention. Left behind with purpose. It could be power techniques, treasures, or legacies meant for successors. Unfortunately, the old mage continued, voice lowering slightly, due to the method used to forcefully open the ruined space. His expression grew more solemn. This is not a ruin that can be entered repeatedly. The atmosphere shifted. More serious now. This expedition may be your only opportunity to enter before access is lost permanently. Several nobles straightened subconsciously. The spatial structure has already destabilized due to external interference during the forced breach. Maintaining the gate requires continuous effort from multiple kingdoms. He paused briefly before concluding. With the combined efforts of all allied factions, it is estimated the ruin can be stabilized for 3 days. 3 days. Not long. You are to ensure you exit before this time limit regardless of circumstance. His gaze hardened slightly. Silence settled across the gathering. The weight of finality hung heavier than the earlier pressure from the Imperial ship. The mage inclined his head slightly in respect. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Once entry begins, extraction will be your own responsibility. Michael listened silently. He had already begun adjusting his plans before the mage even finished speaking. Beside him, Ren exhaled quietly. Yuga cracked his knuckles with visible anticipation. He was not really bothered about treasures. He just hoped it would be fun. After his awakening, thanks to his last battle with Michael, he had not been able to go all out or test his limits again. The elderly mage waited until the murmurs faded. Then he lifted his voice again, careful and measured, as if every word had to be placed properly. As previously discussed, he said, for the sake of your safety, you will enter in groups of 5. His gaze swept the gathering. 3 groups. 5 people each. No one looked shocked. If anything, most of them looked like they had expected this structure from the beginning. The mage continued. The ruined space is unstable. If something goes wrong inside, scattered individuals will likely face difficulty. Groups allow support, recovery, and coordinated retreat. He paused, then spoke the next part with even more caution. Group 1 will be led by Sir Mike. Several eyes shifted subtly. Alongside him will be the 10th Prince leading Group 2, and senior disciple Kalen Voss of the Royal Academy leading Group 3. Kalen Voss. A name that carried weight among the young generation. Michael did not react outwardly. He did not even know this Kalen. The 10th Prince, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, then quickly smoothed his expression back into a neutral mask. The mage lowered his gaze to the list again. And Lady Ariane Evermoon will be assigned to Group 1 as well. Ariane did not move. She simply stepped a fraction closer to Michael's side. Michael was not surprised. If anything, he felt it was inevitable. The Duke's hand was all over this. The mage continued calling names. Sir Ren Noah will be assigned to Group 2, under the Prince's faction. Ren's expression remained calm. Michael was not surprised by that either. As the disciple of an imperial pillar, Ren was now linked to the royal family whether he liked it or not. Politics did not care about personal preference. Ren did not make a sound. But his eyes flicked briefly toward Michael, then returned forward. Then the mage called the next name. Sir Yuga will be assigned to Group 3. The moment those words left the mage's mouth, Yuga's head snapped up. His eyes widened. Then narrowed. What? His voice was not loud, but it carried. A few nobles stiffened. Some looked annoyed. Others looked uncomfortable. Yuga took one step forward, aura swelling instinctively, raw and heavy. I go with pretty boy. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Ren's brows drew together. They both took half a step forward at the same time. Yuga, Ren said quietly, warning in his tone. But Yuga did not care about warning tones. His gaze locked on the mage. No. I go with him. The mage's face tightened from fear. He was not a fool. Yuga was a monster in human skin. Even if the man behaved like a simple-minded child at times, his strength was not simple. Before the situation could worsen, Michael spoke. Yuga. Yuga's head turned immediately. Michael held his gaze. You'll be fine. Yuga frowned. Michael's eyes did not change. We will meet inside. Ren added quietly, you can still fight him after. If you behave. Yuga hesitated. The anger on his face twisted into something confused, then reluctant. He scratched his cheek hard, like he was trying to scratch away the irritation. After, he muttered again. Then he stepped back. The tension eased, but not completely. Michael and Ren exchanged a brief look. Neither of them liked this. Yuga was strong. Placed among nobles who might view him as a weapon, he could easily become a tool. Or worse, become a target for manipulation. Michael's gaze drifted toward the nobles assigned to Yuga's group. Most of them quickly looked away. Some looked uneasy. One or two looked calculating. Michael's expression remained flat. But a cold thought settled behind his eyes. I can only hope they are not foolish. And I can only hope Yuga is wise enough to navigate the situation. The mage cleared his throat softly, regaining control as he mentioned more names. The groups are set, he said. You will enter in order. Each group will be given a short window before the next follows. His gaze hardened slightly. Remember. 3 days. Do not lose track of time. If the ruin begins to collapse, you leave immediately. He lowered his head in respect once more. Prepare yourselves. Outside the assembly tent, Group 1 gathered. Michael stood before the 4 assigned to him. Ariane was already beside him, calm and composed atop her flame lion. The other 3 nobles stood a short distance away, watching him with varying degrees of curiosity. Michael did not waste time. My name is Sir Mike, he said evenly. There was no arrogance in his tone and no attempt at dominance. Just simple clarity. I assume you all have some idea of my abilities already, so I will not take your time repeating what you likely know. A few subtle glances were exchanged. Of course they knew. Everyone here knew. However, Michael continued, I would like a basic understanding of what each of you can do. The situation within the ruin is unknown to us. Coordination will increase our chances of survival and overall strength as a team. His gaze swept across them calmly. If we understand each other's strengths, we can better use them once inside. There was no refusal and no one objected. The first to step forward was Ariane. I am Ariane Evermoon, she said formally. A beast tamer. Several of the others rolled their eyes subtly. Who did not know that? The daughter of Duke Evermoon. The most visible participant in this expedition. Was the flame lion beneath her not already enough information? Still, formalities were formalities. She gave a brief nod and stepped back. The next introduced himself as Lucien Harrowmont, a dual-element mage specializing in wind and lightning manipulation. After him came Cedric Vale, a sword cultivator who specialized in close-range burst combat and defensive techniques. The last stepped forward with a faint smile. Alaric Golden, he said smoothly. From the Golden family. I am a fire mage. Michael's eyes flickered slightly. Golden family. The name was familiar. I am also the elder brother of Syria Golden. There it was. Michael did not react outwardly, but internally he understood immediately. He had a good impression of Syria. Perhaps it was because, although she clearly carried the pride of a noble, she had been different from most nobles he had encountered. And now her elder brother stood before him. Why did he introduce himself like that? The reason was obvious. Alaric had used the connection the moment he spoke, an attempt at proximity. Perhaps even favor. Michael met his gaze calmly. I see, he replied simply. Alaric's smile widened just slightly. The message had been delivered. Whether it would matter inside the ruin was another matter entirely. Michael looked over the four of them once more. Aside from himself and Ariane, who were clearly the youngest in the group, the other three were noticeably older. Lucien, Cedric, and Alaric all carried the bearing of individuals who had trained for many years. Their physiques, their auras, even the faint lines of maturity at the corners of their eyes suggested they were approaching the upper limit of the ruin's age restriction. 27. 28. Perhaps even 29. This was understandable. Power was not easily grasped. Even among nobles, advancement required time, resources, and relentless effort. The three assigned to him were talented in their own right. Otherwise, they would never have been selected for this expedition. But compared to Michael, their strength was lacking. He could sense it clearly. The density of their mana. The stability of their foundations. They were strong by the standards of their generation. They were weak by his. If he were honest, he did not need a team. None of them could truly assist him if he decided to move seriously inside the ruin. If danger beyond their level appeared, they would only slow him down. But there was also no need to be overly proactive. This was still a sanctioned expedition. Eyes were everywhere. If a team had been formed, then for now, it would function as a team. At least on the surface. Michael's expression remained calm as he nodded once. "Good," he said. "We maintain formation once inside." There was a subtle shift in the air as Michael gave a slight show of authority. They all understood that, regardless of age, he was the strongest among them, so no one argued. Around the encampment, the other factions were preparing as well. Soon, the space around the portal was cleared completely. A wide ring formed around the shimmering gate, leaving only the selected groups from each faction standing within the boundary. Michael's group moved with the Lionheart representatives, taking their assigned position among the organized lines. From where he stood, he could see the other banners. Some groups had more mages. Others had heavy fighters. A few had strange, unfamiliar beasts resting near their feet, their eyes fixed on the portal. Then the air shifted. A figure stepped forward near the portal's edge. A strong man. His presence was on the same level as Princess Priscilla. The murmurs around the portal faded without anyone needing to shout. The man's gaze swept across the assembled groups. His voice followed, deep and steady. "It is time. Entry begins now. The first to enter will be the Black Serpent Empire. All other factions will follow in the agreed order. Do not crowd the gate. Do not waste time. Once inside, you move. If you do not want your group to be separated upon entry, make sure there is some form of contact between you as you enter at once." A ripple passed through the Imperial side. Michael watched quietly as Prince Rui stepped forward. 9 people followed behind him. A clean, disciplined formation. Rui and his attendant were the youngest among them, but only now did Michael truly pay attention to the group surrounding him. Including the attendant who had been watching him earlier, the other 8 were all rank 2. Every single one. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. So that was their spearhead. No wonder the Empire acted like it owned the sky. Compared to the scattered strength of the smaller kingdoms, Rui's group looked like a blade. Not just sharp. Well forged. They were probably the strongest group gathered here, if one ignored individual strength alone. The strong man raised his hand once, and the portal's unstable glow steadied for a brief moment, as if responding to his will. "Please enter." 5 minutes passed after the Empire entered. Then the strong man's voice rang out again. "Lionheart Kingdom. Second." Michael's eyebrow rose slightly. He did not know how the order had been arranged. If he had known, he would have realized earlier that this was one of those silent privileges that came with being the kingdom that discovered the ruin. Though it was uncertain whether this could truly be called a benefit. Being second meant earlier access. Earlier access also meant first contact with whatever dangers were inside. A double-edged gift. The Lionheart group shifted. The 15 nobles formed up as they had been instructed. 3 lines. 3 teams. 5 people each. The strong man lifted his hand again. "Remember what I said," he called, voice steady. "If you do not want your group to be separated upon entry, keep contact as you enter. Do not leave gaps." Then the 10th prince moved. Group 2 went first. Then they vanished. A short pause followed. Barely a breath. Then the signal came again. Group 1. Michael moved immediately. Ariane guided her flame lion forward, closing in beside him. Lucien, Cedric, and Alaric tightened their spacing without needing to be told. Michael did not speak. He simply extended his mana outward. A thin invisible tether, light as silk, wrapped around their presence. Ariane felt it first. Her posture tightened subtly as the connection brushed her senses. Lucien blinked once, then steadied. Cedric's hand went to his sword hilt out of instinct, then relaxed. Alaric's gaze sharpened, a faint flicker of surprise passing behind his smile. Michael stepped up to the portal. The green light reflected in his eyes. For a brief moment, he could feel the ruin's boundary resisting him. Then he walked through. The world folded. Sound vanished. Space twisted. His mana tether stretched, holding the others close. Then the light took them all. The clearing outside disappeared. Deep within the ruin, far from the eyes of those who had just entered, another scene unfolded. A grand structure of stone sat at the center of a silent basin. It did not look like something built by human hands. Its walls rose like jagged cliffs, layered and uneven. Pillars were fused into the frame rather than placed, and the ceilings arched in natural ribs, like the inside of a petrified beast. Veins of pale crystal ran through the stone, pulsing faintly with dim light that did not warm the air. Everything about the place felt ancient. Inside the building, there was no wind, yet the air moved. A crawling chill slid across the floors like something alive. In the darkness above the central hall, a sound echoed. It resembled laughter, but not the laughter of a person. It was the kind of sound one might hear in a nightmare and wake up drenched in sweat. The sound rolled through the stone hall, struck the pillars, and returned as a distorted chorus. Then a voice followed. Finally, it whispered. "After hundreds of years, I can finally leave this place." The faint crystal veins brightened for a moment. The voice breathed again, and the darkness seemed to shift. "He truly thought he was clever," the voice continued, almost amused. "He believed his precious tamed beasts would outlive me." A low, bitter chuckle spread through the hall. As if they could. There was a pause. Then the tone changed, a quiet acknowledgement layered over the mockery. "But I will admit it. That bastard was smart." The crystals dimmed slightly. He knew that if none of his precious beasts survived, this place would collapse on its own if that ever happened. The voice exhaled. That was the intention. Irritation seeped into its tone. But what he did not expect was for it to become a spatial realm. The words carried heavy resentment. The voice fell silent for a moment, then spoke again, lower, almost depressed. "Even after I took control, I could not leave." The crystals flickered faintly, unevenly. "It is ironic. This is the only place my soul can endure without a body after so long." A pause followed. Then the voice hardened. "Yet it is also a cage." The darkness rippled, and the hall seemed to tighten. "Fortunately," the voice said, and for the first time there was something like satisfaction in it, someone stumbled upon the runes. A faint tremor ran through the stone floor. "Through that crack, I tasted the outside world again." The voice sounded almost hungry now. But the body that came was too old. Disgust colored the words. Wasted flesh. A decaying vessel. I did not like it. Another pause. The presence within the hull shifted. The earlier resentment faded, replaced by something colder. It had waited. For centuries it endured in silence, conserving what little power its fractured soul still possessed. When opportunity finally came, it did not seize it recklessly. It adapted and disguised the forgotten battlefield. A treasure site. A temptation. It allowed rumors to spread through the cracks of the world. It permitted scholars to discover fragments of ancient markings. Then it allowed the realm to be forcefully opened. Kingdoms poured their resources into stabilizing the gate. They believed they were exploiting an opportunity. In truth, they were feeding the cage. The entity had imposed only one true restriction upon the realm. Age. Under 30. That condition was not random. It was deliberate. Young bodies carried vitality. Flexible foundations. Untapped potential. Souls not yet worn thin by decades of use. They were easier to overwrite. Easier to mold. Easier to consume without immediate rejection. The entity had no intention of claiming a decaying vessel. It required something strong. Something refined. Something that could endure the weight of its existence without collapsing. And beyond the body, there was something else it required. Nourishment. A faint laugh echoed once more before fading completely. Silence returned. But it was no longer the silence of abandonment. It was the silence of anticipation. The grand stone structure stood unmoving, its walls as natural as any mountain cliff. The towering pillars cast long shadows across the central chamber. The ceiling arched high overhead, lined with veins of pale crystal that pulsed in slow, measured intervals. Like breath. Like a heartbeat. Michael felt ground beneath his boots again. The twisting sensation stopped abruptly, leaving a brief moment of weightlessness before gravity settled into place. Darkness surrounded them. Not absolute darkness. A deep, endless twilight. The world they stepped into was vast and open, yet there was no visible sky. Instead, an immense black canopy stretched overhead like a ceiling lost in shadow. Faint currents of pale light moved across it like distant, silent storms. Then the crystals began to glow. Softly at first. Scattered across the terrain were clusters of crystalline growths that pulsed with dim blue and violet light. They rose from the ground like strange, transparent plants, some shaped like jagged grass blades, others like crooked trees made of glass. The ground beneath their feet was not soil. It was dark stone, smooth in some places and cracked in others. Thin lines of luminous crystal ran through those cracks, forming glowing veins across the surface, like a vast network of frozen lightning embedded in the earth. The light from those veins illuminated the area in a low, dreamlike haze. Ariane's flame lion exhaled slowly, its golden mane reflecting the crystal glow in fractured colors. The beast's presence cast warm light that contrasted with the cold radiance of the terrain. Lucian and Alaric turned slowly in place, eyes widening slightly. Cedric's hand returned to his sword hilt, not out of panic, but instinct. Michael did not move immediately. He released a small portion of his perception outward. The terrain stretched into uneven ridges and shallow depressions. In the distance, crystal outcroppings rose in clusters, casting long, distorted shadows across the stone plains. It was eerie. And beautiful. The crystals did not shine harshly. They glowed like stars fallen to the ground, painting the world in shifting hues of indigo and silver. Every step caused reflections to ripple across the surface beneath them. Michael glanced upward again. So this is the ruin. Ariane guided her lion a step forward. The beast's claws scraped against crystal-veined stone, producing a faint ringing sound that echoed farther than expected. Lucian crouched briefly, touching one of the glowing lines running through the ground. Cedric scanned the horizon. Alaric narrowed his eyes toward a distant ridge where the crystals seemed denser. Despite the silence, there was a strange harmony to the place. A quiet symmetry. Michael's instincts did not relax. After all, this had once been the domain of a rank 4 supernatural. Only the heavens knew what it truly contained. Michael's gaze swept across the vast crystal-lit landscape again, his mind steady but alert. Perhaps he was being overly cautious. Every rank 4 existence he had encountered so far had left a deep impression on him, and none of those impressions had been pleasant. Still, caution here would not harm him. So he did not suppress it. He let his senses stretch a little farther, and what he saw left him in awe. Life truly was amazing. At rank 1, the world had already felt vast to him. His senses had sharpened. His body had grown lighter. Every advancement back then had felt like a leap into something extraordinary. Rank 2 had only deepened that feeling. Yet standing here now, within what had once been the territory of a rank 4 existence, he could not help but feel that rank 4 was something entirely different from rank 3. Not just stronger. Different. Of course, that was obvious. But perhaps his thoughts were influenced by how smooth rank 3 had been for him. He had not struggled the way others did. The bottlenecks that trapped most people had felt like shallow steps in his path. That might have skewed his perception. Rank 4, however, felt like a threshold that truly divided worlds. He was not surprised by how vast this realm was. He had once stepped into a rank 4 domain before. Even when suppressed, it had been immense. That alone told him how much deeper the foundation of such beings ran. And this place was not an active domain. It was a remnant realm left behind for dozens, perhaps hundreds of years. Unsupervised. Developing naturally. Absorbing ambient energy. Stabilizing. Expanding. It would have been strange if it were small. Michael let his gaze sweep across the horizon one final time before speaking. "Stay alert, everyone," he said calmly. "This is unknown territory." No one argued. They began advancing in formation. The crystal veins beneath their feet pulsed faintly as they moved. Michael extended his perception quietly. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, he condensed it to roughly 200 meters around him. As they continued forward, something shifted beneath one of the crystal ridges ahead. Michael felt it immediately. A fluctuation. Seems to have lower energy too, he thought. He did not speak. Instead, he chose not to intervene. He wanted to see the capabilities of his teammates. From the energy level, this thing was manageable. To understand them better, it was better to observe how they reacted in real combat. A faint distortion rippled across the ground ahead. The stone cracked. A black mass peeled itself from the surface like tar separating from rock. It stood upright in a single fluid motion. Faceless. Humanoid in outline but wrong in proportion. Its limbs were slightly too long. Its torso too narrow. Its head smooth and round without eyes, nose, or mouth. No mana signature leaked from it in the normal sense. Instead, its energy clung tightly to its form, compact and dense. Cedric reacted instantly. He charged forward. His sword left its sheath in a clean arc. The black figure lunged without sound. Its speed was not extraordinary, but its movement was unervingly smooth. Cedric's blade cut downward. The strike was precise. Steel met shadow. Instead of resistance, the sword sank halfway into the creature's shoulder. There was no blood. No sound. The faceless head tilted slightly. Then its elongated arm snapped forward. Cedric twisted at the waist just as the elongated arm shot toward his chest. The black limb grazed past him, tearing through the air with unnatural silence. A thin streak of darkness brushed his shoulder guard, leaving behind a faint smear that hissed before fading. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped in. Mana surged along his blade. The steel vibrated with a low hum as he shifted his stance, abandoning the wide, flashy arcs from before and tightening his movement. The creature's arm retracted like elastic, snapping back into place. Cedric's sword flashed again. This time, the strike was horizontal. The blade cut cleanly through the faceless neck. For a brief instant, there was resistance, as if slicing through compressed mist. Then the head separated. It spun once in the air and fell to the ground with a dull thud. The body remained standing. Unmoving. Headless, but no blood poured out. Cedric stepped back, chest rising slightly from exertion. A moment passed, and the body finally fell. Cedric slowly turned to look at Michael with expectation. There was a trace of pride in his eyes. He had reacted quickly and finished the enemy decisively. He expected at least a nod or some sign of acknowledgement. Instead, he met a calm, unreadable face. Michael's expression did not change. That puzzled Cedric. He did not feel his performance had been bad. And in truth, it was not. However, to Michael, it had looked flashy. Clean but lacking essence. It disappointed him slightly. He knew Ren was special. Even Michael himself had not fully comprehended weapon chi yet. But he had expected at least a noble son trained for decades to show a deeper grasp of the sword. Michael said nothing. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the headless body. Ariane's voice broke the silence. "What could it be?" she asked quietly. "Is it a monster of this realm, or just one of the monsters in this realm?" The question hung in the air. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then the body began to move. The headless torso trembled. Its surface cracked like drying clay. Before anyone could respond to Ariane's question, the entire black form dissolved into a thin mist of dark gas. The severed head followed. The gas swirled briefly in place. Then it condensed. Compressed. Darkness folded inward on itself. A deep blue orb formed where the creature had stood. It hovered slightly above the ground. Its surface was smooth, and it glowed faintly. From it emanated a subtle hunger that was not directed at anyone but was felt by those nearby. Lucien's breathing shifted. Alaric's pupils narrowed. Even Cedric felt the faint pull in his chest, but no one stepped forward to reach for it. Michael's eyes sharpened slightly. Now that was interesting. Cedric swallowed. "What do we do with it?" he asked, eyes fixed on the hovering orb. Lucien stepped closer, though not too close. "It could be either a reward or a trap," he said thoughtfully. Alaric folded his arms loosely, studying the blue glow. "In ruins like this, things are rarely neutral. It is either a good thing or a very bad one." Ariane remained atop her flame lion, gaze steady. "But that hunger," she murmured. What she did not say was that she was not the only one who could feel it. Even her tamed beast felt the same, though for some reason the hunger was less intense for it. All of them turned toward Michael. He still did not speak. His green eyes glowed faintly, brighter than usual, reflecting the deep blue light of the orb. For a brief second, something within his pupils seemed to shift, as though layers of information were unfolding behind them. Yet his face remained expressionless. No approval. No warning. Just silence. Cedric's jaw tightened slightly. He had been the one to defeat the creature. If this was a reward, then it should rightfully be his. And if it was dangerous, then was he supposed to simply ignore it? The faint sense of hunger brushed against him again. Greed flickered in his eyes. Before anyone could stop him, Cedric stepped forward and grabbed the orb. The moment his fingers touched it, the blue light flared. Energy surged into him like a torrent. Cold and dense, yet pure. Cedric's eyes widened as the orb dissolved into streaks of light that poured through his arm and into his chest. His mana swelled violently. The crystal veins beneath their feet flickered in response. Cedric staggered half a step, then steadied. He inhaled sharply. Power coursed through his meridians, filling spaces that had felt slightly hollow before. His limbs felt lighter. His senses sharpened. Even the grip on his sword felt more solid. A slow smile spread across his face. "I feel stronger," he said, disbelief and excitement mixing in his tone. Lucien's eyes lit up immediately. Alaric's composure cracked for the first time, genuine interest flashing across his features. "So it enhances cultivation," Lucien said eagerly. "Or at least refines it," Alaric added, his gaze sharpening. Ariane studied Cedric carefully. "Your aura is denser," she observed quietly. Excitement spread through the group like a spark catching dry grass. If every creature here produced something like that, then this ruin was not merely an inheritance site. It was a field of resources. Only Michael did not react. His eyes dimmed back to normal, but internally, his thoughts were anything but calm. When Cedric had absorbed the orb, Michael's eyes of truth had pierced through the blue glow and into its core. What he saw had not been pure energy. It had been faces. Countless faint, overlapping faces pressed against the inner surface of the orb. They were blurred and distorted, as if submerged in deep water. Some looked human. Some did not. Their expressions were stretched, their mouths open in silent screams he could not hear. They had not been clear enough for him to identify. But they had been there. And when the orb dissolved into Cedric's body, those faces had not simply vanished. For a brief moment, as the energy spread through Cedric's meridians, Michael saw something else. Tiny impressions. Small, faint faces blooming beneath Cedric's skin. Along his arm. Across his chest. Around his neck. They were subtle. Almost translucent. No one else reacted. There was no sign that anyone else could see them. Michael was not surprised. Not everyone possessed his means. Still, the sight alarmed him. The faces did not move. They did not struggle. They simply existed. Then, slowly, they faded from obvious sight, sinking deeper into Cedric's body until they were barely perceptible, even to him. Cedric laughed softly, rolling his shoulders as if testing his newfound strength. The others were already imagining what it would mean if they could gather dozens of such orbs. Michael said nothing. He did not rebuke Cedric. He did not warn the others. Instead, his voice flowed silently through mana. A private transmission. It reached only one person. Ariane. Do not absorb them if you can help it. His tone was calm and steady, without panic. If you choose to, that is your decision. But be cautious. Ariane stiffened slightly atop her flame lion. She did not turn to look at him. Her expression did not change. But her thoughts sharpened. She knew Michael was strong and surely had his own secrets and mysterious means. She found herself wanting to ask Michael what he saw but could not bring herself to do so. In the end, she kept her words to herself and made her decision. Michael had no idea what Ariane was thinking. He had only felt the need to tell her about the situation because of the relationship they shared. He had no control over her actions and did not want to. As for why he said nothing to the nobles. Aside from not wanting to reveal too much about himself, Michael did not believe they would heed his words. From Cedric's actions, that much was obvious. Michael let the moment pass. The excitement in the air was sharp, almost tangible. Lucien's eyes kept flicking from Cedric's aura to the surrounding terrain, as if the world had suddenly turned into a field of hidden prizes. Alaric's calm mask returned, but the greed behind it did not disappear. Michael did not indulge the mood. He gave a single, quiet instruction, firm enough to cut through the rising noise. Keep moving. No one objected, not with the way his presence pressed down on the group whenever he chose to let it show. They reformed their spacing and advanced again, boots and claws scraping against crystal-veined stone. The low glow beneath their feet pulsed faintly with each step. They had not gone far when something caught the light ahead. It was small at first, just a concentrated patch of glow among the darker ridges. Then the terrain dipped slightly, and the source came into view. A flower. It did not belong in any normal sense. Its stem rose from a crack in the black stone as though it had sprouted directly from the crystal veins. The petals were thin and layered, translucent like polished glass, and each one carried a soft inner luminescence that shifted between pale blue and faint violet. The air around it carried a faint, clean scent, like cold rain and crushed herbs. Even without understanding what it was, the group could tell it was valuable. Anything that shone like that inside a realm like this was not common. Lucien took a step toward it instinctively, then stopped, catching himself. Cedric's hand tightened around his sword hilt again. Alaric's gaze sharpened, measuring the distance, the surroundings, the angles, already deciding the quickest way to harvest it without damage. Michael did not rush. His eyes flicked over the area once, then he reached into his robe and pulled out a pouch. It was not a normal pouch. It looked plain, made from dark cloth reinforced with leather strips, but the mouth held something unusual. The inside was deeper than it should have been. It was a spatial container. Michael handed it over without ceremony. This was not his personal storage. It was an item issued before entry, reserved for team leaders and expedition captains. A space-type container meant for gathering within the ruin, precious enough that most nobles in Lionheart had never even held one. Within the kingdom, items like this were rare, hoarded by high houses, the royal treasury, and a handful of teachers within the academy. Bringing it into the ruin at all was an expense that spoke of how seriously Lionheart was taking this inheritance. The condition attached to it was just as clear as the object's value. 20% of whatever went inside upon exit belonged to the kingdom. It was not a negotiation. It was the price of being allowed to take the remaining 80% out with them. The pouch was not small either. Inside it, several empty boxes had already been arranged, prepared specifically for fragile herbs and unknown materials that could not be thrown together carelessly. Whoever had issued it had done so with experience, expecting the teams to find more than simple stones. Ariane watched the pouch for half a second, then shifted her focus back to the glowing flower. She did not reach for it with bare hands. Her movements were controlled and careful, as if she had harvested rare beast herbs before. Even her flame lion held still, its breath low and hot, keeping its warmth away from the delicate glow. The flower was cut cleanly. The moment it left the ground, the glow around its stem intensified briefly, then stabilized again. It was placed into one of the prepared boxes, and the box slid into the pouch without resistance. The opening did not bulge. The pouch did not change shape. It simply swallowed the item. The group's mood brightened again, but this time it was more grounded excitement. Less reckless than after the orb. More practical. Michael watched the pouch close, then resumed scanning the terrain. He did not comment on the flower or the orb. He only kept walking, eyes steady, expression unreadable, his senses spread outward like a net. The ruin was generous. That alone made him uneasy. He remembered what an instructor back at the academy had once told him about situations like this. A supernatural situation that gave so easily was usually taking something in return. The next 5 hours passed in a steady rhythm of movement, battle, and discovery. The ruin did not remain silent. Shadows continued to emerge again and again. The first humanoid form had only been the beginning. Not all of them shared the same shape. The only constant was their color, black, and faces with no features. Just smooth, empty surfaces where expressions should have been. The group adapted quickly. Michael moved less often, but when he did, the tide shifted immediately. Stronger shadows appeared as they ventured deeper. Larger. Denser. Their energy more compact and oppressive. In those moments, Michael stepped in. Sometimes he intercepted a strike that would have forced one of the others into a dangerous exchange. Sometimes he dismantled a creature with a single precise action, leaving the rest of the body to collapse harmlessly. Other times he allowed the others to push to their limit before assisting, ensuring none were overwhelmed. Through it all, the orbs continued to appear. Deep blue and faintly glowing. Carrying that same subtle hunger. This time, the distribution was more measured. Even Ariane gained some. The difference lay in what they did next. Unlike the first encounter, not all of them grabbed the orbs the instant they formed. They discovered something by accident. When one orb remained untouched for several minutes, the sphere hardened. The deep blue light condensed inward, solidifying into a crystal-like object no larger than a fist. It became an item that could be stored and absorbed later. That realization shifted Michael's approach, making him collect a few himself, but just like Ariane, he only kept them and did not attempt to absorb them. When he personally dismantled a stronger shadow or assisted in finishing one that threatened to escalate beyond control, the resulting orb belonged to him by right of contribution. He did not touch it immediately. Only when it hardened into a stable object did he store it. He had no intention of absorbing something he did not fully understand. As the hours passed, they gathered more than just orbs. Several luminous herbs similar to the first flower were harvested from crystal fissures. The spatial container slowly filled. 20% would belong to the kingdom upon exit. The rest would be theirs. Yet despite the steady gain, Michael's unease did not fade. The ruin was generous. Too generous. The faceless creatures appeared frequently, but rarely in overwhelming numbers. The treasures were not hidden behind impossible trials. The orb strengthened cultivation in measurable ways. It felt almost curated. As if something within the realm was encouraging growth. Michael extended his perception again as they paused atop a low ridge, scanning the crystal-lit expanse stretching into endless twilight. Asterisk. Elsewhere within the ruin, beneath the same endless twilight canopy, was Group 2. The 10th Prince of the Lionheart Kingdom stood at its center. Around him, the crystal-veined ground was stained darker than before. Bodies lay scattered across the stone. Not of faceless shadows, but of men. Their attire, now smeared with blood and dust, marked them clearly as belonging to a neighboring kingdom. Their eyes were open. Unmoving. Ren stood a short distance away, sword resting loosely at his side. His expression was cold. He did not speak. But the air around him had shifted. The current situation had begun due to a conflict over a single herb growing from a narrow fissure in the stone. A precious one, judging from the density of energy around it. Words had been exchanged. Tension had risen. The 10th Prince had not hesitated. Instead of driving them back with force and superiority, instead of displaying dominance and allowing retreat, he had chosen the simplest path. He killed them. Ren's gaze lingered on the fallen. He looked more displeased than shocked. The prince noticed. A scoff escaped him. His posture remained relaxed, his weapon still faintly humming with residual energy from the earlier clash. His expression carried faint disdain, as though Ren's silent judgment amused him. To the prince, weakness invited loss. If the opposing kingdom's team was too fragile to stand their ground, then they should not have contested ownership in the first place. Ren's fingers tightened slightly around the hilt of his sword. He had not intervened. The prince was stronger, and the exchange had been swift. But that did not mean he approved. The tension between them thickened, subtle but unmistakable. Other members of the group shifted uneasily, sensing the divide forming between noble authority and personal conviction. Before the silence could harden into something harsher, one of their teammates stepped back suddenly. Look. All eyes turned. The fallen bodies were changing. At first it seemed like a trick of the crystal light. Then the air above each corpse shimmered faintly. Dark mist began to seep from their chests. It was not blood, but the same black vapor they had seen when faceless creatures dissolved. It gathered slowly, rising like smoke drawn upward by unseen currents. Ren's eyes narrowed. The prince's expression shifted from mild irritation to focused interest. The mist above the first corpse condensed, compressed, and folded inward. A deep blue orb formed in the air above the dead soldier's body. Then another. And another. Every fallen opponent produced one. They hovered in place, glowing faintly, carrying that same subtle hunger the ruin's shadows had emitted. The group fell silent. This was new. These men had not been faceless creatures of the realm. They had been human. From another kingdom. No one moved closer to the orbs for a while. It was a distinct feeling from how they had behaved before toward the orbs. The only thing they could feel now was a chill in their spines. It was not until the prince spoke that the silence broke. This should be different from the faceless monsters. These people came from outside like us, so why are they producing these orbs too? The prince paused for a few seconds as all eyes focused on him before he continued. I am not sure, but I believe these orbs exist because they belong to the faceless monsters these people killed and absorbed their energy. Now that they are dead, their energy is returning to the ruin. No one spoke for a while until one of their teammates, Shaquille, raised his hand. If that's the case, doesn't that mean this expedition just got more dangerous? The prince's eyes flickered slightly. Explain yourself, he said. Yes, my prince, Shaquille replied. What I am trying to say is, what happens when all these monsters are killed? Wouldn't that mean people would be the next things hunted? As realization settled over everyone, it was followed by a strong chill running down their spines. In other locations within the ruin, many other groups were also discovering several strange things about it. Unfortunately, the advantages toward their growth were too significant to ignore. Asterisk. The crystal-lit ridge beneath Michael's boots trembled. A heavy force struck somewhere below, followed by the sharp crack of splitting stone. Michael turned his head slightly. There, Ariane murmured. They descended the ridge just enough to gain a clear view of the battlefield. The creature stood nearly twice the height of an average human. It was not humanoid. Not entirely. Its limbs were elongated, jointed at unnatural angles. The surface of its body was matte black, but unlike the lesser shadows, faint lines of dark blue energy pulsed beneath its skin, tracing patterns like veins. Its head was smooth and featureless, yet pressure radiated from where eyes should have been. Cedric was already in motion. He dashed forward, boots grinding against crystal-veined stone. His blade, now infused with mana, shimmered faintly with deep blue light. He struck first. The sword cleaved downward in a heavy arc. The blade met resistance. The faceless monster raised one elongated arm and caught the strike mid-swing. The impact detonated a shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. Cedric's teeth clenched. The creature did not stagger. Instead, the lines beneath its surface flared brighter. Lucien moved. His hand swept outward, and the air responded instantly. A compressed blade of wind formed, almost invisible except for the distortion it carved through the space in front of him. It sliced forward in a crescent arc and struck the creature's flank. The wind edge tore a shallow line across the matte surface, sending dark fragments scattering like splintered stone. At the same time, Lucien's other hand traced a quick sigil in the air. Mana threads tightened around the monster's legs, attempting to bind and restrict its movement. Alaric did not hesitate. He stepped forward, planting his foot heavily as heat surged around him. Unlike Lucien's clean cuts, Alaric's fire magic roared outward in controlled aggression. A ring of burning sigils flared beneath his boots. From that ring, 3 pillars of flame erupted simultaneously around the monster, forming a triangular prison. The air distorted from sheer heat. The creature reacted violently. Its limbs slammed outward. One elongated arm extended like a whip, smashing into Cedric's side. Cedric twisted at the last instant, but the blow still sent him skidding across stone, boots carving deep lines as he fought to regain footing. The monster leapt upward. The mana bindings around its legs snapped with a violent ripple. It slammed into one of Alaric's fire pillars and tore through it, flames scattering outward in blazing fragments. Alaric gritted his teeth, pushing more mana into the formation. The sigils beneath him brightened, veins standing out along his neck. Lucian adjusted instantly. Instead of another cutting arc, he extended both palms forward. The air compressed sharply around the creature. Pressure. Invisible force tightened from all sides, restricting its range of motion. The monster's dark blue veins flared in response, resisting the pressure. Cedric charged again. He struck in rapid succession, short and precise blows aimed at joints and fracture points. A deep crack formed along one elongated limb. Lucian saw it. His fingers snapped. A concentrated spear of compressed wind shot forward and pierced directly into the fracture Cedric had created. The impact drove the crack deeper. The creature retaliated instantly. Its other arm elongated unnaturally, splitting at the elbow into two thinner appendages that stabbed downward. Cedric barely deflected one. The second pierced through his shoulder guard, grazing flesh. Blood sprayed. Lucian redirected the pressure field, forcing the creature's upper body backward to reduce the follow-up strike. Alaric compressed his flame pillars inward, narrowing the prison. The combined assault forced the creature backward. A wave of compact dark energy exploded outward. The wind bindings shattered. The fire pillars collapsed. Cedric dropped to one knee. Lucian was thrown several meters back, boots scraping as he fought to regain balance. Alaric slid back, his sigils flickering violently before stabilizing. The monster stood in the center of scorched and fractured terrain. The fractures along its limbs sealed slowly, dark blue energy knitting the damage together. From the ridge above, Ariane narrowed her eyes. It's healing. Michael's gaze sharpened. Cedric rose again. This time, he did not rush. Lucian shifted left, drawing wind into a tighter orbit around his body. The air around him became sharp and thin, slicing at loose debris without visible motion. Alaric repositioned to the right, forming a more complex fire array beneath his feet. The second phase began. Cedric fainted high. The monster raised its arm. Lucian struck low, sending a horizontal blade of compressed wind toward its legs while simultaneously tightening a pressure field around its torso. Alaric condensed his fire into a single focused spear above him, rotating slowly. The creature moved to intercept Cedric. That was the opening. Alaric thrust both hands upward. The spear descended. Focused. It pierced directly through the fracture Cedric and Lucian had deepened. For a brief moment, there was resistance. Then the spear punched through the creature's upper torso, erupting out its back in a burst of blazing fire. Lucian followed instantly. He compressed the surrounding air into a narrow spike and drove it through the same wound, preventing the dark energy from sealing the damage. The monster convulsed. Dark energy flared violently. Cedric stepped in. One final strike. His blade carved horizontally. The creature split. Its form collapsed inward, black vapor erupting outward before compressing violently and dissolving entirely. Silence followed. The air shimmered with residual heat and thin slicing currents of fading wind. Cedric stood breathing heavily, blood trickling down his arm. Lucian lowered his hands slowly, the sharp tension in the air dissipating. Alaric's sigils dimmed. Above the scorched stone, a deep blue orb condensed. Larger than usual. Denser. It pulsed once. From the ridge, Ariane spoke quietly. They are becoming stronger. Michael's eyes did not leave the orb. Yes. And it seems the pattern is that the deeper we go, the more intense everything becomes. Michael had not been wrong. Over the next 2 days, the ruin revealed even stranger facets of itself. The rhythm of exploration deepened and battles grew more complex. The faceless creatures did not simply increase in number or density. They evolved in variety. Some wielded elemental magic crudely, while others displayed regenerative traits, sealing fractures unless destroyed in a single decisive strike. The deeper the groups advanced, the more structured the resistance felt. Yet it was not only danger that escalated. The rewards diversified. Beyond the cultivation orbs, another phenomenon began to appear. After the fall of certain stronger faceless entities, the condensed energy did not always stabilize into a uniform deep blue sphere. Instead, some orbs shimmered with layered light within. Rather than smooth and dense, their interiors contained faint geometric patterns, almost like inscriptions suspended in liquid crystal. Thin lines of light rotated within them, forming incomplete symbols that rearranged continuously before settling. Unlike the cultivation orbs that took time to solidify, these orbs appeared already formed. Michael termed them skill orbs. A skill orb was fundamentally distinct from a cultivation orb. Where a cultivation orb contained energy designed to refine and strengthen existing foundations, a skill orb carried structured information embedded within it. It could be used a total of 3 times before being destroyed. When absorbed, a skill orb did not flood the body with brute force. Instead, it imprinted. The structured energy within unraveled into conceptual fragments, embedding itself into the recipient. The result was not an explosion of raw strength, but understanding. A pattern. A framework that settled into the mind and body as if it had always belonged there. Sometimes the change was immediate and obvious. For example, one of the earlier skill orbs they secured had originated from a faceless creature that compressed its limbs before striking, releasing bursts of force in short, violent pulses. When that orb was absorbed, the recipient did not simply gain more power. Instead, they instinctively understood how to condense mana into a single point within the body, hold it for a fraction of a second, and release it in a focused burst. The result was a technique that allowed short-range explosive movement. Not faster in general, but devastating in short exchanges. A step that covered only a few meters, yet carried the weight of a full-body strike behind it. Another orb came from a regenerative faceless. It yielded a minor recovery technique that accelerated natural healing by stimulating cellular energy through controlled mana cycling. A creature that manipulated elemental energy crudely might leave behind an orb that granted access to a simplified elemental discharge. Not mastery, but the blueprint for it. What made skill orbs dangerous was not just their usefulness. It was the fact that they bypassed the years normally required to conceptualize a technique. They inserted it whole. Understanding without struggle. Mastery without trial. Faceless monsters that displayed unique behaviors in battle were the most likely to yield such orbs. Within 2 days, several skill orbs were secured. Not all were absorbed immediately. Michael observed each one carefully before allowing anyone to decide. The spatial container grew heavier, now holding not only energy crystals and rare herbs but crystallized skills waiting to be claimed. There were also strange raw materials stored. They did not know their use or name, but that did not stop them from recognizing and storing treasure. Group 2 experienced similar developments. After the incident with the fallen men and the realization that even human deaths produced orbs, their vigilance increased sharply. The tension between the 10th Prince and Ren did not disappear, but it became quieter and colder. They too encountered faceless that yielded more than raw cultivation refinement. However, something was wrong with Group 2. It was subtle at first, easy to miss. Yet as hours turned into a day, and then another, a pattern became impossible to ignore. Aside from the Prince and Ren, the others carried a faintly absent look in their eyes. They still moved. They still fought. They still reacted when danger appeared. But there were moments, increasing in frequency, when all 3 of them would slow at the same time and stare toward the same direction, as if their attention had been hooked and dragged there. They would simply stare. The only difference between the Prince and Ren and the rest of the team was simple. The other 3 had been absorbing cultivation orbs. The Prince and Ren had not. Ren's reason was not fear. It was discipline. He belonged to the kind of path that refused shortcuts. The kind that treated external resources as crutches. He followed the belief that if a sword was not sharpened by pure effort, then its edge would never become real. Little resources. No reckless consumption. No unknown treasures poured into his foundation. Only steady refinement. Only swordsmanship pushed forward until it became instinct. The prince's reason was colder. He did not trust the ruin. And he did not trust rewards that arrived too easily. He had seen too many inheritances that gave sweetness first and poison later. So he did what princes did best. He waited and used the other three as his experiments, keeping his face calm while allowing them to consume the orbs and gain strength under the illusion that he would follow soon, all while watching their reactions. And while they fought, he collected more. He gathered them steadily, letting them harden into stable objects before storing them away. He had told himself he would use them later, but looking at the current situation, the 10th prince was quite happy he had not used the orbs yet. Ren's restraint finally broke. "You warned them," he said, voice low but cutting. "I warned them. Those orbs were too convenient. And now look at them." His gaze shifted toward the three men who stood a short distance away, eyes fixed on the same distant stretch of crystal-lit terrain. "They're not right." The 10th prince did not look at him. "You speak as though I forced them," he replied calmly. "You allowed it. I allowed them to grow stronger. There is a difference." Ren's jaw tightened. Strength without clarity is a liability. The prince finally glanced at him, faint irritation surfacing. "Your path rejects external resources. That is your choice. Do not impose it on others." Ren did not back down. "This isn't about philosophy. It's about control. They're losing it." The prince's expression cooled further. "You overestimate the danger." Ren turned fully toward the three men. "Do I?" As if summoned by the tension, the three shifted again. This time, they did not merely stare. They stepped forward together. No signal passed between them. No words. No visible cue. They simply began walking toward the same distant location they had been gazing at intermittently for the past day. The prince's eyes sharpened. "Hold." The command was crisp and authoritative. It had drawn immediate obedience countless times before. The three did not stop. They continued walking. Ren's head snapped slightly toward the prince. The lack of response was obvious. "Return," the prince said again, voice carrying more force. Nothing. No hesitation. No glance backward. Their steps remained even, steady, purposeful. For the first time since entering the ruin, genuine unease crossed the prince's face. Before, when their focus drifted, a single word had always been enough to snap them back. Their discipline, their loyalty, their awareness would reassert itself. This time, it did not. On the other side of the ruin, beneath the same endless twilight sky, the situation was no better. Ariane stood beside Michael, her fingers trembling against the reins of her flame lion. Tears rolled silently down her cheeks. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice unsteady. "I should have listened to you. I thought I could handle it. I thought it was just power." Michael did not answer immediately. His gaze was not on her. It was on the three men standing several steps ahead of them. Cedric. Lucien. Alaric. They were not walking yet. But they were no longer fully present either. Their eyes were fixed on the same distant direction. Their breathing was steady. Their expressions blank in a way that felt unnatural. They still reacted when spoken to and still moved when instructed, but there was a thin delay now. A fraction of a second too slow. Ariane's tears fell faster. "I can feel it sometimes," she admitted quietly. "Like something pulling. Like a thought that isn't mine." She swallowed hard. "I'm afraid I'll become like them." Michael finally looked at her. He did not see madness in her. He saw fear. And beneath it, resistance. Then he turned his attention fully to the others and activated the Eye of Truth. The world shifted. Surface reality peeled back. The three men standing before him were no longer simply cultivators strengthened by orbs. In his vision, they were bodies wrapped in something else entirely. Small faces. Dozens of them. Tiny, faint impressions embedded beneath their skin. Along their arms. Across their chests. Crawling up their necks. The faces did not scream. They did not speak. They simply existed. And every few seconds, they shifted position, sliding beneath the skin like reflections moving across water, rotating and trading places, reconfiguring themselves in subtle, nauseating patterns. The impression they gave Michael was unmistakable. Parasitic. It reminded him of a parasite he had once read about. Spinochordodes telinii. A horsehair worm. It infected insects, most commonly grasshoppers and crickets, entering their bodies when they consumed contaminated material. At first, nothing appeared wrong. The host continued feeding. Moving. Living normally. But the parasite grew. It fed and coiled itself within the host's body cavity, absorbing nutrients while remaining hidden. And when it reached maturity, it took control. The infected insect, a creature that instinctively avoided water its entire life, began to behave differently. It wandered without purpose. Paused at strange intervals. Lost awareness of danger. Then, inevitably, it approached water. And it jumped. The insect drowned itself, not out of instinct, but because the parasite inside it needed water to complete its life cycle. Once submerged, the worm emerged from the drowned body, leaving behind only a hollow shell. Michael stared at Cedric, Lucien, and Alaric. The comparison settled into place with chilling clarity. They still moved. They still breathed. They still spoke when spoken to. But something inside them had already taken root. Something patient. Something waiting. Through the Eye of Truth, he saw the small faces shift beneath Cedric's skin. They did not appear as separate organisms, but fragments of something larger, rearranging continuously beneath the flesh. Michael followed their line of sight. The endless twilight stretched outward, crystal veins pulsing faintly beneath the ground. Somewhere in that direction was the source. The origin. The water the parasite needed. Or the opposite. The place drawing them in. Movement entered the edge of his perception. A group of figures crossed a distant ridge. They moved in a straight line, boots scraping crystal-veined stone without hesitation. Their weapons hung at their sides. Their eyes faced forward. Michael recognized their armor. Another expedition team. He had seen them hours earlier. Alert. Careful. Fully aware. Now they walked like sleepwalkers. None of them reacted to distant faceless shapes. None glanced toward Michael or his group. They simply continued forward, toward the same unseen destination. Michael's frown deepened. This was not the first time. He had noticed isolated individuals before. Always those who had absorbed the orbs. Always drifting toward the same direction. It was no longer coincidence. Beside him, Ariane's breathing grew uneven. Her grip tightened around the reins of her flame lion. The beast stood close beside her, muscles tense beneath ember-colored fur, golden eyes flicking between its master and the retreating figures. It could feel her fear. Michael felt a faint trace of pity. She had already lost two contracted beasts to stronger faceless creatures through a moment of poor judgment. Now something worse had taken root inside her. He shifted his attention back to Cedric, Lucien, and Alaric. For several seconds, nothing changed. Then Cedric stepped forward. Lucien followed. Alaric moved with them. Perfectly synchronized. Michael's eyes sharpened. Cedric. No response. Lucien. Nothing. Alaric. Not even a flicker. They walked past him toward the distant horizon. Ariane's voice trembled. They're going too. Michael stepped directly into their path. Cedric did not stop. He adjusted his angle slightly, attempting to move around him without awareness. Michael released his mana. It spread outward in a controlled wave, settling over the three men like invisible pressure. A suppressive field. Not enough to harm. Enough to stop. Their bodies halted mid-step. Muscles tensed. Veins rose faintly beneath their skin. Through the eye of truth, the faces beneath their flesh reacted instantly. They shifted violently, pressing outward as if resisting him. Cedric's foot trembled. Then pushed forward. Slowly. Against the pressure. Lucien and Alaric did the same. Michael increased the pressure. The air thickened. Still they leaned forward. Ariane covered her mouth, horror widening her eyes. Michael increased it again. Cedric's knee bent at a dangerous angle. Bone creaked faintly. He did not react. Lucien's shoulder tore slightly. Blood seeped through his sleeve. He did not slow. Alaric's ankle twisted. His heel dragged against stone. They continued. Michael understood immediately. If he held them like this, they would destroy their own bodies just to keep moving. He released the field. The pressure vanished. They staggered once, steadied, and continued forward as if nothing had happened. Michael watched them go. Watched their backs shrink into silhouettes against the dim horizon. Beside him, Ariane broke. Her flame lion shifted closer, lowering its head beside her shoulder, rumbling softly. It could not understand the cause, but it understood distress. Ariane clutched her chest. Her breath shattered into sobs. I should have listened. Her voice cracked, dignity abandoned. I saw them grow stronger. I saw them absorb the orbs and nothing happened. They fought better. Moved faster. And I thought I was the only fool standing still. Her shoulders shook violently. I couldn't take it anymore. Tears streamed down her face. I should have listened to you. The flame lion pressed closer, its warmth grounding her, tail flicking restlessly. Michael did not answer immediately. He understood her. The pressure of watching others advance while you remained behind. He understood it intimately. But his thoughts had already moved elsewhere. He too had used the cultivation orbs. Not many. Not recklessly. But he had. The difference lay in how. Michael lowered his gaze slightly, feeling the faint ache deep within his soul. He remembered the first orb. He remembered the faces. He had not trusted it. So he had forced it through Lily's law. Her devouring trait. A law capable of consuming anything that contained essence. Breaking it down. Stripping it to its purest components. It did not matter whether the essence came from flesh, crystal, poison, or stranger origins. If it had substance, it could be devoured. The limit of the law was his own limit. Michael had forced the orb through that process. Only after it had been devoured, purified, and reduced did he absorb what remained. And the difference had been undeniable. No faces appeared beneath his skin. No infestation. When he used the eye of truth on himself, he saw only his own form. More than that. The fracture in his soul had eased. Not healed completely. But softened. The devoured essence had repaired part of the damage. Proof appeared immediately. Several dozen contract slots had recovered. Michael crouched beside Ariane. Her flame lion watched him closely, but did not interfere. He placed a steady hand against her upper back. Breathe, he said quietly. She tried. Failed. Tried again. I knew it was wrong, she whispered. I knew it was too easy. But every time nothing happened, it felt like I was the only coward. Her fingers tightened in the lion's mane. I couldn't keep falling behind. Michael kept his voice calm. I'll see what I can do. Her head lifted slightly. You can fix it. He did not promise. I'll see what I can do. To her, it was enough. Her breathing steadied slightly. The flame lion relaxed by a fraction, sensing her emotional shift. Michael's gaze returned to the horizon. His expression hardened. He was helping her. He was not indifferent enough to watch her be consumed. But that was not the only reason. The condition of his soul mattered more than anything. Ascending perfectly required it. And the fragment he had devoured had already proven something undeniable. It could heal him. Not completely. But enough to matter. If a fragment could do that. Then what about the source itself? His thoughts sharpened. Hesitation remained. He understood the danger. If the ruin could infest others, the origin could be far worse. But hesitation also meant time. And time meant more unknown changes. In any case, he could not leave the ruin immediately, which meant he had only one option. Advance and find the source. Deep within the ruin, far beyond the crystal-veined plains and the wandering silhouettes of the infected, the strange building stood in silence. It had no windows. No doors that could be seen from the outside. Yet its interior existed. The air inside was thick, and within that chamber, laughter echoed. It spread through the room, and at the center of the chamber lay a figure. The body was still. The eyes were open. Unfocused. Around the fallen figure stood several others. They formed a circle, evenly spaced, their posture upright, their heads tilted slightly downward as if observing something sacred. None of them spoke. Their faces were calm. Empty. Beneath their skin, faint distortions shifted. After hundreds of years, my dream of leaving this damned place is finally close. The voice did not come from a mouth. It came from the air itself. The figure on the ground twitched faintly, fingers curling and uncurling without direction. The voice lingered, tasting the moment. This body. A pause. Is not the best. The prone figure's chest rose slowly, unnaturally steady. But it is good enough to hold me before the final step after all this. The standing figures did not react. They did not breathe any differently. But beneath their skin, the faint movements grew more active, sliding, gathering, converging toward their cores. For the first time since my imprisonment, I will leave this ruin. The words were not triumphant. They were certain. It had already decided and had already begun. But a vessel must be able to endure my power. This shell cannot last long if that is so. It must be improved. The standing figures shifted slightly. They all share the same foundation. The voice moved through the bodies. They will create something better. Silence followed. Not empty silence. Expectant silence. Then the command came. Kill yourself. The standing figures moved at once. One raised its hand. Without hesitation, its fingers drove into its own throat. Flesh parted. Blood spilled. It did not cry out or resist. Another followed. Its hand plunged into its own chest, forcing past ribs with slow, grinding pressure. Bone cracked. Blood poured. Still, it remained silent. A third tilted its head sharply. Its neck twisted too far. A clean, final break. One by one, they destroyed themselves. Their bodies collapsed inward, essence spilling free. The crystal veins flared brighter. The prone figure at the center shuddered violently. Its chest expanded. Collapsed. Expanded again. Then from the air itself, a shadow emerged. It gathered above the fallen vessels, coiling like smoke dragged by invisible gravity. For a moment, it hovered. Then it plunged straight into the body at the center. The prone figure convulsed. Its back arched violently. Fingers clawed into the stone floor hard enough to crack it. Its mouth opened wide, but no scream emerged. Beneath its skin, something moved. The faint distortions beneath the flesh thickened, merging, sinking inward toward the core. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the body inhaled. Its fingers twitched. The laughter returned. At last. Suddenly, the ruin shook. Crystal veins beneath the ground flared violently, and the air vibrated with a deep, grinding resonance that spread outward in all directions. Across the plains, the infected reacted instantly. They ran. Figures that had once moved in slow, mindless procession now broke into desperate motion, sprinting across crystal-veined stone with reckless urgency. Their bodies tore themselves apart in their haste. All toward one location. The building. They came from every direction, converging like iron drawn toward a magnet. Inside the chamber, the body rose. Slowly. Unsteadily. It pushed itself upright, joints cracking as fresh strength flooded the vessel. The vessel was human. Well, mostly inhuman. At least in shape. Tall. Thin. Its skin was pale to the point of translucence, crystal veins faintly visible beneath the surface, pulsing with dim inner light. Its eyes opened fully. Black. Not dark. Black. There was no sclera. No iris. Only depthless void. It flexed its fingers. Weak, it murmured softly. It took a step forward toward the exit. It stepped outside. For the first time in centuries, it stood outside that trap-like building. The endless twilight stretched above. It inhaled again. A deeper breath. This is freedom. It was then that two forces descended. They arrived without warning. One sharp. One absolute. A blade of sword chi tore through the air, invisible yet undeniable, compressing space itself as it fell toward the figure's neck. At the same instant, a second force struck from above, imperial chi condensed into crushing authority, heavy enough to distort gravity. Two attacks. Perfectly timed and perfectly lethal. The figure reacted instantly. Its head turned slightly. Its hand rose casually. The attack struck and shattered. The sword chi broke apart like glass striking an immovable wall, fragments dispersing into nothing before reaching flesh. The imperial pressure collapsed inward, crushed and erased as if it had never existed. The figure did not move. But the building behind it did not survive. The delayed force continued past it, slamming into the structure. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then the entire building collapsed. The structure that had endured centuries turned to dust in an instant, reduced to drifting fragments carried by dead air. Silence followed. The figure slowly lowered its hand. Its black eyes shifted forward. Two figures stood in the distance. Unfamiliar. One stood upright, posture straight, presence heavy with natural authority. The other stood slightly behind and to the side. Relaxed. Balanced. One hand resting loosely at his side. Sword intent radiated from him even without a drawn weapon, invisible yet sharp enough to cut. Both were young and powerful. If Michael had been here, he would have recognized them immediately. The 10th Prince. And Ren. Dust drifted between them. For a moment, no one moved. Then the figure smiled. Its lips stretched slowly, expression unfamiliar to the vessel wearing it. "Both of you are quite high grade," it said softly. Its voice carried easily across the distance. The meaning behind those words was simple. High grade. It saw them not as opponents or as people, but as vessels. At a glance, it could already perceive the structure of their souls and bodies, the integrity of their foundations, the stability of their meridians, and the density of their essence. Either one of them alone was sufficient to house its soul, sufficient to carry it beyond this ruin, and if given time, either vessel could allow it to recover and possibly even possess greater strength than it did before its imprisonment. It was not wrong. The 10th prince of the Lionheart Kingdom and Ren were not ordinary. One carried the blood of royalty. The 10th prince was the most favored prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, so he never lacked resources. From birth, his foundation had been tempered through rare medicines, protected cultivation methods, and ancestral inheritance. Beneath his flesh flowed a bloodline that had endured for generations. The other was different. Ren had no royal lineage or vast inheritance, no mountains of resources poured into him from birth, yet within him existed something rarer. The root of swordsmanship. It was not something granted by blood or wealth. It was not something that could be bought or transferred either. It was born through comprehension so deep that the sword ceased to be a weapon and became part of the self. His foundation was clean, pure, sharp, and in some ways, even superior. In any era, people like the prince were common to see, but individuals like Ren were as rare as phoenix feathers. They were simply exceptional. Individually, both were exceptional. Together, they were perfect. One provided stability and bloodline. The other provided purity and transcendence. Either could serve as a vessel. Both could serve as materials to create an even greater vessel. Across the ruined ground, the 10th prince felt a chill crawl down his spine. He could not explain it. There was no visible killing intent or overwhelming pressure, yet the figure's gaze made his instincts scream. Beside him, Ren felt it as well. His fingers tightened slightly around the hilt of his sword. The wooden grip was familiar. The remnant of the wooden sword he had carried since childhood had been preserved and integrated into this blade gifted by his teacher, its accumulated comprehension transforming it into something far beyond ordinary steel. Neither spoke or hesitated before they attacked again. At this point, anyone with eyes could tell this strange figure was the cause of the entire situation in the ruin, and it was likely in no way good news. They attacked, this time without restraint. The 10th prince moved first. His sword left its sheath in a smooth, controlled motion. The blade gleamed faintly, its surface etched with ancient channels designed to conduct energy without resistance. This was a gift from his aunt for his expedition, a weapon taken from the kingdom treasury specifically for him. It was not an ordinary treasure. The sword held a finite reserve of recoverable chi, sealed within its core. Each time it was drawn, that chi could be awakened and directed, then slowly restored over time. It had once belonged to the second king of the Lionheart Kingdom, a genius who had walked the path of swordsmanship. Under his hands, the weapon had carved through battlefields and legends alike, until it was sealed away as an inheritance, too valuable to be wasted on mediocrity. But that was only part of its value. The blade had been forged not only as a weapon, but as a conduit. Every channel etched into its surface was designed to conduct chi with near-perfect efficiency. In the hands of a skilled mage, it functioned no differently from a high-grade wand, allowing spells to be formed faster, stabilized more easily, and released with far greater precision. That was the true reason his aunt had given it to him. Not to turn him into a swordsman, but to amplify what he already was. The prince's talent had always been compared to his aunt's for a reason. Their strength lay in magic. However, the Lionheart bloodline did not favor magic alone. It tempered the body as well. Those of Lionheart blood rarely lacked close combat ability, even if their primary path was not the blade. And the prince had never been the type to rely on a single advantage. He pushed energy into the sword's channels. The weapon responded instantly. The sealed chi inside it stirred, awakened by the bloodline, and mixed with his own power in a controlled flow. Energy flowed through it smoothly, without resistance, stabilizing beneath his control. The edge grew sharper without changing shape. The air around it compressed. The prince stepped forward. He made a cut. A crescent of sword light flew out. Ren followed and stepped in behind the prince's attack and cut along a different line. One strike high. One strike low. The figure watched both attacks arrive. Then it lifted its hand. A flick of fingers. Wind gathered. A thin, concentrated sheet of airflow, compressed until it became a transparent barrier. The prince's sword crescent struck it and split apart. The force was sliced into two halves and redirected harmlessly into the ground on either side, carving twin trenches that smoked where crystal veins were exposed. Ren's cut arrived a heartbeat later. The figure reacted instantly. The air in front of it flashed with pale blue frost. A film of ice formed instantly. Ren's sword chi hit it. The ice cracked but held before it shattered outward in a burst of shards that tore across the space between them like razors. Ren leaned, twisting his shoulders, blade moving in a small circle. The shards missed his throat by a hair and embedded in the ground behind him, sizzling as they melted into steam. The prince did not slow. His second strike came immediately, the sword's chi surging again, channeled into a thrust that compressed into a single point. The figure's expression did not change. Earth rose as a slab of stone pulled from beneath the crystal-veined ground, dense and thick, layered with darker mineral-like armor. The thrust hit and the slab exploded. But behind it, the figure had already moved half a step. It tilted its head slightly. "Is that all?" it said, voice calm. The prince answered with action. He slashed again, this time with a wide arc that dragged chi through the air and formed a cutting field. Ren slipped into that field as he moved with the prince's cut, using it as cover, his own sword chi sharpening to a thin line. One step. Two. Then a sudden burst. His blade appeared at the figure's ribs in an instant. The figure countered with fire. A vertical flare ignited between them. Ren's blade met the fire. His attack held for a fraction of a second, pushing through. The tip reached cloth. Then the figure's skin. A thin line opened. Black blood seeped out. Ren's eyes sharpened. He had cut it. The figure looked down at the wound with mild surprise. Then it smiled. It lifted its palm and water condensed in the air, drawn from nothing, forming a thin stream that wrapped around the wound and sealed it. The flesh pulled together unnaturally fast, leaving only a faint mark. "Good," it murmured. The 10th prince narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" His voice carried clearly across the fractured ground. The figure tilted its head slightly. For a moment, it did not answer. Then its lips curved faintly. "You may call me." It paused, as if selecting something from memory long buried. "Varian." Ren felt the hairs on his arms rise for reasons he could not name. The prince tightened his grip on his sword. "Varian," he repeated, steady. "You caused this ruin. The infestation. The orbs." It did not deny it. It did not confirm it either. Its black eyes moved between them slowly. "I did not expect such vessels to arrive so soon," Varian said softly. Its gaze lingered on the prince's sword. Then on Ren's grip. "Your foundations are pleasing." The word sent a chill down Ren's spine. The prince's expression hardened. He raised his sword again. "We didn't come here to entertain you." Varian's smile widened slightly. "Yes," it said. "I am aware." It lifted its hand slowly. "Unfortunately," it continued calmly, "I do not have time to entertain you either." The next thing both youths saw was their vision filled with darkness as they lost consciousness. Soon their bodies floated to Varian's side and stayed there in mid-air. However, just as Varian was about to move to another location to complete its preparations to leave this ruin perfectly, it turned to a certain spot and spoke. "Why don't you come out now?" it said as it stared at the empty air. Nothing happened until a few seconds later, when a youth with green eyes appeared out of nowhere. "You're quite sensitive," Michael stated. "A few minutes ago, Just as Michael had decided to go after what he suspected was the source of infection, the whole realm suddenly started shaking violently. Though it lasted only a short moment, the impression it left behind was heavy. The crystal veins beneath the ground had flared, pulsing brighter than before, as if something deep within the ruin had awakened. It had stopped quickly. But what followed was far worse. Both Michael and Ariane watched as dozens of participants like them ran like madmen toward a certain familiar direction. The same direction Cedric, Lucien, and Alaric had gone. The same direction every infected individual had been drawn. They did not run with discipline or coordination. They ran with desperation. Some stumbled and fell, only to force themselves back to their feet immediately. Others ignored wounds that would have crippled a normal person. Blood trailed behind them in thin streaks across the crystal-veined ground. It was as if something had called them. Michael's eyes narrowed. This was different from before. Previously, they had walked like puppets guided by invisible threads. Now they ran. Beside him, Ariane suddenly stiffened. Michael noticed it immediately. Her fingers tightened around the reins of her flame lion until her knuckles turned pale. Her breathing grew uneven again, but this time it was not only fear. It was something else. Her pupils trembled slightly. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant direction where the others had gone. Michael's expression hardened. He extended his senses carefully. There it was. A faint fluctuation. It was subtle. Not enough to be seen by ordinary perception. But through the eye of truth, it became clear. The distortions beneath her skin had grown more active. The faint faces shifted faster now, their outlines more defined than before. It appeared they were responding to the same call. Michael felt a cold realization settle in his chest. Ariane trembled. Her lips parted slightly. Her voice faltered. She lifted a hand slowly, pressing it against her chest. Her heart was racing fast. Her breathing hitched. I can feel it, she whispered. Tears began to form in her eyes before she even realized it. A single drop slid down her cheek. Then another. I don't understand, she said weakly. What is happening to me? Her flame lion shifted beside her, sensing her distress immediately. The beast pressed its massive body closer, its warmth radiating against her leg, rumbling low in its throat. But even it looked uneasy. Its golden eyes flicked toward the distant horizon. Toward the call. Ariane's grip tightened in its mane unconsciously. Her shoulders trembled. I don't want to go, she whispered. Another tear fell. But. Her voice broke. Something is pulling me. Michael watched her carefully. His jaw tightened slightly. The timing was too precise. The moment the realm had shaken was the moment whatever lay at the center awakened. Every infected individual had responded, including her. Before, Michael had only suspected there was something at that destination. Now he was sure. Ariane's reaction confirmed it more clearly than anything else. The infection inside her had shifted from passive to active the moment the source awakened, as if a dormant seed had finally received water. Michael's eyes narrowed. Unfortunately, he could tell he did not have enough time. If he did not do something soon, there was a great possibility Ariane would turn into the others, the deeply infected participants who were now sprinting toward the call without hesitation. And if the situation worsened, it could start to threaten him as well. Michael did not dare to overestimate himself. This place had once been the domain of a deceased rank 4 superpower. Even dead, a rank 4 could leave behind traps, wills, and remnants that could drown a rank 2 without effort. As those thoughts passed through his mind, Michael forced his voice to remain steady. Ariane. She flinched, as if his voice pulled her back from the edge. Her eyes were wet. Her lips trembled. Michael stepped closer and placed a hand on her shoulder, firm enough to ground her. Listen to me, he said. Ariane swallowed hard, forcing herself to focus on him instead of the horizon that called to her. "I don't know what's happening," she whispered. "It feels like something is pulling me apart." "I know," Michael replied quietly. He held her gaze. "Try your best to hold on," he said. "No matter what you feel, do not follow it." Her breathing hitched. "You'll figure it out?" she asked, desperate. Michael did not answer directly. Instead, he reached inward into his soul space. A palm-sized coffin appeared in his hand. The damaged coffin of the forgotten. The moment it manifested, Ariane stiffened. Her pupils shrank. The flame lion reacted even more strongly. A low, instinctive growl vibrated from deep within its chest, its massive frame shifting protectively in front of her. Its golden eyes locked onto the coffin, then onto Michael, uncertain and tense. Ariane's fingers tightened in its mane unconsciously. But what happened next startled them both as a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Spartan. He wore a dark robe. His posture was straight and composed. The flame lion bared its teeth. Its mane flickered faintly with heat. Ariane's heart pounded faster. Spartan lowered his head slightly toward Michael, ignoring the hostility of the beast completely. "My master," Spartan said calmly, his voice smooth and respectful. "What should I do for you?" Michael did not hesitate. "Stay with her," he said. Spartan's gaze shifted toward Ariane. The moment his eyes landed on her, she froze. The flame lion stepped forward half a pace, placing itself directly between Spartan and its master, body lowered protectively, ready to attack if necessary. Michael raised his hand slightly. "It's fine," he said calmly. The flame lion hesitated. It did not fully relax, but it did not attack either. Michael looked directly at Spartan. "Protect her," he said. "Do not let her move toward the source. Even if she loses control." Spartan bowed his head slightly. It did not know what its master meant by losing control, but it would protect her whether she liked it or not. "As you command." Michael turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, where the infected figures had disappeared beyond the crystal ridge. After leaving Ariane with Spartan, Michael switched to Fade State with his law. Among his many undead, there were not a lot that could match Fade's stealthy traits and abilities. And it was proven when even a former rank 4 took so long to notice him. How Michael knew the other party was rank 4 was quite simple. It was easy to recognize the type of bullies that overwhelmed you without trying. The only misconception Michael had was that Varian was the rank 4 superpower that once had this domain. It gave rise to the thought that what was happening was probably a sneaky ploy made hundreds of years ago to reincarnate and start a new life. This was the supernatural world. Anything was possible. Michael let his imagination run freely. As for the prowess Varian showed, such as dismissing attacks and using multiple elements, this was not shocking for those who could use laws. When one stepped onto the path of law cultivation, previous limitations no longer applied to them. As for how he dismissed the attacks, Michael had a feeling it had something to do with the comprehension of a former rank 4 superpower. He might be weaker now that even Ren could harm him, but comprehension was not something that could be taken away. However, it was precisely because of this weakness that Michael still dared to stay. If this had been an outrageous foe at full strength, he would have risked using wisdom's power to teleport outside the realm. His life mattered more than anything else in these ruins. Michael stood several dozen meters away, his form still half merged with Fade's law, his presence thin to the point where even light seemed to slip past him. Yet Varian had noticed him. That alone confirmed everything Michael needed to know. This thing was far beyond anything else in the ruin. Still, Michael did not retreat. His green eyes remained fixed on the floating bodies of the 10th Prince and Ren, suspended helplessly beside the pale figure. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. The air was still. Crystal veins beneath the ground pulsed faintly, their dim glow reflecting against Varian's translucent skin. Michael broke the silence first. "Are you the one responsible for all this?" he asked calmly. His voice carried no fear or hostility. Only certainty. Varian did not answer immediately. Its black eyes rested on him, unmoving. However, Michael noticed it instantly. The hesitation. It was subtle, buried beneath the creature's calm exterior, but it existed. Varian was observing him the same way it had observed the prince and Ren earlier. Michael could feel it. A faint probing pressure brushed against him, like cold air slipping over his skin. It was not physical. Varian's pupils did not change. Its expression did not shift. But inside, something recoiled. For the first time since awakening, it could not see. It could perceive the prince clearly. His bloodline shone like a torch. It could perceive Ren even more clearly. His sword root was like a sharpened edge cutting through reality itself. But this one. This youth with green eyes. Was wrong. Its perception slid across him without resistance, yet nothing was revealed. It was like trying to grasp mist. Or staring into something that was both present and not. That frightened it. Not visibly or outwardly, but deeply. Unknown variables were dangerous. Especially in its current weakened state. Responsible? Varian repeated softly, as if tasting the word. Michael did not move. You created the orbs, right? Michael said. You infected them. His gaze shifted briefly toward the unconscious prince and Ren. What are you up to? Silence stretched between them. Varian's eyes narrowed by a fraction. What are you? Varian asked quietly. Michael tilted his head slightly. That was my question. For the first time, Varian did not answer immediately. A faint crease formed between its brows, almost imperceptible. A brief silence followed. Neither moved. The crystal veins beneath the ground pulsed slowly, their dim glow reflecting off the unconscious bodies floating beside Varian. Michael's gaze remained steady. Varian's remained fixed on him. Then. The ground exploded. Crystal veined stone shattered outward as something massive forced its way up from beneath the surface. Fragments of hardened mineral flew in all directions, some embedding deep into the surrounding terrain with sharp cracks. A massive arm emerged first. Thick. Blackened. Veins of crystal pulsed beneath its skin like molten glass. Then the rest followed. A giant creature pulled itself free from the ground with violent force, its massive frame towering over both Michael and Varian. It resembled an ape. But distorted. Its proportions were wrong. Its limbs were too long. Its shoulders were too wide. Its face had no features, only smooth flesh stretched tight across where eyes and a mouth should have been. Crystal veins crawled across its entire body, pulsing violently. Michael's eyes narrowed immediately. A rank 3 presence. He could feel it clearly. However, with his eye of truth, Michael could tell it was not the layered depth of someone who understood laws. Just raw, overwhelming physical strength. Its muscles flexed, and the ground beneath its feet fractured from the pressure alone. It turned its faceless head toward Michael. Then it moved. Its massive leg drove downward, launching its body forward with explosive force. The ground collapsed behind it as it accelerated, its fist pulling back before swinging forward with enough momentum to tear the air apart. The punch descended toward Michael's head. The sheer force compressed the air into a visible shockwave. If it landed, it would reduce an ordinary rank 2 body to nothing. Michael did not step back. He leaned. Just slightly. The fist passed beside his head by less than an inch. The wind alone tore his cloak apart at the edges, sending black fragments scattering into the air. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He had quite liked that robe. The creature did not slow. Its other arm came immediately, swinging horizontally with brutal speed. Michael's body shifted again. A simple turn of the shoulders. The arm missed him completely and slammed into the ground behind him. The impact shattered the crystal veined stone like glass. A crater formed instantly, fragments launching outward with lethal velocity. Still, Michael remained standing at its center. Untouched. The creature's massive hand descended again, fingers spread wide, intending to crush him outright. Michael moved forward this time. He stepped inside its reach. His fist tightened. No excessive motion. No dramatic preparation. Just a single, clean strike. His arm moved. The punch landed directly against the creature's torso. For a fraction of a second. Nothing happened. Then the force detonated. A shockwave burst outward from the point of contact, compressing the air into a visible ring. The creature's crystal-veined body buckled inward unnaturally, its massive frame lifting off the ground as if gravity had been erased. The back of its torso exploded outward. The creature was launched backward like a projectile, tearing across the ground and carving a deep trench before crashing into the distant crystal ridge. The ridge collapsed. Stone crumbled, and dust filled the air. Silence returned. It could not be said to be a special trait, but whenever Michael knew there was not a high chance something could kill him, he became far bolder than his cautious self. From the moment Michael saw that this supposedly rank 4 reincarnate was only a severely weakened version, he felt confident. He had done nothing but kill similarly suppressed rank 4 existences back to back. Unfortunately, there was no way for Varian to know of that history. However, even without understanding Michael's outrageous past, it was self-aware enough to recognize a freak when it saw one. Michael turned, expecting to see Varian standing where it had stood, but instead, he watched the pale figure shoot away at high speed. Varian was so fast he became a streak of translucent light against the endless twilight. Michael blinked. For a moment, he genuinely thought he had misseen it. Then his lips twitched. Running, he muttered, stunned. Where did the dignity of a rank 4 go? Sure, it was weakened now, but damn. It was not even a tactical retreat. Michael's eyes narrowed as he switched to wisdom state. His aura shifted instantly, turning sharp. In a single breath, he closed the distance. He appeared beside Varian as if he had always been there. So where are you running to? Michael asked, his voice light, almost amused. Varian's head snapped toward him. For the first time, the calm mask slipped. Its black eyes widened enough for Michael to catch the shock. This speed did not make sense to Varian. Though it could not see through Michael, its perception was still enough to feel the youthful energy inside him. Including the restriction that only those below 30 could enter this space, Varian knew Michael was young. Were youths these days this terrifying? Varian's expression tightened. Its body shifted, trying to pull further away. Michael did not give it room. He reached out and drove a punch toward its ribs, his intent to stop the escape clear. The fist was fast enough to crack the air. Varian's eyes sharpened. Then it vanished. One moment it was beside Michael, the next it was simply not there, leaving behind a faint distortion that rippled through the air like heat. Spatial travel. Michael's fist cut through empty space. He did not chase blindly. He had become cautious about that ever since his accidental use of spatial travel in Hell. But caution did not mean fear. Especially not when he had just watched someone use it cleanly. That alone told him the space here was stable. Or at least stable enough. Unfortunately for Varian, Michael had already expected this to happen. The moment he saw Varian flee, Michael had already decided that if Varian could not overpower him, it would try to escape. And if it tried to escape, it would use space. After all, that was the obvious feature of those at this level. Michael's aura sharpened again. Wisdom state tightened around him like a second skin as his senses widened. Varian had reappeared at a distance far from him, and it seemed it was already preparing to vanish again. But the moment it reappeared, Michael was already there. A blur snapped into place before Varian could stabilize its footing. Varian froze. Its pupils did not exist, but the depth of its gaze shifted. Disbelief. How? It still could not understand how someone so young could already grasp the mysteries of space. Michael did not answer. He simply raised his hand and reached forward, palm open, not a strike this time, but a grip. Varian jerked backward and vanished once more, space snapping shut like a mouth. Michael's hand closed on nothing. He clicked his tongue softly. Varian reappeared far ahead, but before it could react, Michael appeared beside it instantly. Varian stiffened. Its body flinched in a way it could not control. For the first time, its breathing changed. A shallow inhale, sharp and involuntary. Michael's fist was already moving. A direct strike to the side of Varian's abdomen. The punch connected. Varian's body folded inward. A deep shock traveled through it, rippling across the crystal veins beneath its skin. Then the creature descended aggressively. Varian hit the ground. The impact cracked the crystal vein stone, sending a shockwave outward. A crater formed instantly, and jagged fractures raced across the terrain like spiderwebs. Shards rose and hovered for a split second before dropping back down in a harsh rain. Meanwhile, Michael's mana surged toward the two bodies still in midair. The 10th Prince and Ren hung like puppets on invisible strings, their limbs loose, their faces slack with unconsciousness. Michael floated down with them. He descended smoothly, boots lowering until they hovered a breath above the ground. The Prince and Ren remained at his side, held aloft by his control. Finally, this should be able to put it down, right? However, even if it's down, how do I get what I need to heal my soul? Michael felt conflicted. Surely he was not going to need to use Lily's law to devour another living being. From the records he had read in the Academy library, Michael was aware baby supernaturals had done far worse for power. Even the so-called good ones differentiated themselves from demonic supernaturals, but Michael did not think he was quite at that level yet. But then again, even if Varian was the main source of the infection and Michael was reluctant to devour it in its current state, he should be able to condense all the faceless monsters in this realm for his use. Michael had no plans to let Varian go free, but he felt the alternative toward healing his soul was acceptable for now. However, before Michael could even move, his vision blurred. He was confused at first. Then he recognized what was happening. Michael's mind went cold. Soul intrusion. A pressure slid into him without touching his skin, cold and invasive, like an icy needle pushing through the cracks of his consciousness. It was subtle, almost silent, but the moment it touched his core, everything inside Michael screamed. His instincts exploded. Get out! Michael roared, rage tearing through his voice. The air around him trembled as his aura flared. His mana surged, but the invading presence was already inside. It moved like mist, seeping through barriers, searching, probing, trying to find a place to anchor itself. Michael did not know how Varian had done it. Michael's teeth clenched hard enough to ache. His mind shook. Images flashed at the edge of his perception. Not his memories, but fragments of something foreign pressing against his senses. Varian's will. Michael felt it searching for his soul space. Michael's heart hammered. His breathing turned heavy, but he forced himself to stay conscious. He pushed back with everything he had, compressing his mental force into a single point, trying to stab the intruder out of his core. For a moment, it worked. The pressure hesitated. Michael felt it recoil slightly. Then it surged again, stronger, sharper. Michael's knees almost buckled. His vision darkened at the edges. The crystal-veined world faded into a tunnel of shadow, and the sound of the ruin became distant, muffled, as if he were sinking underwater. Even with his mana supporting the floating bodies of the 10th Prince and Ren, his control trembled, the two unconscious youths swaying slightly in midair. Michael's fingers twitched. His jaw tightened until it hurt. No. He could not allow this. But the truth was brutal. Even weakened, this thing had once been rank 4. Its comprehension, its will, and its soul strength were not something he could casually resist. Michael was at a disadvantage in the one battlefield that mattered most. His sight dimmed further. Darkness crept in like a tide. Michael's breath hitched as the invading presence dug deeper. And for the first time since entering the ruin, Michael felt genuine alarm cut through his confidence. If this continued, he would lose more than a fight. He would lose himself. Varian's consciousness slipped through the last layer of resistance like a needle-piercing skin. The crystal-veined ruin vanished. In its place was a strange, dark space where sound did not echo and distance felt meaningless. There was no sky, no ground, only a suffocating void that swallowed light. Varian understood immediately what it was. A soul domain. The youth's soul. It expected fragility. Even talented geniuses had soul spaces that were bare, unrefined, or unstable. A person's power might be terrifying, but their inner world was often simple. However, Varian froze at what lay before him. In the darkness ahead stood a magnificent cauldron. Beside it stood a spear. Long, straight, and cold. But the cauldron was different. The moment Varian's perception brushed it, something inside him stirred violently. A buried instinct. A warning. And beneath the warning, a hunger so deep it nearly made his will tremble. Treasure. And it was not a simple treasure. Varian's breath caught. And then he saw it. Far below, half submerged in the darkness like an abyssal monument, was a coffin. It was huge. It lay there like a sleeping beast, heavy enough that the very soul space seemed to bend around it. Even someone dull could tell this soul space was abnormal. Varian was anything but dull. He had lived for centuries and had seen and experienced a great many things. Yet none of them had looked like this. His perception spread cautiously through the dark expanse, brushing against the invisible structure of the youth's soul domain. It did not feel fragile. It felt vast. Pure. Stable. It was like standing inside an ocean compressed into a single point, endless depth hidden beneath perfect stillness. For a moment, Varian forgot to move. Then realization struck him, and his will trembled. Capacity. This soul had an absurd capacity, far beyond what should be possible for someone who had not yet reached his previous level. Even without understanding its origin, Varian could sense the terrifying potential contained within it. His thoughts ignited. If he could seize this body. If he could overwrite this consciousness and take control. He would not merely survive. He would ascend again faster than he ever had before. His perception sharpened, probing deeper. And then he noticed it. A flaw. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the overwhelming purity. A subtle instability buried deep within the foundation, like a crack hidden beneath polished stone. An injury? This lad has a soul injury. Varian stilled. It was nothing like the shattered souls he had seen before. There was no collapse or leaking fragments drifting through the void. Instead, the damage had already stabilized and was recovering. If no one knew what to look for, they would never realize anything was wrong with Michael's soul. His foundation had sealed itself so cleanly that even Varian's centuries of experience could barely detect it. Though he could still tell something was off, it was not enough to weaken Michael's soul value in any meaningful way. Everything else was simply too overwhelming. His perception returned to the cauldron. The moment he focused on it, his will shook again. He did not know what it was. He did not understand its function. But every instinct he possessed screamed that it was something beyond his comprehension. Something that should not exist within a mortal soul. Then there was the spear. And beneath them both, the coffin rested in silence. Varian's breathing grew uneven. Compared to the two talented youths he had abducted, the prince with his blazing bloodline and the swordsman whose soul cut like steel, this one was beyond comparison. Those two were valuable vessels. This one was perfection. A perfect soul. A perfect container. a perfect future. Greed surged through him. His will expanded, no longer cautious, no longer probing. He reached forward, his consciousness extending through the soul space toward the youth's core. But just as his will moved, the darkness shifted and a voice echoed. "This is new. No wonder I didn't see a system notification just now." The voice came from everywhere. Then Michael appeared. He stood in the darkness as if he had always been there, his figure calm, upright, and faintly illuminated by the dim presence of the cauldron behind him. His green eyes reflected no panic or confusion. Only quiet curiosity. He was smiling. Varian froze as he realized he could not move. His soul body, which had moments ago expanded freely across the domain, now felt heavy. Bound. Suppressed. The darkness thickened around him, saturated with something rich and suffocating. Pure darkness. A dense, overwhelming dark element filled every direction, pressing against his will like an ocean closing around a drowning man. For the first time since entering the youth's soul, fear surfaced. "What did you do to me?" Varian demanded, his voice no longer calm. Michael tilted his head slightly, as if considering the question himself. "Honestly, I am just finding out I can do this," Michael replied. His tone was casual, almost amused. He lifted a hand slightly, watching the darkness ripple in response. "And that I can do it to someone with a soul quality like yours." Varian's will trembled. Impossible. He was a former legendary existence. Even weakened, his soul was refined across centuries. He should have been the dominant force here. Yet here, he was suppressed. Michael's smile deepened faintly. Inside, his thoughts were far less calm than he showed. When the intrusion first began, there had been a flicker where his consciousness had slipped. He had lost awareness for less than a second. And in that instant, something had activated. His talent. The cauldron behind him pulsed faintly. It was the representation of his soul's core ability. The source of infinite evolution that allowed him to evolve almost anything. But it had always required one condition. A soul connection tightly related to ownership or belonging. Michael's gaze returned to Varian. When Varian forced his way into this domain, he had crossed that boundary. He had entered Michael's soul, and the cauldron had recognized him as something inside its domain. Something that belonged there. What made it even more unsettling was that the connection Michael had with Varian was different from the one he shared with his undead. Only now did Michael realize that the cauldron could mark anything that entered his soul, placing it in a state similar to being soul-bound. As for why this was possible, Michael had little doubt. It had everything to do with his talent. Talents were rare among awakeners. Even the most common ones were considered precious, and many possessed a physical or spiritual manifestation that represented their nature. Jade Bones was one such example. It was known among the more common talents, yet it remained powerful. Its manifestation was physical, as it was directly tied to the body. One of its defining characteristics, aside from strengthening its host, was absolute purity. No impurity could remain within a body that possessed jade bones. Perhaps infinite evolution functioned in a similar way. Except its domain was not the body. It was the soul. Upon reaching rank 3, the importance of the soul increased drastically. It was where laws were perceived, where essence was refined, and where true transformation began. For a talent like infinite evolution, which could alter the essence of existence and even forcefully elevate beings to rank 3, it was only natural that its manifestation resided within the soul itself. Seen in that light, this new function was not strange. Michael had simply never discovered it before. Bringing anything into his soul space was nearly impossible under normal circumstances. This was the first time something that was not already bound to him had forced its way inside. And the cauldron had responded accordingly. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Varian struggle against the invisible restraint. The dark element pressed tighter, like a hand closing around the throat of Varian's will. "That system notification," Michael said, almost to himself. So that is why it did not appear. This was not the first time something had tried to force its way into him. Jester had done it first. Even now, with Jester bound as his undead, Michael could still remember that moment with a clarity that made his chest tighten. Jester had not attacked his soul directly. It had gone for the mind. It had tried to erase his consciousness, to wipe him out and sit inside his skull like a parasite wearing his face. That attempt had triggered the system, or rather the origin will. Michael was still confused about what truly governed those responses, but it had issued a warning. A cold, absolute notification that had advised him to commit suicide or face true death in origin. It had been so extreme that Michael had never forgotten it. Now, Varian had invaded him too, yet the system had stayed silent. No warning. No forced prompt. No harsh line telling him to end himself. At first, Michael had thought it was because he had somehow missed the notification. But standing here, in his own soul space, watching the cauldron pulse behind him, Michael finally understood. Jester had targeted his mind, which was still considered Michael himself. The system had recognized the threat as an external force attempting to delete the host. It had responded. Varian had targeted the soul. But the moment Varian crossed into this domain, the rules changed. Because the instant Varian entered, the cauldron did not treat him as an enemy invading from outside. It treated him as material inside Michael's territory. And because of that classification, the system did not issue a warning. It did not view it as Michael being overridden. It viewed it as Michael's soul handling what had entered it. Michael's smile returned, but there was no warmth in it. Now it had come down to a single question. What should he do with this soul? The connection between them was already established. Because of that connection, Michael knew he had options. He could evolve it. He could merge it with something else. Or even attempt to merge it with himself. Michael did not even consider the first option seriously. He did not bother to check how many evolution points it would take. A rank 4 soul was not something to experiment on blindly. Evolution altered essence. If he made a mistake, the backlash could destroy him from within. Worse, it might refine Varian into something even more dangerous. The second option was even more absurd. Merge it with himself. Michael's expression did not change, but inwardly, he dismissed the thought immediately. A rank 4 being was still a rank 4 being. Trying to fuse with it directly would be like inviting poison into his own veins and hoping for the best. But there was another option. Michael's eyes darkened slightly. Before, when Varian still possessed a body, Michael had hesitated. Devouring a living being had crossed a line he had not been ready to face. The idea of consuming something alive, aware, and resisting had unsettled him more than he cared to admit. But this was different. This was only a soul. Yes, it still had consciousness and could resist, but there was no flesh. No breathing body. No heartbeat. Only essence. Michael could feel it clearly now. The density. And the sheer quality contained within Varian's soul. Even weakened, it radiated a depth that surpassed anything he had consumed before. Curiosity flickered behind his calm expression. If he devoured this, how much would his soul recover? How much closer would he be to advancing? Varian felt it. A faint feeling of threat. His will strained violently against the invisible restraints binding him. The dark element pressing against him thickened further, growing heavier, denser, like tar filling every gap. What are you doing? Varian demanded, his voice losing its composure for the first time. Michael did not answer immediately. Behind him, the cauldron pulsed. Once. Twice. Each pulse sent a ripple across the soul domain, and with it came pressure. Michael lifted his hand slowly. There was no dramatic gesture. No spell circle. No chant. Only intent. Deep within the darkness, something else responded. A faint, cold bloom of pale light emerged near Michael's chest, subtle but unmistakable. It did not burn. It did not radiate heat. Instead, it carried a quiet, devouring stillness. Lily. The trait manifested like layered petals made of translucent essence, unfolding silently within the void of his soul. The moment it appeared, Varian's entire soul shuddered. He understood immediately. Absorption. No, Varian said sharply, his will surging in panic. You cannot. Michael did not hesitate. The lily-devouring trait activated fully. The first thread of essence separated from Varian's soul. It was microscopic. Barely visible. A single strand of refined spiritual substance peeling away like mist. Yet the reaction was immediate. Varian screamed. It was not a physical sound. It was a vibration that rippled across the soul domain itself, raw and distorted. Because even that tiny fragment carried the weight of centuries. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as the fragment drifted toward him. The moment it touched his soul, it dissolved. Warmth spread outward. The crack buried deep within his soul foundation trembled faintly. The unstable edge that had remained stubbornly incomplete for so long shifted, knitting together by a small margin. Michael exhaled slowly. Even this little. It was a lot. Far more than anything he had ever absorbed before. The quality was different. Denser. Varian felt it too. Felt himself becoming smaller. You fool! Varian roared. You do not understand what you are touching. Michael met his gaze calmly. I understand enough, he replied quietly. Behind him, the lily bloomed wider. The second fragment tore free. This time, Michael felt it more clearly. The moment he absorbed it, his entire soul space trembled. The sensation was impossible to mistake. It was the crack that existed deep within his soul foundation, hidden beneath layers of stability. It had not crippled him, but it had limited him. Now it shifted again. Warmth spread outward in slow waves. Michael inhaled instinctively. His capacity had increased. He did not know by how much, but it was definitely more than a few weeks of natural recovery could have given him. Varian felt the loss instantly. His form flickered, faint strands of his soul dissolving into pale currents that drifted toward Michael. No, stop! Varian shouted. His voice was no longer commanding. It cracked. You do not know what you are doing. That essence is my very being. If you absorb too much, it will destroy you from within. Michael did not respond. Another strand separated. It was bigger than the previous two combined. Another wave of warmth followed. The last traces of instability in his foundation tightened further. Varian's panic deepened. I can teach you, he said suddenly. The words came quickly now. I possess centuries of knowledge. Knowledge beyond your imagination. Release me, and I will guide you. I will make you ascend faster than any genius alive. Michael's expression did not change. Another fragment vanished. Varian's form dimmed slightly. Seeing his offer ignored, his voice turned venomous. You arrogant child, he snarled. Do you think devouring me will make you strong? You are only poisoning yourself. My will shall remain. I will corrupt you from within. I will twist your soul until you beg for death. Michael only watched quietly, observing the changes within himself. His perception sharpened as his awareness deepened. Even the connection between his soul and the laws became clearer, as if a fog he had never noticed was thinning. He had never truly noticed it until now. Varian, on the other hand, only felt himself being reduced. Desperation surged. I curse you, he screamed. Your soul will fracture. Your path will collapse. You will never reach the realm beyond. Never. Another fragment vanished. His voice weakened. Michael finally spoke. You talk too much. Michael increased his devouring speed further, and Varian's scream echoed across the endless dark. Another fragment tore free. Then another. And another. Each time he devoured a portion of Varian's essence, Michael felt the change immediately. The crack that had existed in his soul finally gave way. The fracture sealed completely. The instability that had lingered like a hidden weakness was gone, replaced by smooth, unbroken stability. His soul no longer felt like something recovering. It felt whole. It felt like it had before the injury. No. Even better. Michael inhaled sharply, his awareness expanding in every direction. The darkness of his soul space became deeper, more defined. His capacity increased again. And again. Each fragment that dissolved into him did not simply fill him. It expanded him. His soul space stretched outward subtly, the invisible boundaries pushing farther into the endless void. Varian, on the other hand, was filled with growing horror. His form was no longer stable. Parts of him dissolved constantly now, drawn helplessly toward Michael. Stop, he roared. His voice shook the darkness. Another portion of his soul vanished. His scream broke. You insect, he shrieked. I will not accept this. I refuse to be devoured by a child. His will surged violently, trying to tear free. For a moment, the darkness trembled. But the cauldron pulsed, and the resistance collapsed instantly. Michael felt the essence flow into him in larger waves now. His awareness sharpened further, his perception brushing against truths he had never sensed before. It was as if a ceiling above him had cracked open, revealing greater heights. He felt lingering bits of understanding about his law deepen. Varian's form shrank rapidly. From a towering presence to something smaller. Fainter. Unstable. His voice turned hoarse. I curse you. He whispered. Michael did not stop. The last major portion tore free. Varian's form flickered violently, his outline breaking apart like ash in the wind. Hatred filled what remained of his will. His presence fractured further. I hate you. Another piece vanished. I hate you. Only a faint outline remained now. And with the last of his strength, Varian screamed. I curse you, bastard. Then he disappeared completely. Silence returned. Michael stood alone in the endless dark. His soul space felt vast. Whole. And far larger than before. The first thing Michael did was check the changes he had felt while devouring the defeated rank 4 superpower. I knew it. Seeing how many contract slots he now possessed, the method he used to directly gauge the strength of his soul on a surface level, Michael felt excitement rise within him. It was a staggering 1,858 slots. A couple hundred more than before his injury. After the excitement settled, Michael could not help but feel a trace of regret. A large portion of the essence he devoured had gone toward repairing his soul. If he had never been injured, his contract slots might have surpassed 2,000 by now. That was a terrifying thought. If they were all filled, even the damaged coffin of the Forgotten might struggle to carry them unless he evolved the treasure further or forced all his undead into human form. Michael then turned his attention to his next gain, something he had not fully expected. My previous thinking was wrong, he said quietly. Even if I could have ascended to rank 3 with my injured soul, it would have been imperfect. I was judging myself by the standards of others. But I should be my own standard. The reason for this realization was clear. Now that his soul was whole again, his law comprehension had surged to 89% completion. Only 11% remained. The gap between him and rank 3 was no longer distant. It was inevitable. After I leave this place, I will have my other body stop cultivating. Together, we will gather corpses, Michael said calmly. Only after filling every contract slot will I continue cultivating. Otherwise, I might ascend accidentally. His eyes darkened slightly. That would be wasteful. Michael's consciousness withdrew from the darkness as his awareness rose toward the surface. His eyes opened. The crystal-veined ruin reappeared around him exactly as he had left it. And then, in front of him, a body fell. Michael moved instantly. He stepped forward and caught it before the momentum could carry it into a full collapse, his hand closing around the shoulder. It was Varian's body. Cold. But not dead. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The chest still rose and fell faintly. It was breathing, yet something was missing. Michael extended his perception deeper, letting his senses brush against the interior. After a few seconds, he withdrew. It's an empty shell. The soul that had once animated it had been completely devoured, leaving behind only flesh that continued its automatic functions like a machine that had lost its operator. Michael studied it in silence. The body was not particularly special in any form, which made him wonder what to do with it. Then an idea formed in his mind. However, he would need to leave the ruins first before he could implement his plan. His storage space opened, and the body vanished instantly, pulled into the dimensional void without resistance. Michael's gaze then shifted to the 10th Prince and Ren, who still floated nearby, suspended by his mana. Their bodies remained limp. Michael stared at them briefly. Then a faint, almost amused thought surfaced. Why was it that rank 4 superpowers loved kidnapping people after knocking them unconscious? He had seen it happen before, or rather experienced it once. They never killed immediately. They always took. Michael exhaled quietly. He did not wake them. Instead, he lifted his head and looked outward at the realm itself. Only now did he notice it. The crystal veins running through the ground flickered weakly. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. What happens to a realm, he murmured softly, when its owner dies? A few moments earlier, far away from the ruin's center, Ariane collapsed to her knees. The suddenness of it left her breathless. One moment, the familiar pulling sensation had been there deep inside her chest. Then it vanished. Completely. Ariane's eyes widened as she clutched her chest, fingers tightening against the fabric of her uniform. The absence felt unreal. At the same time, another sensation followed. Weakness. Her mana receded inward, the borrowed strength peeling away from her like mist under sunlight. The cultivation orbs embedded within her system no longer responded. Their enhancement faded rapidly, returning her to her natural state. Her breathing grew uneven. But she did not panic. Because unlike before, this weakness felt right. It was hers. Her shoulders trembled. Relief flooded through her. Ariane lowered her head, her blonde hair falling forward as tears spilled freely from her eyes. She did not try to stop them. She could feel it. Whatever had been wrong with her was now gone. Her chest tightened as her thoughts shifted instinctively to one person. Sir Mike. Her fingers curled against the crystal-veined ground as her tears fell faster. It must have been him. There was no one else. Ariane's lips trembled faintly. She did not know how he did it or what he did, but he had done it. He had saved her once again. At the same time an intense feeling of sadness and regret filled her. Back at the ruin's center, Michael stood in silence as the crystal veins beneath his feet flickered weakly, their glow unstable. His gaze lowered again to the two unconscious figures suspended beside him. Ren. And the 10th Prince. Both floated motionless, held upright by thin currents of mana Michael had unconsciously maintained even while his consciousness had been deep within his soul space. Michael studied them quietly for several seconds. He could leave them like this. The realm was already destabilizing. Eventually, the remnant forces governing the space would pull them out. But after a moment of thought, Michael sighed softly. He stepped forward. His mana shifted, lowering Ren gently until his boots touched the crystal-veined ground. The swordsman's body swayed slightly, limp from prolonged unconsciousness. Michael raised his hand and placed 2 fingers lightly against Ren's forehead. A small, controlled pulse of mana entered as a stimulus. It was just enough to nudge his consciousness back toward the surface. The reaction was immediate. Ren's brows twitched faintly. His breathing hitched. Then his eyes opened abruptly. For a moment, they were unfocused, his gaze drifting across the fractured terrain, the dimming veins, and the endless twilight sky above. Confusion. Disorientation. Then his pupils focused. "Sir Mike." Ren's voice came out rough. Michael withdrew his hand and nodded once. "You're awake." Ren blinked several times, forcing himself upright. His body trembled slightly, weakened by whatever Varian had done to him, but his instincts remained sharp. His eyes moved quickly, scanning the area. Then he noticed the absence of the figure that had once dominated the ruin. The overwhelming pressure was gone. "Where is it?" Ren asked quietly. Michael did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced briefly toward the 10th prince, who still floated unconscious several meters away. Michael had made the deliberate choice to wake only Ren. Ren was his friend. Someone he trusted. The prince, on the other hand. Michael's expression remained calm. He did not dislike him. But he had no interest in touching him with his mana any more than necessary. So he ignored him. Ren followed his gaze and noticed the prince as well. "He's alive," Ren said. "Yes." Ren exhaled quietly, relief flickering across his face before his attention returned to Michael. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You did something," Ren said. "Not a question. A statement." Michael met his gaze. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Michael looked past him, toward the flickering horizon of the realm. "It's over," he said simply. Ren stared at him for another second. Then he nodded. He did not press further. Because whatever Michael had done, he could feel it. The realm itself was no longer the same. Not only could Ren feel it, Ariane, her tamed beast, Spartan, Michael, and many other participants who were still conscious sensed a subtle resistance building around them. Even someone who had never stepped into a constructed realm before but possessed a bit of knowledge would immediately understand what was happening. Simply put, they did not have much time left in this place. "It's a bit ahead of schedule, but at least nothing too bad happened," Michael joked lightly, a faint smile touching his lips. Ren looked at him and, after a brief pause, returned a smile of his own. It was smaller and less carefree. "It wasn't exactly perfect either," Ren said quietly. "Because of that evil spirit scheme, some people actually lost their lives in this realm." His voice remained steady, but the weight behind his words was unmistakable. Michael fell silent. He did not look away, but his gaze sharpened slightly. "I know," he said at last. He exhaled softly. "As long as we're alive," Michael added calmly, "it's fine." It was not indifference. It was practicality. The dead could no longer be helped. The living still had a path forward. Ren held his gaze, then nodded. "You're right." His expression softened faintly. "And, thank you for saving me." The gratitude was simple and direct. There was no dramatic bow or exaggerated display, just sincerity. Ren did not question Michael about the figure. He did not ask what truly happened. He understood that if Michael wished to explain, he would have done so already. If not, pressing would only complicate matters. Trust did not always require answers. Ren adjusted the unconscious prince over his shoulder as the rejection force around them intensified. "I shouldn't take more of your time," he said. "Looks like we're being kicked out anyway." A faint distortion wrapped around both of them, pale light outlining their silhouettes as the expulsion began. Michael gave a small nod but did not step back. "Not yet," he said calmly. Ren paused. Michael's gaze shifted briefly toward the distance. "I still need to go back," he added. Ariane is out there. And his undead, Michael added silently in his mind. He did not elaborate further. He simply did not allow the process to complete. His mana subtly anchored him in place, resisting the pull for just a moment longer. Ren smirked faintly. Aren't we going to see each other outside anyway? Michael let out a quiet huff. Probably. They shared a brief laugh. The light around Ren intensified, wrapping him and the prince like a cocoon as space distorted violently. Then it stopped. The light flickered once and vanished. Ren's smile faded first. The distortion collapsed, the air snapping back into place with a low tremor. The outline of expulsion dissolved like mist. Yet the pressure remained, stronger now. That's not normal, Ren muttered. Michael did not answer immediately. His eyes slowly lifted toward the sky. The realm was still rejecting them. The force pressing against their existence had not weakened, but they had not been expelled even though the process had clearly begun. That meant only one thing. Something was interfering. Ren adjusted his grip on the prince. Shouldn't I be expelled? He asked quietly. You should, Michael replied, voice calm but distant. The realm had lost its owner. Its internal system was purging foreign presence, and yet it had failed. Something was definitely wrong. Ren's jaw tightened. At this point, he was starting to regret listening to his master's suggestion to come here. So what's stopping it? Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know, he said honestly. But be careful. Ren's gaze sharpened. Careful of what? Anything, Michael replied. If the realm is rejecting us but can't expel us, then something is resisting the rules. That doesn't sound good. He glanced toward the direction he had come from, then back to Ren's face. If you can, go meet your other teammates and check how they're doing, Michael said. Or wait for me here. Either way, don't wander without a reason. Ren hesitated for a moment, weighing it. Then he nodded. It's better I check on them. The prince and I ran past them earlier. If I trace my path back, I should find them. Michael did not argue. He only gave a short nod. Good. Don't take risks. Ren adjusted the unconscious prince on his shoulder, then offered Michael a quick, smaller smile. You should be safe too, he said. Before Michael could reply, Ren turned and sprinted off. Michael let out a quiet breath. His thoughts shifted to another figure. Yuga. Michael shook his head slightly. Hopefully he's all right, he murmured. Then he turned and dashed off in the opposite direction, following the path he had taken earlier. It did not take long for him to see some familiar figures. Because he had run above them before, he found them where he expected. 3 bodies lay scattered across the cracked terrain. His teammates. They looked weak. Their faces were pale, their breathing shallow, their mana almost non-existent. But they were alive. Michael did not waste time. Without thinking too much about it, he extended his mana and wrapped it around them carefully, lifting them off the ground like weightless stones, and dragged all 3 with him as he made his way toward Ariane. Soon, Michael was back at the place where he had left Ariane. Ariane was still where he had last seen her. Spartan stood protectively at her side. The lion's mane bristled slightly as Michael approached, but the tension eased the moment he recognized him. Ariane looked up. For a brief second, relief flashed across her face. Michael slowed to a stop. The 3 unconscious teammates floated behind him, suspended by controlled threads of mana. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he extended his will toward Spartan. Without resistance, the undead was drawn back into the damaged coffin of the forgotten. The transfer was smooth and silent, leaving only a faint ripple in the air where he had stood. Michael preferred not to leave his undead exposed when something unknown was interfering with the realm's rules. Only after Spartan was secured did he fully turn his attention to Ariane. How are you? He asked calmly. Ariane stared at him for a moment, as if confirming he was truly there. Her voice faltered slightly before she steadied it. I feel weak. But normal. Her hand instinctively moved to her chest. The strange presence is gone. Michael studied her carefully, extending a thin strand of perception toward her core. Her mana was indeed reduced but stable. The external influence that had once wrapped around her had completely vanished. To be certain, Michael still used his eyes of truth on her. That confirmed it. Good. Michael gave a faint nod. That's expected, he said. The realm lost its owner. The borrowed enhancements are fading. Ariane's gaze shifted to the three figures floating behind him. You found them. They're alive, Michael replied. Just drained. Ariane exhaled softly, tension leaving her shoulders. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Sir Mike, even though the enchantment disappeared, the knowledge I got from the skill orb is still in my mind. Michael's eyes shifted back to her. The knowledge, he repeated. She nodded slowly. That was news to him. Michael had never used the skill orb himself. He had deliberately avoided it, so he had no personal reference for how it functioned once the realm collapsed. His gaze sharpened slightly. You're sure it's still there? Yes. Ariane closed her eyes briefly. I can recall it clearly. The structure of the techniques, the circulation paths, even the theory behind them. Michael fell silent. Then he gave a small nod. That makes sense, he said calmly. Ariane looked at him. The skill orb likely acted as a transmission medium, not the source, Michael explained. The enchantment we felt was probably a temporary amplification. But the knowledge itself was directly imprinted into your consciousness. He paused. When the realm lost its owner, all borrowed energy began to withdraw. But information is different. Once it integrates into your mind, the realm can't reclaim it unless it specifically anchored the knowledge to its own structure. Ariane absorbed his words slowly. So it's mine now. Most likely, Michael replied. He studied her again through eyes of truth, confirming there were no lingering threads or hidden anchors embedded in her mind. Nothing abnormal. Just fatigue. That's fortunate, he added. You gained something real from this, at least. Ariane's fingers tightened slightly against her sleeve, emotion flickering briefly in her eyes. But before she could say anything else, the air around them distorted again. Sir Mike, should we leave now? Ariane asked softly. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were searching his. I can feel it, she continued. The realm is trying to expel us. She hesitated briefly. I haven't initiated it yet. I was waiting for you. From her words alone, Michael understood. Unlike Ren, she had not attempted to trigger the expulsion. No wonder she asked that question. After thinking about it for a while, Michael finally spoke. Stop resisting, he said calmly. Try to leave the realm. Ariane did not question him. She did not suspect anything. She assumed it was only a matter of timing. If she left first, she would simply see Michael outside a moment later. All right. Without hesitation, she reached down and drew her tamed beast closer to her side, placing a reassuring hand on its back as she relaxed her resistance and allowed the realm's expulsion force to take hold. The reaction was immediate. Pale light began to gather around her body. Thin threads of distortion formed along the edges of her silhouette as space itself started to pull her away. But what happened next was something Michael had already expected. The light intensified. Then it flickered. And stopped. Just like Ren before her, the expulsion collapsed abruptly. The distortion vanished as if it had never existed. Ariane looked around in confusion. Michael, however, was not surprised at all. He had already suspected this would be the case. Something was definitely wrong. But what exactly was happening? Far away from Michael was a group of 10 individuals. It was the group from the Black Serpent Empire. Right now, Prince Roy was looking at the magic circle on the ground before turning to his attendant, the Awakener who had recognized Michael earlier. "Do you have any idea what happened?" Roy asked calmly. "Why is the realm closing before the scheduled time?" The attendant lowered his head slightly. "We do not know, Your Highness," he replied. "But at least we managed to complete our preparations before this began." Prince Roy watched the unstable glow of the magic circle for a moment longer before nodding slowly. "Good." His gaze then shifted to the other 8 members of the team standing nearby. They were exhausted, and several of them were still struggling to stabilize their breathing. But despite their condition, all 8 straightened the moment Roy's eyes fell on them. "You have all tried your best," Prince Roy said calmly. "The Empire will remember your efforts." The words were simple, yet the effect was immediate. The 8 individuals quickly bowed their heads. "For the Empire. Your Highness's will is our duty. We only did what we must. Serving the Empire is our honor." Their voices overlapped as they hurriedly declared their loyalty, each trying to speak before the others. Prince Roy observed them quietly as he thought back to the mission his father gave him before he left. Millions of miles away from this constructed realm, the Black Serpent Empire stood as one of the true overlords of the continent. It was not merely large in territory. Its strength came from the terrifying number of great beings it possessed. Even among other empires, the Black Serpent Empire stood firm. Its foundation had been built over thousands of years. However, in recent decades, something subtle had begun to change. The empire still ruled over several kingdoms that acknowledged its authority, but the control it once exercised over the 3 strongest among them was slowly weakening. The reason was simple. Those 3 kingdoms had grown too powerful. Each of them now possessed enough great beings that, under normal circumstances, they could have declared themselves empires in their own right. Among them, the Lionheart Kingdom stood at the very top. Its military power, cultivation resources, and rising young generation had begun attracting attention even from foreign empires. To outsiders, this might have seemed like natural growth. But to the Black Serpent Empire, it was something far more dangerous. No master enjoyed watching their servants grow strong enough to question authority. When the ruins of this constructed realm were first discovered inside Lionheart territory, the Empire immediately realized its potential. If properly explored, it could elevate the Lionheart Kingdom even further. That was unacceptable. Unfortunately, the Empire could not simply seize the ruins by force. Long ago, a former emperor of the Black Serpent Empire had left behind a strict rule that limited imperial intervention in certain external territories. The rule had once been meant to prevent civil wars and reckless expansion. Now it restrained them. Because of that law, the Empire could only pressure the Lionheart Kingdom from the shadows and secure a share of access to the ruins. But in truth, the Empire did not care much about the ruins themselves. What they cared about was control. And that was why Prince Roy had been sent here. His mission was far more subtle. Thanks to the special rules governing this realm, most of the participants were the most talented young individuals of their respective kingdoms. The future pillars. The next generation of commanders, masters, and perhaps even kings. If something unfortunate were to happen to them inside this realm, the consequences would be catastrophic. Most kingdoms would be weakened from within. For an empire seeking to maintain control, it would be a very convenient outcome. Prince Roy's gaze slowly swept across his exhausted companions. Placed in any kingdom, those 8 would have been considered priceless. They were not ordinary elites. There was a reason each of them had been chosen so carefully, and it was not only because they could fight. Each of them was an heir of an important family. For the ritual, a certain level of strength was also required. That was another reason they stood here now. That was why the 8 were exhausted. That was why their faces looked pale. They had not simply been preparing the circle. They had been feeding it. Prince Roy watched them quietly, calm on the surface, cold beneath. Unfortunately, none of them were going to leave this realm with him. Ironically, it was the same reason the elites of the three kingdoms had been sent here. This realm was a perfect knife. If those youths grew stronger, their kingdoms would become harder to control. If they died, their kingdoms would bleed for decades. Either outcome served the empire, as long as the empire remained above them all. And there was a second layer to it, which these 8 were related to. Even inside the empire, certain families were rising too quickly. Their influence was spreading. Their great beings were becoming too numerous. They were loyal today, yes. But loyalty weakened when power grew. Prince Rui's gaze lingered on the 8 once more before returning to the magic circle beneath their feet. The formation was no ordinary ritual. It was a summoning circle. It was meant to open a narrow bridge between this unstable realm and the outside world, allowing a powerful figure from the Black Serpent Empire to descend directly into the ruins. Normally, such a thing would have been impossible. Constructed realms had strict rules. Entry and exit were governed by the realm's own structure, and outside interference was heavily suppressed. But this particular circle had been prepared with that limitation in mind. It also did not force the realm open and could interfere with the expulsion process itself. By anchoring a foreign presence into the realm's laws, the formation created turbulence within the exit mechanism. The realm would struggle to eject participants while the summoning process was active. That was why Ren, Ariane, Michael, and the others had felt the expulsion begin but could not leave. The realm was trying to purge them. But the summoning circle was disrupting the process. 2 rules were colliding with one another. Fortunately for Prince Rui, the most difficult part of the ritual had already been completed before the realm began collapsing earlier than expected. The circle had been fed enough mana. The anchors had been established. Only the final activation remained. Prince Rui studied the unstable glow of the formation. The runes carved into the stone were pulsing faster now, reacting to the increasing instability of the realm. Time was running out. If the realm collapsed fully before the summoning finished, the bridge would tear apart. And that would ruin everything. Prince Rui finally spoke. Activate it. Yes, Your Highness. The 8 moved quickly, stepping into their assigned positions along the outer ring of the formation. Each of them placed a hand over the engraved runic lines on the ground. The moment their palms touched the stone, the circle reacted violently. However, before they could continue, a voice echoed from the distance. "What you people doing?" The broken sentence was followed by the appearance of a huge figure. It was Yuga, and he was alone. The reason was simple. The reason Yuga had been convinced to come to these ruins, aside from his sister's words, was because Michael was coming. Unfortunately, the pretty boy did not want to fight him, which made Yuga uninterested in everything else. After he had been assigned to a team, Yuga had actually tried to follow them to satisfy Michael. Unfortunately, their attitude toward him made him angry. He did not want to play with those weaklings who disrespected him and called him names. But because of Michael and his elder sister, he did not do anything. So Yuga left and found a random place to sleep. Occasionally he would wake up and walk around to find either Michael or Ren before falling asleep again because he was bored. It was only when the realm tried to remove him that he became fully active again. Coincidentally, he happened to be not far from Prince Rui and his group. Prince Rui frowned slightly the moment the voice echoed across the cracked ground. His gaze shifted toward the source. A huge figure was approaching slowly, his steps heavy but unhurried. For a brief moment, recognition flickered in Prince Rui's eyes. But the situation did not allow room for curiosity or the entertainment of strangers. The summoning circle had already been activated. Any disturbance now could destabilize the ritual. Prince Rui's expression hardened slightly. He could not afford distractions. Without looking away from the formation for long, he spoke calmly. "Handle him." The order was directed at his attendant, the Awakener who had earlier recognized Michael. The attendant bowed immediately. "Yes, Your Highness." He stepped away from the formation and began walking toward Yuga, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. Meanwhile, Yuga had stopped several meters away from the glowing circle. His gaze lingered on the bright runes on the ground. The crimson light reflected in his pupils as he tilted his head slightly. What this? His voice sounded genuinely curious. Yuga scratched the side of his head and leaned forward a little, staring at the glowing pattern like a child examining a strange toy. Why shiny circle on ground? Before anyone answered, the attendant arrived. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. His fist shot forward with intense speed, mana reinforcing the strike as it smashed directly toward Yuga's face. The blow landed cleanly. A dull impact echoed across the clearing. Yuga's head tilted slightly from the force. His feet sank half an inch into the cracked ground beneath him. Dust burst outward. But that was all. He did not move. Not even a step. The massive youth simply blinked once and slowly straightened his head again. The attendant's eyebrows twitched. Who was this beast? That punch was strong enough to knock down most participants in this realm. Only Michael should be able to counter him so easily. Yet the boy in front of him had not even stumbled. Yuga touched his cheek where the fist had landed, rubbing the spot slowly. Then he looked at the attendant. Confusion filled his expression. Why hit me? He asked honestly. The attendant did not answer. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly. If the first punch had been meant as a quick removal, the second was no longer casual. His arm drew back again. This time, mana surged visibly around his fist. The air tightened as the energy condensed, the faint crackle of pressure forming around his knuckles. Then he struck again. The second punch shot forward like a cannon. It carried far more force than the first, the reinforced blow aimed directly at Yuga's jaw with enough power to shatter stone. The impact echoed sharply. Dust exploded outward as the ground beneath Yuga's feet fractured further, the cracks spreading like spiderwebs through the dry terrain. For a brief moment, Yuga's head tilted again. His massive body leaned slightly to the side. But again, he did not move. Not a single step. His feet remained planted exactly where they had been. The attendant's pupils shrank. This time, the reaction was impossible to ignore. Yuga slowly turned his head back toward the attendant. Though staying with people had lessened the bestial instincts in Yuga, unlike when he lived in the wild, there was no way they could disappear completely. Perhaps in the future it might be possible. But that future was not now. After being punched in the face twice despite not doing anything, rage immediately clouded his mind. Yuga's large frame shifted slightly as he planted his feet more firmly into the cracked ground. The earth beneath him groaned faintly from the pressure. The attendant noticed the change immediately. But before he could react, Yuga moved. His fist shot forward. There was no fancy technique. No visible mana surge. Just a simple punch. Yet the moment it left his body, the air in front of it seemed to compress violently. The blow landed squarely on the attendant's chest. The impact sounded like a hammer striking a thick iron plate. For the first time since the fight began, someone moved. The attendant's body slid backward across the ground. 1 step. 2 steps. 3. Dust scraped beneath his boots as he forced himself to stop. His eyes widened slightly. This was the first time someone of the same age group had ever pushed him back in the land of origin. Even those considered geniuses of their generation had never managed it. That was the advantage of awakeners over normal cultivators. Their classes granted them direct enhancements. As a knight class, the attendant possessed extremely powerful physical strength. His body had been strengthened through awakening far beyond ordinary cultivation. Yet he had just been forced back. Who was this monster? Behind him, Prince Rui had also noticed. His calm expression finally shifted slightly. Unlike many others, Rui was well aware of the attendant's true strength. Normally, Roy would never keep someone of the same generation who was stronger than him close by. But this situation was different. His royal father had personally assigned the youth to him. The official reason was protection. The real reason was observation. According to the emperor, the attendant possessed a great secret, something that might one day benefit even the Black Serpent Empire. So Roy had been told to watch him carefully. And yet this was the first time Roy had seen the attendant pushed back by someone of the same generation. Awakeners were special beings. Their classes granted them abilities and advantages that ordinary cultivators could not easily replicate. But special did not mean invincible. The gap between individuals still existed. Against certain existences, the field could become surprisingly even. Not all awakeners were abnormal monsters like Michael. Most still had limits. Yuga was simply one of those exceptions that refused to fit neatly within the expected boundaries of power. Months ago, when both he and Michael had stood at the peak of rank 1, Yuga had been able to match Michael in terms of raw physical strength alone. At that time, Michael was already a high human. If Yuga could stand on equal footing with such a being at that stage, and had since advanced further with more of his natural prowess surfacing, then the implications were obvious. Even if the current Yuga could no longer compete with Michael, that did not mean he had suddenly become ordinary. Far from it. Among the Awakeners who currently stood in Aurora, very few of Michael's generation could handle someone like Yuga easily. The attendant steadied himself. Yuga stood a few meters away, shoulders rising and falling, his eyes fixed on the man who had just hit him twice for no reason. The anger in his expression sharpened into something more focused. The attendant shifted his stance, this time raising both hands. He stepped forward. Yuga stepped forward as well. Their movements collided. The attendant's fist snapped out, fast and clean, carrying a sharp burst of mana that cracked the air. Yuga swayed his head a fraction, the blow grazing past his cheek instead of landing squarely. Yuga answered with another punch. It was still simple. Still direct. But the moment it moved, the space in front of it seemed to compress again. The attendant blocked with his forearm. The impact rattled through his bones and forced him back half a step. Yuga followed. A second punch came immediately, then a third, each one heavier than the last. The attendant retreated in short bursts, blocking, shifting, and parrying with skill, trying to break the rhythm. The attendant slipped to the side and drove a kick toward Yuga's knee, aiming to disrupt his base. The kick struck, but it felt like hitting a stone pillar. Yuga's leg did not buckle. Instead, Yuga's arm swung across like a club. The attendant leaned back just in time, the wind from the strike ripping dust off the ground as it passed. Behind them, the summoning circle pulsed brighter. The 8 continued feeding it, but their faces tightened. Their breathing became uneven. Prince Roy's eyes narrowed. He watched the fight for a single breath longer, then his voice cut through the tension. Take it elsewhere. The attendant's expression tightened. He understood immediately. If this continued beside the formation, the turbulence would grow. If the circle destabilized at the final stage, everything would collapse. The bridge would tear. The price they had already paid would become meaningless. He stepped back again, calculating. Yuga moved to follow, feet cracking the earth with every step. The attendant's hand dropped to his waist. Metal rang softly. A sword slid free from its sheath. The blade caught the crimson glow of the runes and reflected it in a cold line along its edge. The moment the weapon appeared, the air around the attendant changed. His posture lowered. His breathing steadied. His mana gathered differently, no longer reinforcing just his fists and body, but flowing into the weapon like a second nervous system. Yuga paused for a brief moment. His eyes locked onto the sword. Then he stepped forward anyway. The attendant shifted sideways, drawing Yuga's advance away from the formation. His feet moved in controlled patterns, each step light despite the cracked ground, guiding the battle outward. Yuga followed like a charging beast. The attendant's blade flashed. A clean horizontal slash cut across the space between them. The edge carried mana, turning a simple swing into a sharp pressure wave. Yuga raised his forearm. The pressure wave struck and burst apart, scattering dust and fragments of stone, but it still pushed him back a fraction. That fraction was enough. The attendant used it, stepping in and turning his blade, slashing again and then again. Each strike was precise, each one controlling where Yuga could move. Yuga swung his fist through the gaps, trying to break through the line of steel. The sword met his arm. The blade did not cut deeply, but it left a thin red line on his skin. For the first time, blood appeared. Yuga's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then his face twisted. He surged forward again, faster now, anger and instinct driving him as he chased the attendant farther and farther from the summoning circle. Prince Rui watched them go, his expression settling back into calm. The summoning circle continued to pulse. The 8 kept feeding it, their hands trembling, their bodies nearing the limit. Prince Rui did not look in the direction of the battle again. His attention returned fully to the formation. The summoning circle pulsed beneath the 8 participants, its runic lines glowing brighter with every passing second. The crimson light spread across the cracked ground like veins, carrying the mana they were pouring into it. The reaction was becoming violent. The runes trembled. Small sparks of unstable energy snapped across the circle, stinging the hands pressed against the stone. One of the 8 nearly flinched. But he did not pull away. None of them did. Their faces had begun to change. The earlier exhaustion had not disappeared, but something else had joined it now. Dread. They could feel it clearly. Something was wrong. The formation was pulling far more mana than it had before. The flow had become heavy, almost greedy, dragging energy from their cores with a force that made their meridians ache. Several of them had already realized it. But none of them dared to stop. Their instincts screamed the same warning. Stopping now would be worse. The formation had already been activated. The ritual had passed the point where interruption was safe. Breaking the flow abruptly could cause backlash, tearing their mana channels apart or triggering the collapse of the entire formation. So they endured. Their breathing grew rougher. Sweat formed along their temples despite the cold air. Prince Rui watched them quietly. His face remained completely flat. There was no tension in his posture, no sign of concern in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke. "You are doing well. Continue." His tone was calm. Encouraging. But it carried no warmth. The words did not ease the pressure weighing on the 8. If anything, the dread inside their chests deepened. They could feel it now. The mana they were feeding into the circle was not stabilizing the formation as expected. It was being consumed. The runes were drinking it. One of the 8 lifted his eyes slightly. Then another. Soon several of them were glancing toward Prince Rui. The looks were brief. Quiet. But they were filled with the same silent question. Prince Rui noticed. Of course he noticed. Yet he ignored them completely. His gaze remained fixed on the formation as if nothing unusual was happening. The silence among them pleased him. No one spoke. No one protested. No one dared to question him. Despite the growing dread, their hands remained pressed firmly against the stone, their mana continuing to pour into the circle exactly as they had been ordered. Prince Rui watched the glowing runes pulse faster and faster. Far from the formation, the battle between Yuga and the attendant continued to intensify. The ground beneath them was already scarred with cracks and gouges from their earlier exchanges. Dust drifted lazily through the air, only to be torn apart whenever the 2 figures collided again. Yuga lunged forward. His movements were still raw and direct. Each step shattered stone beneath his feet as he closed the distance with the simple intention of crushing the man in front of him. The attendant no longer attempted to meet those blows head-on. Steel flashed. The sword moved in clean arcs, cutting through the air with controlled precision. The blade intercepted Yuga's next punch, sliding across the youth's knuckles and forcing the strike slightly off course. Yuga's fist still carried enormous force. Even deflected, the blow slammed into the ground behind the attendant and blasted a crater into the stone. The attendant had already moved. His feet shifted in quick steps as he circled around Yuga's flank. The sword snapped forward again, this time thrusting toward the giant youth's ribs. Yuga twisted. The blade scraped across his side instead of piercing deeply, leaving another thin red line across his skin. Yuga swung his arm in response, trying to grab the attacker outright. The attendant retreated just in time. The hand closed on empty air. Their difference in fighting style had become clear. Yuga relied on overwhelming physical strength. Every strike carried enough force to crush bone and break armor, but his movements were broad and instinctive. The attendant fought differently. His strikes were measured, controlled, and aimed not at overpowering Yuga but at exploiting the smallest openings. Another exchange erupted. Yuga drove forward with a heavy punch. The attendant stepped aside and cut downward. The blade struck Yuga's shoulder, carving a shallow wound before sliding away as the youth's other arm swung around in retaliation. Yuga's fist clipped the attendant's side. The impact was glancing, but it still pushed him several steps back. The attendant recovered quickly. His breathing had become more focused now. The longer the battle continued, the clearer the pattern became. Yuga's body was monstrously strong, but his attacks lacked refinement. Awakeners also had certain advantages, even if those advantages were sometimes small. Steel flashed again. Another cut appeared across Yuga's forearm. Then another across his shoulder. The wounds were not deep, but they were increasing. Yuga roared in frustration and surged forward again, smashing his fist toward the attendant's chest. This time the sword met the strike directly. The blade turned sideways, redirecting the force while the attendant's body shifted along with the impact. The moment Yuga's momentum carried him forward, the attendant moved. His sword struck again. A precise slash opened a deeper line across Yuga's upper arm. For the first time, blood splashed onto the cracked ground. The attendant clicked his tongue in irritation. Damn beast. His grip tightened around the sword as he glanced at the shallow wounds lining Yuga's arms and shoulders. So hard to cut. The blade flashed again. Steel struck flesh with a sharp sound, but once more the edge barely bit into the skin before sliding away. The youth's body felt less like human flesh and more like hardened leather wrapped around solid stone. The attendant cursed quietly under his breath. What kind of body was this? Even reinforced by mana, his sword should have carved deeper. Yet every strike that landed only left thin lines instead of serious damage. It was like trying to slice through the hide of a monster. Across from him, Yuga did not react the way the attendant expected. Instead of charging forward immediately, the huge youth lowered his gaze toward his arm. Blood was slowly running down from the fresh wound on his upper arm, dripping onto the cracked ground below. Yuga stared at it. His large brows slowly knitted together. The anger that had filled his face moments earlier faded into something else. His massive hand lifted slowly and touched the injury. The cut stung. He could feel it clearly. Yuga's thoughts were simple, but they were not empty. He understood one thing very well. The man in front of him was strong. The way the sword moved, the way the blows forced him back little by little, the way the wounds kept appearing even though he tried to block them. This person was strong. But Yuga's eyes slowly lifted toward the attendant. Something was missing. The heavy pressure he remembered was not there. When he fought Michael before, every movement had felt dangerous. Every step had carried a terrifying sense that something worse could happen at any moment. Michael had felt like a mountain standing in front of him. This man did not. Strong, yes. But not like that. Yuga's gaze drifted back to the blood on his hand. A slow realization formed inside his simple mind. If this person could push him this much and yet still did not feel as threatening as the current Michael, who did not even need to move to make him tense, then the answer was obvious. Michael was far stronger. Much stronger. The realization did not make Yuga angry. It made him sad. His shoulders lowered slightly. The fight suddenly felt less exciting. The attendant noticed the change. The huge youth who had been charging like a raging beast moments earlier now looked distracted, staring at the blood on his hand like a confused child. The attendant frowned. What was this reaction? Yuga continued staring at the blood running down his arm. The large youth slowly rubbed the wound with his fingers, watching the red smear across his skin. The anger that had driven him moments ago was gone. Instead, a strange gloom settled over his face. Then, under the attendant's surprised gaze, Yuga simply turned around. The giant youth began walking away. Just like that. He simply left. The attendant blinked once. For a moment he remained completely still, sword still raised in a ready stance. Yuga continued walking farther away, his heavy steps cracking the dry ground as he moved across the ruined terrain. The attendant lowered his blade slowly. What? Normally, this should have been good news. The opponent had retreated on his own. The fight was over. Yet something inside the attendant felt strangely uncomfortable. A faint irritation lingered in his chest. Why? He frowned slightly as he watched the giant figure walking away. Was it because the fight ended like this? The battle had barely reached its true peak, yet the beast had suddenly lost interest and left. The attendant had not landed a decisive blow, nor had he forced his opponent to collapse. A strange dissatisfaction crawled inside him. Perhaps he had wanted to kill the fellow. Perhaps the incomplete ending simply bothered him. In any case, it was better this way. The beast was gone. The attendant exhaled slowly and began turning back toward the summoning circle. But just as he took a step, his body froze. His eyes widened slightly. The beast had seen the magic circle. The attendants had snapped back toward Yuga's departing figure. The giant youth was still walking away slowly, his massive back turned. A cold feeling crept into the attendant's chest. He did not know how close the ritual was to completion. His teammates were still feeding the formation with their mana, and the final stage might already be approaching. But if that beast wandered back toward the circle again, or told someone curious enough to come see it and they interfered at the wrong moment, everything could collapse and the entire plan could be ruined. The attendant's grip tightened around his sword. His earlier irritation disappeared instantly, replaced by sharp focus. No. He could not allow that risk. Even if the beast had lost interest in the fight, he had already seen too much. The attendant's feet shifted. He was about to move when a hand reached out from the shadows and closed around his neck. The movement was so sudden that the attendant did not even see the figure appear. His body reacted instantly. Mana surged through his limbs and his sword arm moved on instinct, the blade flashing backward in a sharp arc meant to sever whatever had grabbed him. But the strike stopped halfway. Pressure descended on his wrist. A second hand had caught it. The attendant's pupils shrank. The strength behind that grip was terrifyingly strong. A voice spoke quietly beside his ear. I have some questions. The attendant stiffened. The grip around his throat tightened slightly, forcing him to tilt his head sideways. His eyes shifted, trying to see the person who had appeared beside him like a ghost. Michael stood there with a calm expression on his face. It's you, the attendant blurted out before quickly falling silent. In his shock he had almost exposed something. However, unfortunately for him, Michael had already caught that brief moment of lost guard. Do you know me? Before Michael's initial question had been to ask what was going on in the distance with the prince's group. First, however, it was necessary to explain how Michael had coincidentally appeared in this place in the first place. Several minutes earlier, back when Michael was still with Ariane, a realization had struck him while he was thinking about what to do regarding the current situation. The situation was that the realm wanted to expel them, but something was preventing it. It was obviously an issue with its spatial laws. By chance, it made him recall the situation in the ruins he had been in with Rin days ago. Thanks to being in his wisdom state, which enhanced his perception to a terrifying degree, he had been able to find a hidden spatial door. Perhaps using the same method he could do the same here. Since there was nothing to lose, Michael acted on his plan immediately, and as he suspected, he actually sensed something. It was like a knot. The entire realm was coated in chaotic energy, but it was strongest at one particular location. Michael did not hesitate to head there after summoning Spartan to protect Ariane again. It was there that he saw the fight between Yuga and the attendant. Although Michael had not paid much attention to the attendant when they were outside the ruins earlier, he still had an impression of the Empire Prince's group as one filled with strong individuals. However, he had not expected one of them to be so strong that he found himself less surprised by Yuga's growth and more surprised by the other party's strength. To prevent them from noticing him, Michael had switched to fade state and hid within the shadows. Fortunately, he was not noticed. He also did not need to step out to help Yuga, or so he thought, until he saw the prince's attendant preparing to move again and was forced to come out. In any case, since he had already revealed himself, he might as well take the opportunity to ask this person what the Empire was planning, lest he unknowingly walk into a trap. What he had not expected, however, was for the attendant to know him. Was he really that famous already that even the Empire knew about him? Michael did not consider that good news, which made him particularly sensitive. The attendant's expression quickly recovered. The moment of shock from seeing Michael had already faded from his face, replaced by something calmer. His breathing steadied despite the hand gripping his throat, and the mana that had briefly surged through his body settled again like still water. "I don't know what you mean," the attendant said hoarsely. His tone sounded sincere. Almost confused. If someone had arrived at this moment without context, they might have believed him immediately. Michael stared at him for a few seconds. The young necromancer's expression remained calm, but his eyes grew colder. The attendant continued speaking, forcing a strained smile as the pressure on his neck made it difficult to breathe. "You must be mistaken," he said. "I only reacted because you suddenly appeared. Anyone would be shocked." He paused before adding carefully. "And what ritual are you talking about?" "We are just trying to stabilize the realm's energy." The lie came smoothly. Too smoothly. Michael sighed. "I see," Michael said quietly. His grip loosened slightly, though the attendant immediately realized he was still completely restrained. The difference in strength between them was far too obvious. Michael tilted his head slightly. "You forced me to do this." The attendant frowned. "What?" Michael did not answer. Instead, something strange happened. For a brief moment the air around him shifted. The feeling was subtle, almost like a shadow sliding across the ground under moving clouds. But the attendant felt it clearly. The presence standing behind him changed. Not stronger. Not weaker. Just different. Michael's eyes slowly lifted again. They were no longer the same. A faint amusement lingered in them now, something sharp and unsettling. It was not the calm indifference he had shown earlier. Inside Michael's mind, the connection shifted. The familiar presence of one of his undead rose forward. Jester. The moment the state switched, Michael's aura changed completely. His posture relaxed slightly, but the pressure around him became strangely oppressive. The attendant felt his scalp prickle. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Michael leaned closer, his voice softer now. "Let's try again." His fingers tightened around the attendant's throat just enough to hold him still. Then Michael's other hand rose slowly. He did not attack. Instead, his fingertips gently touched the attendant's temple. The moment contact was made, the attendant's entire body froze. A cold sensation slid into his mind like a needle piercing water. Michael's eyes glimmered faintly. Then he spoke again. Now. Tell me. Do you know me? The attendant's body stiffened the moment Michael's fingers touched his temple. For a brief second, nothing happened. Then the man's pupils trembled. His breathing grew uneven as something unseen slid into the edges of his mind. The sensation was strange. It did not feel like brute force breaking down his thoughts, nor did it feel like a spell directly seizing control. It felt more like something quietly rearranging things inside his head. Michael watched carefully. This was the first time he had used Jester's state in such a direct manner. During his seclusion he had gained several new understandings of his law, and this was one of the applications he had only tested briefly in theory. He did not want to damage the man's mind. The goal was information. Inside his mind he hoped he had not gone too far and made the prince's attendant stupid. The attendant swallowed. His throat moved under Michael's grip. Then he answered. Yes. Of course I know you. Michael's expression did not change. Why? Michael asked quietly. Because, who wouldn't? Michael remained silent. The attendant continued speaking. Who wouldn't know the current brightest awakener in Aurora? The words left his mouth casually, but the moment they reached Michael's ears, something cold slid down his spine. Brightest awakener in Aurora. Michael's mind froze for half a second. Awakener. He had heard the word clearly. Michael's eyes sharpened instantly. His grip on the man's throat tightened slightly without him realizing it. You just said awakener, Michael said quickly. The attendant nodded faintly. Yes. Michael's voice turned colder. Are you an awakener? Another nod. Yes. Michael's pupils contracted. For a brief moment he forgot even to continue questioning. Michael had always wondered when he would see his first awakener in the land of origin. Would they come from his own realm? Or from another civilization? When he first entered the land of origin, he had assumed it would not take long before he encountered one. Considering the vast number of participants who came here from countless worlds, it felt inevitable. He had been mistaken. It had taken so long that he had even begun to suspect he might be the only awakener within several thousand miles. After all, it was said that the land of origin was unimaginably vast. But now one stood directly in front of him. Michael suppressed the thoughts running through his mind and focused again on the man in his grasp. How did you know me? Michael asked. The attendant's eyes remained slightly unfocused as he answered. During the last round of the entrance exam. Michael's gaze sharpened. The one in the land of origin? Yes. The attendant continued speaking in a flat tone. Then there was an incident about a week or so ago. The Federation and the academy you studied at were in conflict because of you. That left an even deeper impression. Michael frowned slightly. So that's how you recognized me, Michael murmured. The attendant nodded faintly. Michael remained silent for a moment before asking the next question. Does anyone else in the land of origin know your identity as an awakener? The attendant shook his head. No. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. No one? No. The answer came immediately. Michael studied the man's expression carefully, but under Jester's influence there was no sign of deception. Does anyone know about me at all? Michael asked again. The attendant answered calmly. No. Michael paused. That response made his brows knit slightly. The attendant continued speaking. It was only because of the ruins that we even met you. His breathing grew slightly uneven as the influence inside his mind continued to stir. He swallowed before continuing. And I am not stupid enough to spread something that's secretive. Michael stared at him silently. The answer made sense. If awakeners were in the land of origin, their existence would be treated as extremely sensitive information. No one would casually reveal it. Michael slowly shifted his gaze toward the distant glow of the summoning circle. The chaotic knot of spatial energy was still there. His eyes returned to the attendant. "Then tell me something else," Michael said calmly. The attendant did not resist. Under the quiet influence of Jester's power, his mind continued to respond. "What is the Empire planning here?" The attendant's lips moved slowly. "Prince Rui is opening a spatial bridge." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. "A bridge?" "Yes." The attendant's voice remained flat. "The realm is trying to expel everyone. The prince is using the ritual to force open a passage before that happens." "Why?" Michael asked. "To bring someone from the Empire here." Michael's gaze sharpened. That answer was the opposite of what he had expected. Michael's grip tightened slightly around the man's throat. "Explain. Why is someone from the Empire coming?" Rather than bother with the reality of this being possible, since it involved matters of space and the void, it was better to focus on the most important thing. The attendant's eyes remained unfocused. "To kill everyone here." Michael's pupils contracted slightly as he forced the attendant to reveal more of what he knew. At the end of it, he could not help but spit on the ground. Now he remembered why he hated politics so much. So just because the Empire was scared of losing control over 3 kingdoms, everyone, including people from his own side, were doomed to die. To think he would have been unknowingly implicated in this. Immediately Michael decided he was going to put a stop to the summoning. But before he did that, there was the issue of this fellow he had to take care of. If there was one thing Michael did not want to reveal about himself in the land of origin, it was his identity as an awakener. And now in his hands was someone who could easily expose that. Michael knew some people in this world were aware of awakeners. Like Princess Priscilla, for example. It was not exactly surprising. After thousands of years of activity on this land, there had to be things awakeners from countless realms had revealed about themselves. However, Michael was not ready for that now, nor did he have any intention of doing so in the future. So what was he going to do? As he was thinking, Michael's delicate control over the prince's attendant's consciousness loosened, and the attendant finally regained control over himself. The attendant's eyes widened in sudden fear. What did you just do to me?" His voice was hoarse and unsteady. The earlier calm was gone. For the first time since Michael had grabbed him, genuine panic surfaced on his face. Michael clicked his tongue in annoyance. He did not answer immediately. "I need more practice with Jester's state," he thought. Jester's abilities were far too dangerous to use carelessly. Mental interference was not like physical suppression, and it was nothing like soul suppression either. One wrong move while digging through another person's consciousness could do more than damage the mind in the land of origin. It could trace back through the connection and destroy the original body in Aurora as well. That was the real danger. And that was exactly why Michael had held back. He had not gone all out at all. In fact, he had been deliberately cautious the entire time, guiding the influence as lightly as he could while still forcing answers out of the man. If his proficiency with Jester's state had been higher, he would have had far more options. He could have altered the structure of the man's memories and even erased every trace of himself from the attendant's mind. Unfortunately, he could not do that yet. Not safely at least. And Michael was not actually trying to kill him. It was then that something from the attendant's earlier words resurfaced in Michael's mind. If the person being summoned from the Empire was coming here to kill everyone, and this man already knew Michael was present in the ruins, then that meant one thing. He was perfectly willing to let Michael's body in the land of origin be destroyed. The realization made Michael's gaze turn colder. Perhaps the chill in Michael's expression was too obvious, because the attendant's fear deepened immediately. You shouldn't try anything reckless," the attendant said hurriedly, his voice strained. "You know the law. Awakeners in Aurora are forbidden from harming themselves without just reason." Michael stared at him for a second. Then he scoffed. "You really want to bring that up now?" The attendant swallowed. Michael's grip tightened slightly around his throat, not enough to crush, but enough to remind him how little control he currently had. The law doesn't speak against self-defense, Michael said coldly. And what exactly do you think this is? The attendant's face stiffened. Michael leaned closer, his voice dropping lower. You just admitted the Empire plans to kill everyone here. That includes me. His eyes narrowed. You are directly involved in that plan. So if I act against you, that is self-defense. The words landed heavily. The attendant opened his mouth, but nothing came out at first. Michael did not stop. You think I'm supposed to stand still and let your side summon someone to butcher me, then worry about whether I'm being too harsh to one of the people helping make it happen? His tone remained calm, but the pressure in it made the attendant's face pale further. That's not how this works. The attendant's breathing turned rough again. He wanted to argue, but even he knew the logic was hard to refute. He had already said too much. Under Jester's influence, the truth had been dragged out, and now it hung between them like a blade. Michael could see the struggle in his eyes. Fear. Calculation. Regret. Maybe even the desperate hope that he could still somehow talk his way out. But Michael had already made up his mind on one thing. The summoning had to be stopped. And before that, this attendant had to be dealt with one way or another. Michael's expression settled into something colder than before. So, he said quietly, don't lecture me about law when your side came here planning murder. The attendant saw the change in Michael's eyes. Real fear appeared on his face. Wait. His voice cracked as he tried to pull back, but Michael's grip on his throat did not loosen. You don't need to do this, the attendant said quickly, panic rising in his tone. Listen to me. I won't say anything. I swear. I won't reveal that you're an awakener if that's what you're worried about. No one needs to know. I can also tell the prince to spare you if that's what you're worried about. Michael remained silent. The attendant's breathing became ragged. His words spilled out faster now. I can also pretend we never met if that's what you want. I'll leave this place and never mention your name again. Michael looked at him calmly. There was no anger in his expression. No visible hatred either. Just a quiet certainty. The attendant saw it, and his voice grew desperate. Please. The word had barely left his mouth when Michael moved. It was quick. Clean. Michael's hand tightened. A sharp crack echoed in the ruined clearing. The attendant's body stiffened. For a moment his eyes widened in shock. Then the strength drained from them. His body went limp. Michael released him. The man collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Silence returned. Michael looked down at the corpse for a few seconds. This was not the first person he had killed. The brutal realities of the supernatural world had already pushed him across that line long ago. But this was different. This was the first time he had killed someone from Aurora. Not only that. The man had been an awakener just like him. For a brief moment, a faint weight settled in Michael's chest. Then it faded. The emotion was there, but it was small. Because Michael knew something important. An awakener dying in the land of origin was not true death. The real body remained safe in Aurora. The consequences were harsh, but not fatal. 10% of all stats would be deducted permanently. And the awakener would be barred from entering the land of origin for a long period of time. Even when they were allowed to return, they would reappear in a completely different location, as if they had just entered the realm for the first time. Everything built here would be lost. Progress. Position. Connections. All of it would reset. It was a heavy punishment. But it was not death. Michael looked at the body one last time before turning his gaze toward the distant summoning circle. This was the cleanest solution, he murmured quietly. Then his expression hardened. Because the real problem was still ahead. Prince Rui's ritual was still active. A distance away, Prince Rui stood before the massive summoning circle. The formation glowed with an intense crimson light as dozens of complex runic lines pulsed like living veins across the ground. The surrounding attendants knelt around the formation, their hands pressed to the earth as they poured mana into the ritual. The air itself trembled. Rui's eyes shone with excitement as the energy began to concentrate at the center of the circle. "It's working," he murmured. Above the formation, space began to distort. At first it was only a ripple. Then the distortion thickened, twisting inward as if something invisible was trying to tear the fabric of the world apart. A thin line appeared. It widened slowly. Behind it, darkness deeper than night flickered. A portal was forming. Rui's lips curved into a faint smile. The hardest part of the ritual was already complete. Once the bridge stabilized, the Imperial envoy would cross through, and the rest of the plan would unfold exactly as intended. The Empire would maintain control over the region without resistance for generations. Rui felt a surge of satisfaction. But before the portal could fully open, something changed. A faint whistle cut through the air. Then another. Then dozens. Rui's eyes narrowed as he looked up. The sky had turned dark. The sky had turned dark. It was filled with arrows. Hundreds of them. Dark shafts fell from above like a violent storm, each one wrapped in dense mana that distorted the air around it. The arrows screamed as they tore through the sky, carrying enough force to shatter stone. Prince Rui's eyes widened. Even before the first arrow struck the ground, his instincts screamed danger. Almost subconsciously, Rui dashed backward. His body moved in a blur as he abandoned his position beside the summoning circle and shot several meters away. The first arrow struck the ground a heartbeat later. Boom! The explosion tore through the ruined terrain. Stone shattered. Dust and debris erupted into the air as the arrow detonated with terrifying force. Then the rest followed. A rain of destruction crashed down. Arrows slammed into the ground one after another, each impact releasing violent bursts of energy that blasted apart the surrounding area. Boom! The attendants feeding mana into the ritual barely had time to react before the bombardment reached them. Screams filled the air. The earth shook as explosions tore across the ritual site. Rui raised an arm to shield his face as fragments of rock flew past him. For several seconds the bombardment continued. Then it stopped. Dust slowly settled over the ruined clearing. Rui lowered his arm as a terrifying realization came to him. The circle. His eyes immediately turned toward the summoning circle. The magic formation was still there. The runic lines flickered weakly, their crimson glow unstable after the violent assault. But it had not been destroyed. Relief flashed through Rui's eyes. However, his gaze quickly shifted to the attendants who had been sustaining the ritual. Only 3 remained standing. One more knelt nearby, barely conscious, blood running down his face as he struggled to stay upright. The other 4 were gone. Their bodies lay scattered across the ruined ground, torn apart by the explosions. Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. 8 attendants had been required to stabilize the ritual. Now only 3.5 remained. Yet instead of anger, Rui felt something else. Satisfaction. The summoning circle was still intact. That was the only thing that mattered. The remaining attendants looked pale as they continued channeling their mana into the formation. They had all realized something. With half of them dead, the only chance they had to survive was to last until the ritual ended. But the circle was already draining their life force. Their fate had already been decided. Rui ignored them. His eyes remained fixed on the circle as the unstable portal flickered above it. Before Rui could even begin to consider what had launched the first attack or where it had come from, the air shifted again. Another whistle cut through the sky. Then another. Rui's expression darkened as he looked up. The sky had filled with arrows again. Bastard! Roy cursed under his breath. This time he did not run. The portal above the summoning circle had already widened further. The spatial distortion had grown thicker, and Roy could clearly sense that someone from the other side would appear at any moment. If the ritual was interrupted now, everything would be wasted. He could not allow that. Without hesitation, Roy reached into his robes. His fingers closed around a small object. It resembled a smooth shell, pale silver in color, no larger than his palm. The surface was covered in extremely fine runic patterns that glowed faintly even without activation. Roy's expression twisted slightly as he brought it out. Even for him, using this precious treasure pained him. But there was no time to hesitate. This better be worth it, he muttered. If everything went well, his father would favor him. Mana surged from his hand into the shell. The moment the artifact activated, the runes across its surface flared to life. A powerful wave of energy erupted outward. In the next instant, a translucent barrier spread across the sky above the ritual site like a massive dome. Just as the arrows descended. Boom! The first arrow struck the barrier. The impact exploded outward, releasing enough force to flatten the surrounding ruins, but the shield only rippled slightly. Then the rest followed. Boom! The sky filled with explosions as the rain of arrows collided with the defensive dome. Roy remained standing at the center of the formation, his expression cold as the barrier absorbed the attacks. The shell in his hand glowed brighter. This was a treasure personally given to him by the Emperor himself. A defensive artifact capable of blocking the full power of a peak great being for an entire minute before entering a cooldown state. Against attacks below that level, the treasure would appear almost limitless and create the illusion of infinite energy. Above him, arrow after arrow crashed into the barrier. But none of them passed through. Roy looked up at the bombardment with narrowed eyes. "Let's see how long you can keep this up," he muttered coldly. Behind him, the unstable portal continued to widen. High in the sky, Michael, coated in dark smoke from using his fade state to hide his presence, had an ugly expression on his face. After taking care of the Awakener, he had rushed here immediately to disrupt the Empire's plans. But he had not expected the circle to be so resilient. No. It was probably because it had absorbed the life force of the 4 rank 2 attendants the moment their life signals began to fade. Even from far above the ground, Michael could see the situation clearly. It was also how he realized something frustrating. For a short period of time, there was nothing he could do against the protective dome on the ground. At least not within a single minute. However, that was only the case if he was operating alone. And he was not. There was no competent necromancer without assistance. And he happened to have plenty of it. Up in the sky, Michael did not hesitate to summon the damaged coffin of the dead from his soul space. From within it, several figures appeared immediately. Lucky. Prince. Ghost. The other ants. Fade. And a few more undead Michael considered among his stronger forces. Down below, a vicious thought crossed Roy's mind. Whoever was responsible for this attack would pay for it, he thought. Once the person from the Empire crossed through the portal, Roy promised himself he would make sure the culprit was hunted down and crushed without mercy. He did not know it was Michael. Nor did he know that the one attacking him possessed strength comparable to the very person the Empire planned to send through the portal. In fact, even Michael himself had not spent much time considering what level of power the Empire might dispatch. He knew the Empire possessed rank 4 experts. Although he wanted to believe such figures could not be deployed so easily in the land of origin, he was not willing to gamble on that assumption. Even if the person sent was someone he could defeat, Michael had no intention of exposing himself. He was already tired of constantly moving and dealing with trouble in the real world. The last thing he wanted was to repeat the same exhausting situation inside the land of origin. That was why he remained hidden. And why he attacked with full force from the shadows. As for the people he had killed earlier, Michael felt nothing about it. They had come here intending to kill him. So killing them first was simply the logical choice. Michael did not waste time. His voice was calm. Attack. The undead vanished from the sky instantly as they obeyed the command. The prince barely had time to process new thoughts before the sky above the defensive dome erupted with fresh attacks. The first thing that appeared was black fire. A torrent of dark green flames poured down from above like a collapsing storm. The heat carried a suffocating aura that made the air tremble. The flames struck the barrier and spread across its surface like living creatures, gnawing at the protective dome. Roy's eyes widened. Before he could react, something else followed. Ghostly figures. Several translucent shapes descended through the air. Their forms were twisted and unnatural as they slammed into the barrier with chilling wails. Each impact sent ripples racing across the protective dome. Then came the third wave. 4 gigantic ants. Their bodies were enormous, far larger than normal creatures. Their exoskeletons were dark and heavy like armored siege weapons. They fell from the sky with terrifying momentum and smashed against the dome. Boom! The entire area shook. The impact alone cracked the ground outside the ritual site. The ants did not retreat. They attacked again. And again. Their massive limbs struck the barrier repeatedly, each blow carrying monstrous physical strength. Roy's confident expression slowly vanished. The dome was supposed to last 1 full minute. It was a treasure capable of blocking the power of a peak great being. Yet under the combined assault, the barrier began to flicker violently. 20 seconds passed. Then it shattered. Crack. The protective dome exploded outward into fragments of fading light. Roy's pupils contracted in disbelief. How? The word barely left his mouth. The attacks were already falling toward him. A cold wave of fear surged through his body. Without hesitation, Roy activated his bloodline. A surge of dark energy erupted from his body as black scales spread rapidly across his skin. The scales hardened instantly, forming a powerful defensive armor that covered his entire body. But it was too late. A wave of poisonous green flames descended from above. The flames swallowed the ritual site completely. Roy tried to resist. The black scales on his body flared with power as he forced his bloodline to its limit. For a moment it looked like he might survive. Then the poison spread. The green fire burned through the scales like acid, devouring both mana and flesh. Roy's scream was swallowed by the roaring flames. In the end, nothing remained of him but fading ashes inside the collapsing ritual formation. High above the battlefield, Michael watched the result through the veil of dark smoke. His expression did not change. To him, this was simply the fastest way to stop the ritual. The dark smoke surrounding Michael's body slowly drifted with the wind, concealing his presence as he observed the aftermath below. The poisonous green flames had already begun to fade. Where the ritual site had once stood, only scorched stone and broken earth remained. The summoning circle that had taken so much effort to create had collapsed entirely. The unstable portal above it flickered violently. Without the circle to sustain it, the distortion in space rapidly lost stability. The thin tear that had begun forming across the sky twisted once before collapsing inward. In a matter of seconds, the portal disappeared completely. Michael watched the last traces of spatial energy dissolve into the air. Then he exhaled slowly. Return. His voice was quiet, but the command carried clearly through the connection he shared with his undead. Within seconds, the sky was empty again. Only Michael remained. For a short moment he stayed where he was, silently scanning the surroundings with careful attention. He did not rush. Even though the ritual had clearly been destroyed, Michael had trained himself through years of overthinking that caution was never wasted in dangerous situations. After confirming that no unexpected presence remained nearby, he finally began to descend. His body moved quietly through the air. The smoke that concealed him thinned as he approached the ground. When Michael finally landed, the ruined terrain stretched out before him. The place looked like a battlefield after a natural disaster. Deep craters marked the ground where the arrows had struck earlier. Broken stone and scorched earth covered the entire area. The remains of the ritual formation were barely recognizable beneath the destruction. Michael walked slowly across the devastated clearing. His gaze swept across the ground until it reached the center of the former ritual site. There was nothing left of Prince Rui. Only blackened fragments of stone and faint traces of poison remained where the flames had consumed him. Michael stopped for a moment. Then his eyes shifted to something on the ground. "What's this?" Michael crouched slightly and brushed away a layer of ash and broken stone. What lay beneath made him pause. It was a hand. A severed human hand, lying half buried in the ruined ground. Michael stared at it in silence for a moment. The fingers were long and slender, the skin pale but strangely intact despite the destruction that had consumed everything else in the area. The wrist ended in a clean severed edge, as though it had been cut away by an invisible blade. Michael's brows slowly drew together. "That shouldn't be here," he murmured. The ritual circle had collapsed and the portal had vanished. Rui himself had been burned to nothing but ashes. Yet this hand remained. A realization slowly formed in Michael's mind as his eyes sharpened. The summoning might have actually worked at the last moment. If the portal had managed to connect for even a fraction of a second before collapsing, then it was possible that something had already begun to cross through. The hand in front of him might have been part of that. Michael's gaze grew serious as he studied the severed limb more carefully. Fortunately, whatever had been summoned had clearly failed to fully emerge. Otherwise the situation might have been far more troublesome. Unfortunately, the hand alone did not reveal much. From the severed limb, Michael could not determine the exact power level of the figure that had attempted to come through. However, one thing was certain. The fact that the hand had survived the destruction of the ritual site meant it did not belong to a weak person. The area had been bombarded by countless attacks. Yet the hand remained largely intact. That alone said something about the strength of its owner. But the hand had been severed. If its owner had been a rank 4 being, Michael doubted such a thing would have happened so easily. Even with the power he had just unleashed, injuring someone at that level should not have been possible. Rank 4 experts were not that fragile. Which meant the person who had almost crossed through the portal was powerful. But not at the level of a rank 4. Michael slowly straightened. His gaze remained fixed on the severed hand. "Interesting," he murmured quietly, his expression thoughtful as he considered what to do next. Ever since his talent had evolved, Michael had developed a certain habit. Originally, his ability only allowed him to evolve his undead through the accumulation of evolution points. But after the later changes, the nature of the talent had expanded. It could devour materials and even merge certain things together in order to generate evolution points or create new results. Because of that, Michael had gradually formed a habit of collecting anything that looked valuable or unusual. Even if he did not immediately know how to use it. Even if he later ended up never using it at all. If something seemed precious enough, or carried even the slightest possibility of benefiting his talent, he would take it. That was exactly why he had taken the bodies of Varian and the other Awakener earlier. Those two corpses had been interesting in their own way, but both of them were nothing but empty shells. There had been no lingering soul within their bodies. Not even a fragment. That meant he could not attach his control to them through the normal methods he used when raising undead. Without a lingering soul, raising them would only result in mindless corpses. They would be even more useless than ancient corpses whose souls had partially faded but still retained faint remnants that could be revived. Those remnants at least allowed for a degree of intelligence. But these bodies had nothing. Just flesh. Empty. Still, he had collected them anyway. As for what he planned to do with them later, Michael already had a few ideas in mind, but he would need to leave this realm first. Michael's gaze returned to the severed hand lying in the ashes. After a moment of thought, Michael decided not to pick up the hand. It was only a hand. There was no need to go that far. If it had belonged to a rank 4 being, he might have hesitated. Even then, he would still have considered the possible trouble it could bring in the future, but the value alone would have been enough to make him seriously think about taking it. This hand was not worth that level of risk. Once he made the decision, Michael did not linger on it. A trace of black flame rose from his palm. It was Spartan's flame, brought forth with the influence of his law. Dark, dense, and unnaturally quiet. It did not spread wildly like ordinary fire. It simply descended and wrapped around the severed hand. For a brief moment, the pale flesh resisted. Then the black flames devoured it completely. Only when the hand was gone did Michael finally feel slightly more at ease. Still, he did not leave immediately. The appearance of that hand made Michael carefully check the area again. His perception swept through the ruined site, moving over shattered stone, scorched earth, broken corpses, and the remains of the collapsed formation. It was during that search that he noticed something else. A faint silver glint beneath a pile of cracked rock. Michael stepped closer and pushed the debris aside with his foot. What appeared made his eyes narrow slightly. It was the shell-like object Rui had used earlier. Surprisingly, it was still intact. Not even the violent destruction that had wiped out the rest of the area had managed to damage it. Michael crouched and picked it up. The treasure felt cool in his hand, its surface still engraved with fine runic patterns. Though the light within it had dimmed greatly, the structure remained stable. Michael immediately activated his inspect skill. Item name, Emperor's Aegis Shell. Grade, Extraordinary Grade, 3 stars. Durability, 92%. Effect. When activated, the shell releases a defensive barrier that expands into a dome-shaped shield. The barrier can withstand attacks equivalent to a peak rank 3 for up to 60 seconds at full energy before entering a cooldown period. Cooldown, dependent on energy recovery. It can be activated as long as there is energy. Activation requirement, mana infusion. Description. A defensive treasure crafted by the imperial artificers of the Black Serpent Empire and bestowed upon members of the royal bloodline. The artifact converts mana into a stable layered barrier capable of resisting overwhelming force for a short duration. Though limited in time, its defensive performance ranks among the finest treasures within the extraordinary grade. Michael read through the panel once more before dismissing it. As for what he did with the treasure afterward, the answer was simple. Of course he took it. Heck yeah, he took it. A treasure was a treasure. Especially one at this grade. Michael had absolutely no reason to leave something like that lying around. Even if the artifact itself was not particularly useful for him, that did not reduce its value. 3-star extraordinary grade treasures were not common. Many would fight over something like this. Just because he did not need it personally did not mean others would not. If nothing else, it could still serve other purposes. He could trade it. Use it as leverage. Or simply keep it stored away. Heck, if he really wanted, he could even give it to his cousin someday. The thought made the corner of his mouth twitch faintly before he stored the artifact away. Once the treasure disappeared into his storage, Michael finally turned his attention back to the ruined battlefield. He swept the area one more time with his perception. Everything looked clean. Satisfied, Michael finally relaxed. Without wasting any more time, Michael bent his knees slightly. Then his body shot upward. The wind roared around him as he rose into the air once more. Within moments, he was already back where Ariane and the others were waiting. After the Empire's plan was ruined, there was nothing stopping anyone inside the realm from leaving, as the resistance they felt from the realm grew increasingly stronger as the minutes passed. Outside the realm, a commotion was ongoing in one of the flying ships in the forest. It was the Empire's ship. Inside a room within the ship, several figures stared at a projection. The atmosphere inside the chamber had turned heavy. For a moment, no one spoke. Then one of the officials slowly turned his head toward the projection figure. "Repeat what you just said." The voice was low but sharp. "The Emperor has issued a direct inquiry. He wishes to know what happened to Prince Rui that caused his life cycle to extinguish." For a second, the room went completely silent. Then another figure suddenly stepped forward, his expression furious. "Enough." His voice echoed sharply through the chamber. "Eunuch Liang, this is not the time for jokes." The man's eyes burned with irritation. The prince is still inside the realm. With his means and the strength of the teammates accompanying him, there should not be anything inside that place capable of harming him. His voice hardened further. "Let alone killing him." The man called Eunuch Liang did not react immediately. His thin eyes swept slowly across the room. There was no anger in his expression. "Do you think I would lie about something like this?" His voice was calm but carried a faint chill. The officials remained silent. No one answered. Everyone in the room understood exactly what the projection represented. The life cycle was not an ordinary monitoring tool. It was a special treasure. Each royal descendant had a fragment of their life essence bound to a corresponding thread within the artifact. The thread reflected the vitality of the individual it represented. As long as the owner lived, the thread would continue circulating with stable energy. If the owner suffered injury, the thread would weaken. If the owner died, the thread would vanish entirely. The life cycle artifact had been used by the Empire for generations to monitor the safety of its most important members. Many great factions across the world possessed similar treasures for the same purpose. Because of that, there was only one conclusion when a life thread disappeared. It was almost never a mistake. Eunuch Liang's gaze finally settled back onto the projection. Prince Rui's thread was gone completely. Which meant only one thing. He was dead. The eunuch slowly clasped his hands behind his back. "Regardless of your disbelief, the Emperor has already issued his order." His voice remained calm. "You will investigate what happened inside the realm." His eyes narrowed slightly. "By any means necessary." The projection flickered. Then it disappeared. The light that had illuminated the chamber faded, leaving only the dim glow of the ship's interior lamps. For several seconds, no one spoke. The silence in the room was heavy. Finally, one of the men spoke. "This makes no sense." His voice was quieter than before. "Nothing inside should have been capable of killing the prince." Another official frowned deeply. "Unless something unexpected occurred. Or someone interfered," another added grimly. The room fell silent again. Someone interfering inside the realm was not impossible. But it would require strength. The man who had earlier shouted about the impossibility of Rui's death rubbed his temples. If this news spreads, the imperial court will erupt. No one disagreed. The death of a royal prince was not a small matter. One of the older officials slowly crossed his arms. "The realm is still active. The participants have not yet fully returned." His gaze swept across the others. Another figure nodded slowly. "We interrogate everyone who comes out. No exceptions." A third man added coldly, "Anyone who refuses cooperation will know our wrath." Meanwhile, outside the ship in the forest clearing, several groups from different factions had already gathered. They stood at various distances around the massive portal at the center of the clearing. The surrounding trees had been pushed back many days before and, in recent days, attendants from various factions had further cleared the area. Despite the large number of people present, the space remained very orderly. A wide open field surrounded the portal, and the ground beneath it had been reinforced with layered formations. At the moment, the portal itself trembled. Ripples of unstable spatial energy spread across its surface like disturbed water. The circular gateway that had once appeared stable now flickered repeatedly, its edges distorting as though they were slowly being torn apart from the inside. The gathered figures watched in silence. Some stood with their arms folded. Others whispered quietly among themselves. Everyone present understood what the trembling portal meant. One of the mages responsible for maintaining the gateway suddenly stepped forward from the formation array carved into the ground. Sweat ran down his temples as he studied the unstable energy patterns. "The realm inside is becoming increasingly unstable," he said after a moment. His voice was not loud, but many of the nearby factions immediately turned their attention toward him. "It cannot remain connected to the main world for much longer." The mage raised a hand and adjusted several glowing runes floating in front of him before continuing. "The spatial structure is already beginning to withdraw on its own. The realm is rejecting the connection." A murmur spread through the gathered groups. That outcome was not unexpected. Most pocket realms had limited stability once opened. They would eventually collapse back into their own isolated space. The mage glanced toward the trembling portal again. "Soon the realm will forcefully expel everyone still inside." He wiped the sweat from his brow before finishing his explanation. "When that happens, the participants who entered earlier should appear here shortly." His words caused several groups to shift slightly. Just as the mage finished speaking, the trembling portal suddenly convulsed. The surface of the gateway twisted violently. The ripples across it exploded outward like a storm tearing through water. Then the portal erupted. A violent pulse of spatial energy blasted outward, forcing several people near the formation to instinctively step back. The next moment, dozens of bodies shot out of the portal. They did not step through. They were thrown out. Figures tumbled through the air before crashing onto the reinforced ground around the gateway. Some rolled across the stone while others slid several meters before coming to a stop. Gasps erupted throughout the clearing. "What just happened?" "Those are the participants. Quick, check them." More bodies continued to spill from the portal in rapid succession. Within seconds, the clearing was littered with unconscious youths wearing the insignias of different factions. Several elders and attendants immediately rushed forward. People began turning over the fallen participants, checking their breathing and pulse. "They're alive." One of the attendants shouted in relief after placing 2 fingers against a participant's neck. "He's only unconscious." Another elder quickly inspected one of the bodies before nodding. "Their life force is stable. They are simply drained." The same conclusion was soon reached by others. None of the returned participants showed signs of fatal injury. Most of them appeared exhausted, their auras extremely weak as though their energy had been violently consumed by something. It was strange. But the most important fact was clear. They were alive. Relief spread through many of the gathered factions. Several elders quickly located the youths belonging to their own forces and began carrying them away from the portal to safer areas. Many of them were simply grateful that their talented juniors had returned safely. However, the relief was not shared by everyone. As the groups counted the returned participants, many soon realized something unsettling. A number of people were missing. Some factions had only half their members return. Others had lost several entirely. The clearing slowly grew quieter as that realization spread. No one immediately knew what had happened to those who did not appear. They could still be inside the collapsing realm. Or they might already be dead. Unlike the imperial family, most factions did not possess a treasure capable of tracking a person's life cycle. Without such an artifact, they could only wait and hope. Fortunately, when the elders and attendants began checking the belongings of the unconscious participants, they discovered something that quickly lifted the mood of many factions. The treasure bags carried by the youths were not empty. On the contrary, most of them were filled with various materials gathered from inside the realm. Several elders opened the storage pouches and carefully inspected the contents. Inside were numerous rare herbs, fragments of strange crystals, and metallic ores that emitted faint spiritual fluctuations. Some of the materials clearly did not exist in abundant numbers in the outside world. But what truly caught everyone's attention were the strange orbs. Several of the unconscious participants had collected them. They were small spheres roughly the size of a fist, their surfaces smooth and translucent like polished glass. Within each orb floated faint symbols that drifted slowly as though alive. The symbols constantly shifted and rotated. The objects clearly contained a form of energy. However, no one present could determine their exact function. Several elders exchanged uncertain looks. "These must be treasures unique to the realm," one of them muttered. Another nodded slowly. If the participants gathered them, they must have some value. Even if the elders did not fully understand what the orbs were, the fact that the youths had risked their lives inside the realm to collect them suggested they were worth something. At the very least, they were likely precious materials. That realization eased the atmosphere slightly. Even the factions who had lost several members found some consolation in the materials recovered by the survivors. Meanwhile, the unstable portal continued to convulse above the clearing. Every few moments another pulse of spatial distortion erupted from its surface. Each time it did, more figures were violently expelled. Some crashed onto the ground in awkward positions. Others slid across the reinforced stone before coming to a stop. All of them were unconscious. The elders quickly moved to retrieve them. Gradually, the number of returned participants increased. The clearing grew more crowded as the rescued youths were carried away from the unstable portal. Then, after another violent surge of spatial energy, something different happened. Another figure shot out from the portal. But this time, the person did not crash motionlessly onto the ground. Instead, the figure landed roughly, stumbled forward a few steps, and barely managed to stay upright. A low murmur spread through the surrounding factions. Someone had returned while still conscious. The appearance of the first conscious participant immediately drew everyone's attention. Several elders quickly stepped forward. "Are you all right? What happened inside? Where are the others?" Questions came from all directions, forcing the exhausted youth to steady himself before responding. His breathing was still uneven, but he managed to answer a few things. Before long, more figures began emerging from the portal. Unlike the earlier wave, these participants landed on their feet or quickly pushed themselves upright after hitting the ground. Though they looked tired and their auras were weakened, they were clearly still conscious. Soon a small group of them had gathered near the elders of their respective factions. Naturally, the questioning began immediately. Within a short time, the people outside began piecing together fragments of what had happened inside the realm. The first important discovery quickly explained the strange situation with the unconscious participants. According to the conscious youths, the realm had contained a special type of orb that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. Many of the participants had absorbed those orbs the moment they found them. The conscious participants were mostly those who had absorbed only a small amount or had chosen not to absorb the cultivation orbs at all. The elders listening to this information immediately frowned. Clearly something inside the realm had gone very wrong. Unfortunately, the story the conscious participants could tell was incomplete. None of them knew the full truth of what had happened. Only 3 people inside the realm had truly witnessed the core of the disaster. The 10th Prince, Ren, and Michael. Yet none of them had emerged from the portal yet. More importantly, no one outside even realized how important those 3 figures were to understanding the truth of the situation. The gathered factions continued questioning the returning youths. Eventually they also learned how many of their people had died. Some had fallen in fights against other participants. The cultivation orbs had been extremely tempting treasures, and several conflicts had broken out because of them. Others had been killed by strange faceless monsters that roamed the realm. Those creatures had been the source of the cultivation orbs. However, there was at least one piece of good news. The strange orbs the participants had brought back were not the same as the cultivation orbs they had absorbed inside the realm. These new orbs appeared different. According to the conscious youths, they contained knowledge. Some participants had already absorbed a few of them inside the realm, and the results had been harmless. The energy inside those orbs did not forcibly increase cultivation. Instead, they transferred fragments of knowledge directly into the mind. Because of that, they seemed safe and potentially extremely valuable. This was good news for the factions that were unwilling to suffer heavy losses without gaining anything in return. As the discussions continued and more fragments of the story were pieced together, the unstable portal continued releasing the remaining participants. A few more figures were expelled one after another. Among them were several individuals whose appearance drew brief attention from the surrounding factions. Michael appeared at one point, landing steadily before quietly moving aside. Not long after, Ariane was also expelled from the portal. Yuga followed later, his massive frame crashing onto the reinforced ground before he slowly rose to his feet. Ren appeared sometime after as well, carrying an unconscious prince over his shoulder as he emerged from the collapsing realm. Aside from Michael and Ariane, the others did not arrive together. However, none of them became the center of attention for long. The clearing was too crowded, the situation too tense, and too many other participants were still being thrown out of the portal for any one individual to draw prolonged focus. Yet as time passed, something strange gradually became apparent to everyone present. A certain group had not appeared. The Empire team. The strongest group among all the factions that had entered the realm had yet to return. A strange silence slowly spread through the clearing as people began realizing this. No one openly spoke about it. But many could not help glancing upward. High above the clearing, several figures from the Empire floated silently in the air. They had been there since the first wave of participants had appeared. From their vantage point they had heard the scattered reports, the bits of information gathered from the returning youths, and the growing uncertainty surrounding the events inside the realm. Their expressions were unreadable. No one dared to stare at them for long. Because by now everyone could sense it. Something had gone terribly wrong inside the realm. And there was a terrifying possibility that no one wanted to be the first to mention. The Empire group had entered with overwhelming strength. Among them was a royal prince. If that entire group had fallen inside the realm, then this expedition would no longer be a simple exploration gone wrong. It would become something far more troublesome. The silence in the clearing slowly grew heavier. More participants had already returned. Most of the factions had accounted for at least a portion of their people. Some had recovered almost all of their youths, while others had only retrieved a handful. Even so, the chaotic flow of participants coming out of the portal had begun to slow. Everyone could see it. The unstable gateway was weakening rapidly. The ripples across its surface became more violent. The circular edge of the portal warped and shrank slightly with each pulse of spatial energy. The mages responsible for maintaining the formation exchanged uneasy looks. One of them stepped forward again, his eyes fixed on the trembling gateway. "The realm is collapsing faster now," he said quietly. His voice carried across the clearing. "It will close soon." The clearing grew even quieter. Everyone watched the portal. Another pulse of energy erupted from the portal. But this time, no bodies followed. The gateway flickered violently. The surface of the portal twisted inward as though the entire space within it was folding in on itself. Then the light began to dim. The circular gateway rapidly shrank. The portal trembled one final time. Then it collapsed. The swirling spatial energy vanished in an instant, leaving only empty air where the gateway had once floated. For several seconds, no one spoke. The clearing was completely silent because everyone present understood what that meant. The portal had closed. And the Empire group still had not appeared. High above the clearing, the Imperial figures floating in the air did not move, but the pressure radiating from them suddenly grew heavier. Several nearby cultivators instinctively lowered their heads. No one dared to speak first. Yet the thought in everyone's mind was the same. The strongest team that had entered the realm. The imperial expedition that had included a royal prince. Had not returned. A sharp voice suddenly broke the silence. "Everyone, stop." The words were not shouted, yet they carried across the clearing with undeniable authority. The moment the voice sounded, the oppressive pressure that had been lingering in the air intensified. "Do not move." The command came from one of the imperial figures floating above the clearing. The man slowly descended from the sky. His robes bore the insignia of the Empire, and the aura surrounding him was so heavy that the nearby cultivators instinctively stepped back. The imperial cultivators' cold gaze swept across the gathered factions. "Remain where you are." Several groups that had already begun quietly withdrawing immediately froze. The clearing fell silent once again. The imperial cultivator's eyes moved slowly across the returned participants. Then his gaze lifted briefly toward the empty sky where the portal had once existed. When he spoke again, his voice was calm, but the killing intent hidden within it was unmistakable. "Until this matter is clarified, no one leaves." A faint ripple spread through the crowd. Some of the elders frowned. Others exchanged uneasy looks. However, before the imperial cultivator could continue, several figures suddenly shot upward from different tents around the clearing. They rose into the sky one after another, powerful auras flaring as they confronted the imperial side. And they were not few. In fact, their numbers clearly exceeded those of the Empire's group. At the front of them stood a young woman in elegant robes, her presence calm yet imposing. Princess Priscilla. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone below. She did not waste time. Her clear voice rang across the clearing. "May I ask why great beings such as yourselves are using your power to bully juniors?" Her tone was polite, but the meaning behind it was unmistakably sharp. The imperial cultivator's expression twitched slightly. The oppressive pressure that had filled the clearing paused for a brief moment. Just as he was a great being, so was Princess Priscilla. And she was not alone. Behind her stood several other powerful figures from various factions, their auras stable and unyielding as they quietly supported her position. The imperial cultivator quickly regained his composure. However, the edge in his expression had already softened. He suddenly remembered something important. This was not the Empire. He was far from imperial territory. Here, the Empire's authority was not absolute. Even so, the orders he had received were direct. He could not simply step back. "My lady," he said calmly, "it would be best if you did not involve yourself in this matter." His voice was respectful, as one would speak to an equal, just as Princess Priscilla had done. "This concerns the Empire." His gaze swept across the gathered factions below. The imperial expedition has not returned, and among them was a royal prince. The words hung heavily in the air. The imperial cultivator's voice lowered slightly. "Until we determine what happened inside that realm, no one present here can be allowed to leave." His eyes returned to Princess Priscilla. "I believe my lady understands the seriousness of this situation." For a brief moment, Princess Priscilla said nothing. Her brows furrowed slightly. For a moment it seemed as though she had nothing more to say. Then her gaze shifted. Instead of looking at the imperial cultivator again, she suddenly turned her attention downward toward the participants gathered on the ground. Her voice carried clearly across the clearing. "Did any of you witness what happened to the imperial group inside the realm?" The sudden question startled many of the returned youths. For a brief second, the clearing fell into awkward silence. Then several voices hurriedly answered. "We didn't see anything. I don't know what happened to them. We never crossed paths with the imperial team." The responses came one after another, almost hurriedly, as though the participants feared being dragged into something dangerous. None of them wanted to be connected to the disappearance of the Empire's strongest group. Princess Priscilla observed their reactions quietly. Most of them looked genuinely confused. Others appeared frightened. Behind the crowd, Michael and Ariane stood silently among the returned participants. Neither of them spoke. Ariane's posture remained composed, her expression calm and dignified. As the daughter of Duke Evermoon, she had long been accustomed to maintaining her image. More importantly, she knew she was innocent. With Princess Priscilla present and several other great beings standing beside her, the Empire would not be able to act recklessly against the younger generation. So she remained quiet. Michael stood nearby. His expression looked just as calm. Almost indifferent. But that calmness existed only on the surface. Behind his steady gaze, his mind was already moving rapidly. The situation had become far more complicated than he had expected. Above the clearing, Princess Priscilla continued observing the youths below. The answers she had just received told her something important. None of them even knew where the Imperial Prince had been. Of course, they could be lying, but the Empire was not exactly a friend of hers that she would go out of her way to help. After a moment of thought, she spoke again. What if the prince was trapped inside the realm? Her words caused many people below to look up. The ruin clearly experienced an abnormal situation that caused it to withdraw back into the void itself, she continued calmly. If the prince could not come out due to something related to that anomaly, it is entirely possible that he is trapped inside. The Imperial cultivator's lips twitched slightly. He understood immediately what she was doing. She was offering a reasonable possibility. A way for the situation to calm down without escalating into conflict between factions. Unfortunately, the Empire already knew something the others did not. The prince was dead. They had confirmed it. The moment the prince died, the Empire had already sensed it. But the Imperial cultivator could not say that openly. Announcing the confirmed death of a royal prince in front of so many factions would only make the situation far more explosive. At the same time, if the prince had truly been trapped inside a realm that was now beyond reach, and no one knew if it would ever return again or even what year it might reappear, the result would not be very different from death. The two outcomes were not far apart. Princess Priscilla looked at him steadily. I understand your concerns, but why should innocent juniors be treated as suspects? These youths barely survived the collapse of that ruin. Some of them nearly lost their lives inside. Her eyes remained on the Imperial cultivator. So tell me. Why should they be punished for something they know nothing about? For a moment, the Imperial cultivator did not answer. His face remained calm, but inside his mind a quiet voice suddenly sounded. Perhaps we should withdraw. One of the other Imperial figures had spoken to him through spiritual transmission. The man's brows tightened slightly. Withdraw, he replied silently. Are you suggesting we disobey the Emperor's orders? The other Imperial cultivator responded immediately. That is not what I mean. There was a brief pause before the voice continued. But look at the situation. We are far from the Empire. The factions gathered here are many. Even if we insist on pressing this matter now, what exactly can we do? Are we prepared to fight everyone here? The Imperial cultivator's expression did not change, but his thoughts grew heavier. The voice continued calmly. The prince's death cannot be hidden forever. But right now we do not know the truth. We have no evidence. No witnesses. If we force the matter here, it will only create enemies. The words hung in his mind. For now, the voice finished quietly, it would be wiser to withdraw. The Imperial cultivator fell silent. He knew the man was right. They had come here under direct orders to observe the ruin and ensure the safety of the Imperial expedition. But the situation had already slipped beyond their control. Even if they suspected something, they had no way to prove it. And here, surrounded by so many factions and powerful figures, the Empire's authority alone was not enough to enforce its will. After a few moments of thought, the old man slowly reached a conclusion. If the prince had disappeared during the collapse of the ruin, then it would be simple enough to say the ruin had claimed his life. At least for now. Once the Empire conducted its own investigation later, the truth could still be uncovered. Having reached his decision, the Imperial cultivator lifted his head again. His expression remained firm as he looked at Princess Priscilla. My lady, he said calmly. This matter is far from over. His voice carried clearly across the clearing. the disappearance of a royal prince cannot simply be ignored. The atmosphere tightened slightly. But the imperial cultivator continued. However, the collapse of the realm has created an abnormal situation. His gaze swept across the gathered factions once more. For now, we will withdraw. A faint ripple passed through the clearing. The imperial cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly. But understand this. The Empire will investigate this matter. His voice became colder. And if it is discovered that someone here knows more than they have revealed. The pressure around him rose briefly. The consequences will not be light. With those final words, he gave Princess Priscilla a brief nod. Then he turned and began ascending back into the sky, signaling the Imperial group to prepare to leave. Everyone watched as the Imperial group rose into the sky and slowly departed from the clearing. Only after their figures disappeared into the distance did a faint wave of relief spread through the gathered factions. No one spoke about it openly, but the pressure that had filled the clearing moments ago had been suffocating. Even so, everyone present understood that this matter was far from over. The Empire had withdrawn for now, but the disappearance of a royal prince would not simply be forgotten. Still, that was a problem for the future. For the moment, most people were simply glad to have survived the ordeal. High above the clearing, Princess Priscilla watched the Imperial group disappear before finally relaxing slightly. Then she turned her attention toward the Lionheart delegation. Although the realm closed earlier than expected, she said calmly, the flying ship had also arrived earlier. Her voice carried clearly across the clearing. Everyone prepared to leave immediately. Several elders nodded. The ruin had already collapsed and the situation had become far too complicated. Remaining here served no purpose. Below, the participants slowly began gathering with their respective factions as preparations to depart began. On the ground, Ariane turned toward Michael. A small smile appeared on her face. "Sir Mike," she said softly. "Let's move." Michael returned the smile. "All right." They began walking together through the clearing. However, after only a few steps, Ariane suddenly stopped. Michael had barely turned his head when she suddenly stepped forward. Before he could react, she wrapped her arms around him in a quick, tight hug. "Thank you," she whispered. The words were soft but sincere. Then, before Michael could even respond, she quickly pulled away. A faint blush appeared on her face as she turned and hurried off toward the Lionheart group. Michael stood there for a moment, slightly confused. He watched her retreating figure as she disappeared into the crowd. After a moment, the confusion on his face faded. A thoughtful expression slowly replaced it as he continued walking across the clearing. Meanwhile, in the real world back in the Academy's secret realm, a youth could be seen seated cross-legged in a dark room. A few seconds later, in the silence, a pair of green eyes opened. Michael clapped his hands and light immediately filled the room. A wary smile appeared on his face. Michael would not consider himself the smartest person. But he was not stupid either. If even at this point he could not understand the atmosphere between himself and Ariane, then his entire generation might as well die with him. The signs had been obvious for a long time. Her attitude. Her tone. The words she used. And now this. Michael slowly exhaled. Only now did he truly acknowledge something he had been quietly avoiding. His feelings. It was not that he disliked Ariane. Quite the opposite. Though the feeling was not very intense and remained mostly on the surface. But perhaps because she existed in what he subconsciously viewed as another world, he had never taken those feelings seriously. For an awakener like him, this place functioned almost like a game. A battlefield where he fought monsters, gained power, and continued growing stronger. Everything here felt temporary. No. Maybe unreal. Even the people around him sometimes felt like characters he had little connection with. People he simply happened to meet along the way. Because of that, he had never allowed himself to think too deeply about things like relationships. But now that line felt a little less clear. It was not only because of Ariane. There was Yuga, Ren, and even the two troublesome youths back at his domain. Michael shook his head slightly and continued walking. Meanwhile, in another part of Aurora, inside another academy secret realm, a youth could be seen shouting in the middle of a desert. "Fuck you! Fuck you, bastard! Fuck you!" Around him, several other students looked at him strangely. He's been like that for a while now. What happened to him? How would I know? I'm not his friend. Maybe heartbreak? What kind of heartbreak makes you scream like that? Suddenly everyone stopped talking when they saw another youth making his way toward the screaming student. "Hey, would you shut up already? It's one thing for you to scream for 5 minutes straight, but doing it again every 5 minutes like it's some kind of cooldown skill is crazy. Do you want to die? This is a simulated space for training, not a place to scream." Surprisingly, the screaming student did not defend himself. If Michael were here, he would recognize them. The one who had just spoken was Brian, his former classmate. And the other was the Awakener he had just killed in the Land of Origin. Now that he was finally out of the secret realm back in the Land of Origin, it was finally time to focus on what mattered next. There were quite a lot of things to settle, but one of the most important was his advancement. Michael had not expected the time it would take for him to heal his soul would arrive so soon. It happened faster than he could fully comprehend his law to completion, something that was already close as well. It was time he started preparing for the next plan. Over the next few days, Michael did very little that could be called normal training. He did not sit in quiet meditation. Instead, he moved around the academy almost constantly. Using his resources and connections, Michael began acquiring corpses at an astonishing pace. Michael did not ask too many questions about their origins. He only cared about one thing: numbers. His contract slots were around 2,000, and Michael intended to fill every single one of them. Each day followed a similar rhythm. Many people found his activities strange. But few interfered. After all, necromancers dealing with corpses or craving them was hardly unusual. What they did not know was how extreme Michael's scale had become or what he planned. Every day, Michael also spent a certain amount of time inside the spatial space of the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Within that pocket dimension, the work truly began. His talent operated almost non-stop. Sometimes he devoured materials to generate evolution points. Other times he directly spent those evolution points to evolve newly contracted undead. The process repeated again and again in no particular order. Contract. Devour. Evolve. Repeat. At first, the consumption rate was extremely high. Michael burned through resources rapidly as his army expanded. But something happened after a while. Every undead under his command generated 1 evolution point each day. The amount from a single undead was insignificant. However, once the number of undead began to rise past 1,000, the accumulation became terrifying. Eventually, Michael reached a point where the daily generation of evolution points from his undead alone was enough to sustain his evolution process to some extent. Even so, for the sake of speed, he still devoured whatever he could, which mostly consisted of monsters from level 1 dimension cracks. There were many of these cracks around Aurora, so Michael was not lacking in terms of monsters to revive and devour. Everything flowed smoothly in his favor, if he ignored the crippling debt he had accumulated as the top student of his year group. Top students were allowed to owe debts to the school in huge amount. The higher your rank, the higher you could owe the academy. Another benefit of his placement, otherwise with his requirements, Michael would have needed to hunt the monsters himself. Regardless, the army was growing. And more importantly, it was growing stronger. Meanwhile, in the Land of Origin, the kingdom was still dealing with the aftermath of the ruin. The entire capital buzzed with tension. For Michael, the situation quickly became exhausting. Directly and indirectly, the aftermath of the ruin began to overwhelm him. Everyone knew something major had happened inside the ruin, even if the details remained unclear. And the disappearance of an imperial prince was not something that would quietly fade away. The capital gradually felt less like a place to remain and more like the center of an approaching storm. During those days, his interactions with Ariane had also reached a quiet conclusion. The two of them had spoken a few times after returning from the ruin, but neither of them addressed the matter directly. The atmosphere between them had been obvious to both sides for some time, yet the circumstances surrounding the ruin and the political tension within the kingdom made it impossible for Michael to remain any longer. In the end, he chose to leave. Before departing the capital, he extended a simple invitation for Ariane to visit his territory in the future should the opportunity ever arise. Under Ariane's slightly pitiful gaze, Michael eventually departed from the kingdom capital using the Duke's flying ship and began his journey away from the center of the kingdom. Once he left, the suffocating atmosphere surrounding the aftermath of the ruin slowly faded behind him. Hopefully it remained that way. Just like that, more days quietly passed. Life within the academy gradually returned to its usual rhythm, but for Michael the days were far from idle. The scale of his earlier expansion had finally reached a point where further rapid growth became difficult. The easy gains were gone. From that point onward, Michael could only rely on the natural daily accumulation of evolution points generated by his Undead Legion. Compared to the earlier explosive growth, the pace had slowed considerably. But it was stable. Every day, thousands of undead silently produced evolution points for their master. Individually the numbers were insignificant, yet together they formed a steady stream that allowed Michael to continue evolving his legion. One after another, his undead slowly advanced toward rank 3. There were no great battles during that period. No major disturbances within the academy either. The only notable moment came when the new year arrived. While most students celebrated outside, Michael spent the day quietly within the academy grounds, where he briefly contacted his family through a video call. The conversation was not particularly long. But it was enough for him. After that short moment of normalcy, life quickly returned to its previous pace. Eventually the new year passed completely. Days turned into weeks. Weeks gradually slipped into another month. Now it had been 7 months since the moment Michael had first stepped into this strange world of power. And now, once again, Michael stood at the edge of another threshold. Name, Michael Norman. Rank, 2, max. Level, 50. Talent, infinite evolution. Gift, Mark of Origin, Eye of Truth. Title, First in History, Outlier. Class, Master Necromancer. Attributes. Strength, 1036.75. Agility, 1057.71. Constitution, 1235.92. Intelligence, 1400.92, plus 250. Attribute points, 0. Compared to a month ago, very little had changed. Most of his abilities remained the same. His rank had already reached its limit for this stage, and the level displayed on the panel had long since stopped increasing. The only real difference lay in his attributes. Putting aside the increase in his attributes that came from his law getting increasingly closer to completion and the pitiful bits of feedback he received from his new undead advancing in rank, over the past month, Michael had poured every single attribute point he had into one place. Intelligence. The stat had climbed steadily as a result, rising far beyond what it had once been. For a necromancer, intelligence represented far more than simple mental power. Most importantly, the huge increase had expanded the number of undead he could bind to his soul. The increase had not been insignificant. The additional intelligence alone had granted him several dozen new contract slots. Even to Michael this was still a significant amount. After all, each slot represented another rank 3 undead. Naturally, Michael had not allowed those empty spaces to remain unused for long. Every single one of them had already been filled. Within his perception, the presence of his legion expanded slightly once more. Thousands of undead existed under his command, each one connected to him through the invisible web of contracts that formed the foundation of his power. Then there was his advancement mission. Only 2% remained. Michael's gaze lingered on the final line of his advancement task. Comprehend a law, 98%. Have 5 rank 3 undead, 5 out of 2086. For most people, this would have meant that his advancement was still incomplete. But Michael knew the truth. In reality, the requirement had already been fulfilled. His comprehension of the law had long since reached completion. The final 2% displayed by the system was nothing more than a consequence of his own restraint. Michael had been suppressing himself. For days now, he had deliberately held back from completing the final step. The reason was simple. His contract slots. If Michael had advanced earlier, the result might have been undesirable. So he waited patiently. During that time, he poured all of his effort into filling every remaining contract slot he possessed. 2,000. Every single one of them. Now the final undead had already been bound. His legion had reached its current limit. There was nothing left to delay. Michael slowly exhaled as he sat cross-legged on the ground within the spatial space of the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, with thousands of figures surrounding him. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. 7 months since the moment he had awakened. Now he had finally reached the next gate. The threshold separating rank 2 from rank 3. The moment he released his suppression, the final 2% would vanish instantly. And the system would recognize the completion of his advancement task. Michael remained seated in silence for a few seconds longer. Then, slowly, the restraint he had maintained for days began to loosen. The last barrier holding his power back quietly dissolved. It was finally time. Time for his ascension. The law of echoed existence. This was Michael's law. The moment he comprehended it completely according to his own understanding, the universe itself would acknowledge the law and grant him its blessing. Michael did not yet know exactly what form this blessing would take. The information he had managed to gather in Aurora and within the land of origin was fragmented. Most of the records only described the process in vague and indirect terms. Still, there was one thing that every source agreed upon. Rank 3 was different. It was not merely another step in cultivation. It was the first true transformation. Only after reaching rank 3 could someone truly be regarded as a supernatural being. Below that stage, no matter how powerful someone became, they were still considered to be walking toward the threshold rather than standing beyond it. Across different worlds, different civilizations, and even different systems of cultivation, that truth remained the same. It has started. Michael smiled faintly as the familiar scene began unfolding before him. A translucent panel appeared in front of his vision. Your rank advancement quest has been completed. Do you wish to advance to Lord Necromancer now? Yes or no? Michael did not hesitate. Yes. The moment the word left his lips, the system responded. Advancement quest, have 5 rank 3 undead, progress, 6 out of 5. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated. Advancement quest, have 20 rank 3 undead, progress, 6 out of 20. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. More panels appeared immediately after. They continued appearing without pause. Advancement quest, have 20 rank 3 undead, progress, 21 out of 20. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated. Advancement quest, have 30 rank 3 undead, progress, 21 out of 30. Time limit, 6 months. Reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. Another panel followed soon after. Advancement Quest, have 30 rank 3 Undead, progress, 31 out of 30. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated. Advancement Quest, have 50 rank 3 Undead, progress, 51 out of 50. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. Michael expected another panel to appear. Instead, everything suddenly vanished. All the floating messages disappeared from his vision. Huh. Michael blinked. A new panel slowly appeared. The Origin will has intervened. It is discovered that you are an outlier. Re-evaluating your advancement task. New task generating. Michael stared at the message. For a few seconds he said nothing. Then his expression darkened. You've got to be kidding me. The words slipped out quietly. First came surprise. Then shock. Then irritation. Michael clenched his teeth slightly. Origin will. He muttered the name under his breath. At this point he was not even sure what to call that thing anymore. Was it a being? Or some abstract will that governed the structure of the universe? Michael did not know the full truth yet. But one thing had become clear. Just as he had expected, the moment he attempted to break past the normal limits of his rank advancement quest again, the Origin will had interfered. Michael was not surprised. But that did not mean he was pleased. In fact, being proven right only made the irritation worse. This was not the first time the Origin will had interfered with him. The first encounter had happened during his previous advancement. At that time he had already exceeded every normal requirement tied to his rank. He had completed all the follow-up advancement missions. Not only that, he had gone far beyond them. The result had been unprecedented. Aurora held no record of anything similar. A completely new rating had appeared. And immediately afterward the Origin will had appeared. Without warning. Without explanation. It had interfered directly with the final result. The most obvious change had been the difficulty of gaining experience points. It had suddenly become more than 3 times harder than before. As if the world itself had decided to slow him down. At that time Michael had already suspected something. The Origin will might appear again in the future. Now that suspicion had become reality. And this time it had acted even earlier. Michael stared coldly at the floating panel. So you decided to act early this time. His voice remained calm. But there was no humor in it. There was no reply. Strangely, Michael could not feel any gaze observing him either. But that was not what concerned him right now. Michael leaned back slightly while still sitting cross-legged within the spatial space of the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Thousands of undead stood silently around him. Michael slowly exhaled. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked back at the panel. Fine. If you want to play this game. Then let's see what kind of task you prepared this time. The panel flickered. New words slowly appeared. There were 2 possibilities. Either he would receive a completely different mission. Or the same mission would return but in a much more difficult form. Between the 2, Michael preferred the second. If the task changed completely, it might become impossible to complete. That would prevent him from pursuing a higher completion rating. The panel flickered again. New advancement quest generated. Advancement quest, have 100 rank 3 undead, progress, 51 out of 100. Silence filled the spatial dimension. Then Michael cursed. Damn it. His voice echoed faintly through the dark pocket dimension. 100 rank 3 undead. For most rank 2 necromancers this mission would be devastating. Even having 10 rank 3 undead was extremely difficult. 100 was nearly impossible. For most of his peers, such a mission would destroy their future. Even if they succeeded, it would take years. And the final reward rating would likely be ordinary. Michael understood all of this instantly. But instead of discouragement, a strange smile appeared on his face. Because something else was happening. Right in front of him the number changed. Automatically. Advancement quest, have 100 rank 3 undead, progress, 101 out of 100. The panel froze. Then the familiar message appeared. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Michael's smile widened slightly. Here we go again. Another panel appeared. Advancement quest, have 200 rank 3 undead, progress, 201 out of 200. Michael did not even need to move. The number already exceeded the requirement. The panel trembled slightly. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Another update followed immediately. Advancement quest, have 300 rank 3 undead, progress, 301 out of 300. Michael leaned back slightly while sitting cross-legged among thousands of silent undead. A quiet laugh escaped him. So that's how you want to play. The Origin will had tried to stop him. But it had underestimated one thing. Michael had not prepared 5 rank 3 undead. Or 20. He had prepared thousands. The moment the system attempted to raise the requirement, it immediately broke again. Just like before. Panel after panel continued appearing as the system struggled to adjust. However, Michael's satisfaction did not last long. The interface suddenly froze. Every floating panel stopped moving. Then a familiar line appeared once again. The Origin will has intervened. Michael's smile disappeared instantly. You've got to be kidding me. Another message appeared. It is discovered that you are an outlier. Re-evaluating your advancement task. New task generating. Michael cursed again. Damn it. This time the frustration in his voice was obvious. Moments earlier he had been amused. Now unease appeared in his eyes. Because this time felt different. Before, the Origin will had interfered only after he finished. Now it had intervened twice before completion. Michael's fingers slowly tightened against his knee. He did not like this. Not at all. The first time the Origin will interfered it only increased experience difficulty. Annoying. But manageable. Now it had already intervened twice. And that meant there was a real possibility it would keep interfering. At this point, even Michael began to feel that perhaps he had bitten off more than he could chew. However, he could not really be blamed. The rewards one could obtain from breaking the limit of a rank advancement quest were simply too tempting to ignore. In fact, if it were not for the fact that he always pushed beyond the limits placed before him, he would never have reached where he was today, even with the same talent. Michael exhaled slowly. The undead around him remained perfectly still. A faint tension filled the spatial dimension. For the first time genuine anxiety appeared in his mind. Because if the Origin will continued interfering, the requirement might become absurd. 1,000 rank 3 undead. 2,000. Or something even worse. Michael clenched his jaw. Just show it already. The panel flickered again. New words slowly appeared. New advancement quest generated. Advancement quest, have 500 rank 3 undead, progress, 501 out of 500. Michael stared at the number. 500. He sighed softly. Isn't this unfair? How am I any different from other awakeners? What type of discrimination is this? 500 rank 3 undead. Even rank 4 necromancers rarely possessed such numbers. Yet even as that thought crossed Michael's mind, the panel changed again. Advancement quest, have 500 rank 3 undead, progress, 501 out of 500. The requirement had already been exceeded. The notification appeared again. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Michael sighed again. Of course. Another panel appeared. Advancement quest, have 800 rank 3 undead, progress, 512 out of 800. The increase was no longer small. 300 at once. Michael watched silently. The number continued rising. Soon the panel updated again. Advancement quest, have 800 rank 3 undead, progress, 801/800. Michael did not react outwardly. But a quiet tension began building inside him. The notification appeared again. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. The panel flickered. Another requirement appeared. Advancement quest, have 1100 rank 3 undead, progress, 1101 out of 1100. Michael narrowed his eyes. So it increases by 300 each time. The pattern had stabilized. But the problem remained. His preparations were simply too large. The number rose again. Advancement quest, have 1100 rank 3 undead, progress, 1101 out of 1100. The system froze again. The familiar message returned. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Michael rubbed his forehead. This is getting ridiculous. Another panel appeared. Advancement quest, have 1400 rank 3 undead, progress, 1401/1400. Even Michael felt the scale becoming absurd. Yet the process continued. The notification appeared again. Michael stared at the screen. Let me guess. 1700. But the system did not follow the pattern. The panel froze. No notification appeared. Several seconds passed. Michael frowned. What now? Then a new message appeared. Not a quest. Not a system panel. Just a single line. Origin will, why not choose to become a god instead? Michael stared at the message. For a moment he wondered if he had read it wrong. Then another line appeared. Origin will, with greed like yours, even the demon king of greed cannot compare. Since you want the previous rating, just take it. But from now on that will be your new standard, outlier. The words hung silently in the air. Finally Michael felt a familiar gaze on him. Compared to the previous panels that included the origin will in their text, it was only now Michael was sure that this being's gaze was truly on him this time. Perhaps the previous panels were just some system protocols. Michael did not know which was which. There were a lot of things he still did not understand in this world. He did not bother to look around since he knew he would find nothing. The origin will now pays attention to you. Michael also received a familiar notification. However, his mind was focused on something else. But from now on that will be your new standard, outlier. Michael did not know why, but this particular text gave him a chilling feeling. Knowing the origin will was something he could not demand answers from at any time, Michael hurriedly spoke out. Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean by new standard? For a brief moment the panel remained still. Then new words slowly appeared beneath the previous message. You are an anomaly. Your existence cannot be judged by normal standards. Michael frowned slightly as he read the lines. The messages continued forming one after another. Repeated attempts to adjust your advancement task have proven ineffective. Each limitation placed before you is broken. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. That statement was not wrong. Every time the system attempted to set a limit, he had already exceeded it. Another message appeared. Therefore the standard approach is inefficient. It is better to assign a mission equivalent to the rating you desire. Complete the highest mission and receive the maximum rewards. Michael remained silent for a moment. So that was its solution. Instead of repeatedly escalating the requirement step by step, the Origin will want it to skip the process entirely. It would simply assign the highest requirement from the beginning. Michael thought about it for a moment. Then he asked the most important question. And if I cannot complete it? The words left his mouth almost immediately. For several seconds there was no reply. Then the panel responded. Origin will, that depends on the mission. Another line appeared. Origin will, if the mission has a time limit, failure will result in another mission. Another line appeared. If the mission has no time limit and cannot be modified. The final line appeared slowly. Then you will never advance. Michael froze. For the first time since the conversation began, his expression changed completely. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The meaning was simple. If the mission had no time limit and he failed to complete it, then he would remain stuck at that particular rank forever. No second attempt. No reset. No adjustment. Just permanent stagnation. Even Michael could not remain calm after hearing that. Michael's brows slowly furrowed. That's not fair. The words left his mouth before he even thought about them. For the first time since the conversation began, irritation clearly surfaced in his voice. Some of my peers surely do not go through the same pressure. The spatial space inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten remained silent. Thousands of undead stood motionless around him like statues. Then the panel responded. And how is it fair to them? Michael frowned slightly in confusion. Another line appeared. How is it fair that someone else wishes to receive everything on a platter of gold? Michael immediately shook his head. That's not right. His voice became sharper. I worked for everything I have. The moment the words left his mouth, the panel responded again. Yes. A brief pause followed. Then another line appeared. Origin will, but was it at the same level as others? Michael's mouth opened slightly. Then he stopped. No words came out. For a few seconds he simply stared at the floating message. Because the question itself was difficult to answer. Yes. He had worked hard. No one could deny that. He had fought. He had taken risks. Recently he had even nearly died. But when one thought about it clearly, Michael's path had never truly been the same as everyone else's. He possessed a talent that allowed him to grow faster than normal awakeners. If he truly wanted to, his life would likely be far smoother than most people in this universe. Maybe slower due to being more passive, but he would ultimately still be strong. Michael slowly leaned back. The panel continued. You are not being targeted. This is balance. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. More words appeared. In the universe there will always be balance. Balance can be broken. But if it is broken too much by the same cause. The next line appeared slowly. That becomes chaos. Michael remained silent. The Origin will continued. Even those known as chosen ones face difficulties that scale to their level. Is it not fair that you also face difficulties that scale to yours? Michael's gaze remained fixed on the panel. Another message appeared. That is the purpose of a rank advancement quest or any power advancement. It is to prove you deserve the next step. If advancement were too easy it would lose its meaning. Yes, you can deserve it since you are just bearing the fruits of your foundation, but even a talented being faces difficulties that scale with their progress even if that progress is fast. You are somewhat the same but not the same. To put it in your world's understanding, you are like a cheat. Michael could not argue with that. But even so, Michael still felt something was off. The panel continued again. However, A slight pause followed. Then the final message appeared. There are very few individuals for whom such extreme measures are necessary. You are one of them. Michael stared at the words. Another line appeared. That is why it may appear as if you are being targeted. The words hung silently in the air. But the meaning behind them was clear. Michael was not being singled out unfairly. He had simply reached a point where normal rules no longer applied to him. Michael remained silent for a long moment. The words from the Origin will echoed quietly in his mind. Before this conversation, he had always believed that the Origin will was deliberately making things harder for him. Targeting him. Interfering with his progress. But now that he actually thought about it carefully, was he ever truly at a disadvantage because of it? Michael slowly frowned. The answer appeared almost immediately. No. Not really. Yes, the Origin will had increased the difficulty of gaining experience points after his last advancement. But it had not crippled him. It had only slowed him slightly. If anything, the change simply forced him to fight stronger monsters to earn more experience. And that was something Michael could do without much trouble. His growth had never actually stopped. It had only become slightly less smooth. Michael slowly exhaled. Another thought appeared in his mind. If the Origin will truly wanted to suppress him, it clearly had the authority to do so. It could manipulate advancement missions. It could alter difficulty. It could interfere directly. Yet when Michael thought about his previous advancement, he could not recall a single moment where his final rewards felt lacking. In fact, the opposite was true. His last advancement had given him something unprecedented. A completely new rating that had never appeared in Aurora's records before. If the Origin will truly wish to restrict him, it could have easily reduced his rewards. But it had not. That realization slowly changed how Michael looked at the situation. For the first time he began to view the Origin will from a slightly different perspective. Perhaps this being was not targeting him. Perhaps it was simply trying to keep things from spiraling completely out of control. Michael leaned back slightly while still sitting cross-legged among his undead legion. However, those thoughts only lasted a few seconds. Because regardless of the explanation, one problem still remained. His current advancement. Michael's gaze returned to the panel floating in front of him. The previous messages still hovered quietly in the air. His expression became serious again. Understanding the logic behind something did not mean he was willing to gamble his future on it. Michael did not hesitate this time. So. His voice was calm. What happens now? This time there was no reply from the Origin will. A panel simply materialized in place. Hidden unique quest. Objective, break all limits. Hidden requirement, receive the Origin gaze again. Rewards, 15 level up, plus 250 attribute points to all stats, upgrade of previous skill mastery ticket to perfect level skill mastery ticket, 1 random epic grade treasure, 1 random treasure between epic to legendary grade. Do you wish to advance now? Michael's mind froze as various emotions welled up inside him. Shock came first. Then disbelief. Then excitement so sudden it almost made him laugh out loud. For the first time in quite a while, he could not maintain the calm composure he usually carried. The careful, calculating Necromancer vanished for a moment. Instead he reacted like someone his age. His fists clenched tightly. His heart pounded. Fuck yeah. The shout echoed loudly across the silent space filled with thousands of undead, and Michael did not even try to hide the grin spreading across his face.